Chapter 13-15. Hearing that Lin Fei wanted to use star stones to exchange for experience pills, Lu Ziyue was naturally overjoyed. In the treasury, the most worthless item was the star stone. In the past, the price had risen to more than 10 million true spirits. Now, there were only around 1 million true spirits left, and this was only if someone wanted it. If no one wanted it, then no one would want it even if it was 700,000 or 800,000 true spirits. It was trash among trash. Using the worthless star stone to exchange for experience pills, Lu Ziyue felt that she had gotten a great deal. Besides being used to forge divine weapons, the star stone didn't seem to have any other use. Hearing that it was the first exchange for 100 experience pills, Lu Ziyue was overjoyed. 50 billion true spirits. Lu Ziyue really didn't care about it. I'll immediately arrange for someone to send the star stones over. Lu Ziyue immediately arranged for someone to do it. 50 billion star stones was not a small number. While Lu Ziyue thought that she had gotten a great deal, Lin Fei laughed even more happily. 100 experience pills were only worth 500 points, and he could get it back with a star stone. 50 billion star stones. Lin Fei wanted to laugh just thinking about it. After leaving the treasury, Lu Ziyue warmly welcomed Lin Fei. This is the Tianyun Tower's black gold card. You can enjoy a 40% discount anywhere in the Tianyun Tower. Lu Ziyue took out a black card and handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. In the future, he would have a lot of transactions with the Tianyun Tower. With a 40% discount, he would have a lot of money left. Here are 100 experience pills. Keep them well. Lin Fei took out a bottle. There were exactly 100 experience pills inside. Cultivating secret techniques below the Immortal Emperor level, 7 or 8 experience pills are enough. Cultivating secret techniques of the Emperor level, you can only cultivate a small portion at most. If you want to reach the large success stage, you will need more than 1,000 experience pills. You have to be clear about this. Lu Ziyue carefully kept the experience pills. After leaving some instructions, Lin Fei walked out of the room. As long as I wait for the star stones, I can cultivate my divine body and rapidly increase my speed. Old thing, you won't have this chance next time. Lin Fei thought to himself happily as he walked toward the heavenly palace. Now that his business was done, he could go and see the heavenly palace, this money-squandering place. Unbeknownst to them in the reception room, after Lin Fei left, Lu Ziyue sent her people away and set up a spell formation. She took out a celestial talisman and tore it open, revealing a mirror. The mirror was like the surface of water. After a series of ripples, a middle-aged man appeared and spoke in a loud and clear voice. Xiao Yu, aren't you in the Sky Fey world? Did something happen? The loud voice was filled with concern. This middle-aged man was Lu Ziyue's father, 3rd Saint Lu. My daughter is fine. Lu Ziyue shook her head. Your daughter has just obtained a heaven-defying pill. I would like father to take a look and see who made it. On the other side of the mirror, Lu Sanxing knew very well that his daughter wouldn't contact him unless it was an extremely important matter. Bring it over. Lu Ziyue took out an experience pill and pushed it against the mirror. The experience pill mysteriously appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. This was enough to prove that this celestial talisman was extraordinary. It could travel through the void. This is an experience pill. It can increase the cultivation speed of mystic arts and supernatural powers. 3rd Saint Lu pinched the experience pill with 2 fingers. His deep eyes shone brightly. A great grandmaster level pill. It's flawless and has no impurities. The refining method is very unique. I've never seen it before. 3rd Saint Lu was a big shot of the Tianyun Tower. It was rare for him to not know the origin of the experience pill. After taking it personally, he opened his eyes. My good daughter, you've done well. How many of these pills did you get? 3rd Saint Lu opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly again. 100. I didn't expect there to be such a heaven-defying pill in this world. I really don't know which alchemy master made it. After taking it, it can increase the cultivation speed of mystic arts and supernatural powers. It's really incredible. The mystic arts that 3rd Saint Lu cultivated were very difficult. It required a long time to reach the great success stage. Once it reached the great success stage, its power would multiply. However, the time required was very long, at least 3 to 5,000 years. But just now, after 3rd St. Lu took the experience pill, he discovered that his mystic arts had actually improved a little. Although it was just a little, it was enough to completely move 3rd St. Lu. If he had enough experience pills, he would be able to reach the great success stage in his mystic arts in less than 1,000 years. With the mystic arts, his strength could increase by more than 10 times. No one would not be tempted by this kind of temptation. Even a peak expert like 3rd St. Lu was tempted. Father, then this pill is very useful to you? Lu Ziyue asked anxiously. If you have enough pills, 3rd St. Lu reminded her. Xiao Yu, don't arrange anyone to follow this person. The person who can refine such a pill must have a powerful background. If you're not careful, you might cause a great disaster. Even our Tianyun Tower might not be able to stop him. You can only befriend this person. Could it be that Lin Fei really has a terrifying master behind him? Lu Ziyue thought to herself. Her father was a peak 4th step expert. When this matter was brought up, his expression was very grave. I've given him the black gold card and we've temporarily reached an agreement. Lu Ziyue told her plan. Lin Fei did not know that he would have a powerful backer in the blink of an eye. He took out Bai Xiaofeng's card and easily entered. After passing through a long corridor, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. It became colorful and gorgeous. First, he saw a group of beautiful fairies. They were all fat and skinny. They wore thin muslin and were being hugged by someone. From time to time they would laugh, bringing with them a fragrant wind. Isn't this a brothel? Lin Fei finally understood why the Sky Palace was a place to squander money. Just now, among the fairies he saw, there was no lack of immortal kings and immortal emperors. Young master, do you need help? Lin Fei was a 1st step immortal emperor. As he stood in the Sky Palace, a white-clothed fairy immediately came over with a smile and asked enthusiastically, I'm looking for Bai Xiaofeng. Young master, this way. With the fairy leading the way in a floating palace, Lin Fei found Bai Xiaofeng who was hugging a fairy. This is for you. Lin Fei took out 100,000 true spirits and handed it to the white-clothed fairy. Thank you. After receiving the money, the white-clothed fairy left with a smile. You're finally here. Quickly sit down and drink. Bai Xiaofeng's face was slightly red. He pushed away the fairy beside him and personally poured wine for Lin Fei. He was grumbling about why he only came now. Could it be that he met a fairy on the way and had his soul taken away by her? Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He drank 3 cups in a row. This is the Sky Palace? Putting down the cup, Lin Fei asked casually. This is a part of the Sky Palace. Bai Xiaofeng explained. There are fairies everywhere. Now you understand why a basic card needs 10 billion true spirits. Without money, you can't enjoy this kind of service. Lin Fei expressed his feelings. The woman in Bai Xiaofeng's arms was an immortal emperor, who was 1 step away from becoming an immortal emperor. You're lucky today. The show is about to start, Bai Xiaofeng said mysteriously. After drinking for a while, in the sky above the fairyland, a black arena flew out and stopped in the sky. Do you see that? This is the life and death arena. Usually if you have any grudges, you can settle them here. Basically, there will be a fight on it every time. They really have nothing better to do. Lin Fei shook his head. Isn't this the same as the clubs on Earth? Unknowingly, when he saw this, he thought of the clubs on Earth. Bai Xiaofeng, you beat up the people of my Qing mansion previously. Do you dare to take my attack today? If you don't, you're a coward and a coward. Suddenly, a palace not far away flew up. In the palace, there was a person with cold eyes looking in Bai Xiaofeng's direction. Bai Xiaofeng jumped up and cursed. Bastards of Qing Mansion, I didn't look for them, but they still dare to come to my door. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how can I, Bai Xiaofeng, survive in the world? Bai Xiaofeng was originally unhappy with the people of Qing Mansion. Now that someone from Qing Mansion jumped out to challenge him in a place like the Sky Palace, if he didn't dare to take the attack, the news would spread throughout the Sky Demon world and he would become a joke. The Sky Palace itself was a place for people to fight. Bai Xiaofeng's reaction was normal. You want to fight personally? Lin Fei asked. Of course. Bai Xiaofeng said. If I don't teach them a lesson, they won't be honest. Other than the arena in the Sky Palace, you can't fight anywhere else. Violators will be blacklisted and will never be able to enter the Tianyun Tower. Bai Xiaofeng was a second-step demon emperor, so Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. Damn, it's that Qingming kid. He must have lost face last time and wants to get it back from me. A green shadow flew out of the palace and landed on the life and death arena. It was Qingming, who had a smug look on his face. He hooked his finger at the palace where Bai Xiaofeng was. Provocation. Bai Xiaofeng really didn't take Qingming seriously. I'll go down and teach him a lesson now. Bai Xiaofeng cursed and flew out directly. Qingming, you have guts. Instead of recuperating at home, you dare to come out. Today, Grandpa will tell you that if you don't have the strength, you don't have to come out and show off. If it was someone else from the Qing mansion, Bai Xiaofeng might be afraid. But it was Qingming, so there was nothing to be afraid of. It would be easy to teach him a lesson. Lin Fei frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Qingming was injured by himself, and his undying body is seriously injured. His strength is definitely not as good as before, and there is an obvious gap between him and Bai Xiaofeng. Why would he come out to provoke Bai Xiaofeng? Is he not afraid of suffering in Bai Xiaofeng's hands? Lin Fei suddenly thought of something. Back then, the one who killed the Green Forest Demon Emperor seemed to be Qingming's second brother. Qingming was arrogant in the Qing mansion, and his second brother's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Could it be? Lin Fei thought of a conclusion. Did the Qing mansion want to tempt him to make a move? Bai Xiaofeng landed on the life and death arena. He opened up a barrier outside, protecting both the top and bottom of the arena to prevent the power from leaking out and affecting the Sky Palace. Bai Xiaofeng, today I will beat you into a dead dog. Chapter 13:16. Qingming's first move was his divine ability, a palm filled with demonic qi. In terms of power, it was even stronger than a second-step human expert. It's still uncertain who will be beaten into a dead dog today. Bai Xiaofeng, a second-step demon emperor, didn't care about this palm and also sent out a palm. Demonic qi was useful to outsiders, but it was useless to demon emperors like them. Unless the other party was a third-step demon emperor. Boom! Both of their palms collided, and a powerful qi wave rushed out. On the life and death arena, radiance shone brightly and blocked the qi wave. They were evenly matched. From this exchange, everyone could tell that the two of them were on par with each other in strength. The demon emperors of the Sky Demon world are indeed very strong in terms of physical body. In the palace, Lin Fei commented as he watched. From the start, both of them didn't fight like humans. They used Emperor Divine weapons and relied on close combat. If nothing goes wrong, Qingming shouldn't be a match for Bai Xiaofeng. Bai Xiaofeng indeed had the capital to be arrogant. He used all his divine abilities and secret arts, pressuring Qingming to the point where he couldn't breathe. Qingming was a second-step demon emperor, and his physical body was extremely strong. However, he was still covered in wounds. If he was a human, his immortal armor would have been destroyed. Qingming, you dare to act cool. I will beat you into a dead dog today. Bai Xiaofeng slapped Qingming and laughed, intending to end the battle. Ha ha ha, you will be the loser. Qingming was slapped, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He laughed sinisterly and struck out another divine ability. Demonic qi turned into a demon blade and slashed at Bai Xiaofeng. Just based on this? Bai Xiaofeng didn't take it seriously. Die! Qingming used the demon blade to slash at Bai Xiaofeng. He flipped his hand and a black pillar appeared. It flickered with demonic light and gave off a dangerous aura. Bang! The black bead flew towards Bai Xiaofeng and suddenly exploded. Bai Xiaofeng was breaking the demon blade attack when the black bead exploded. A cloud of black mist floated out and instantly landed on Bai Xiaofeng's body. His strong demon body couldn't block the black mist. Ah! Bai Xiaofeng let out a miserable scream. Blood seeped out from his body, and his face became distorted. You're so vicious. Bai Xiaofeng had to grit his teeth to say these words. Qingming was despicable and shameless to use poison. When the black mist landed on his body, he lost control of his demonic qi and his battle prowess plummeted. More importantly, an intense pain came from the depths of his soul. Wave after wave, his face contorted in pain. Qingming said complacently, "Ha ha ha, the taste isn't bad, right? This is a poison I specially bought, 100 million true spirits." If you weren't here, they would have made a move. I can only blame myself for underestimating Qing Meng. I was poisoned and ended up like this. Bai Xiaofeng, who was poisoned, was currently very weak. No one was willing to accept a drop in their cultivation realm. Bai Xiaofeng wasn't willing to accept it either. It had already happened to him. There was no time to stop it. Bai Xiaofeng could already sense that his cultivation realm was dropping. This is a poison. There must be an antidote. I will go find someone. Lin Fei couldn't possibly watch this happen. Lin Fei, there is no antidote for this poison. Outside the palace, Lu Ziyue walked in and said indifferently. Lu Ziyue knew about the fight between the Qing residents and Bai residents. She didn't really care. Their Tianyun Tower was just providing a venue and wasn't responsible for anything else. However, after hearing that Lin Fei was together with Bai Xiaofeng, Lu Ziyue had no choice but to make a trip. Is there really no antidote? Lin Fei looked at Lu Ziyue. When the weakened Bai Xiaofeng saw Lu Ziyue, his face was filled with shock. He thought to himself, Lin Fei, what exactly is his background? He actually knows young lady Lu. This is truly unimaginable. Lu Ziyue walked over and said, this poison is called One-Line Sky. It purifies venomous demonic beasts. After being poisoned by this poison, the greatest effect is to drop one cultivation realm. A third-step demon, the Arch, wouldn't be affected much. However, it will only affect those below the third-step demon, the Arch realm. Lin Fei's heart sank. This was the first time he heard of such a poison. Is there really no way? Lin Fei asked again. Chapter 13-17. It's not that there isn't a way, but it's extremely difficult. The success rate is less than 1%. If someone else asked, Lu Ziyue would definitely not answer. Now that this matter involved Lin Fei, it was no longer a small matter. Instead, it had become a huge matter. If Lin Fei was unhappy, it would affect their future dealings. That would be a huge loss and they could not afford it. Moreover, after receiving his father's permission, this fellow had an extremely terrifying master behind him. Even his father had to be careful when dealing with him. Therefore, no matter how small it was still a big deal. Bai Xiaofeng suffered a huge blow. No one would be able to accept falling from the second step to the first step. After hearing Lu Ziyue's words, it was as though he had found a life-saving straw. What is it? Lin Fei asked. He wasn't afraid of no way. He was afraid of not finding a way. He was willing to take the risk even if there was a 1% chance. One-Line Sky is a lethal poison. There's a fine line between the second step and the first step. To break through again is 10,000 times harder than breaking through to the second step. Lu Ziyue said, if you don't want to be affected, the only way is to break through to the third step. As long as you become a third step, the poison won't affect you much. Bai Xiaofeng nearly fainted. It was simply courting death to break through to the third step now. A total of 999 bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the second step demonic, the Arch. This wasn't the first 99 bolts of heavenly lightning. Previously, Bai Xiaofeng had used a large amount of treasures to break through. He didn't break through to the third step. Because he didn't have the confidence, he didn't dare to break through. He would be dead if he failed. Normally, people would only break through when they were fully prepared. Otherwise, they would rather not break through for the rest of their lives unless they were at the end of their lifespan. It would be great if they succeeded, but there was nothing to lose if they failed. Should I break through? Lin Fei thought for a while and understood. This kind of lethal poison was effective against those below the third step. Bai Xiaofeng should break through to the third step while he was still a second step. Once he succeeded, the poison wouldn't be as powerful. Lin Fei didn't think that Bai Xiaofeng could break through now. It would definitely be a dead end. Lu Ziyue knew that the success rate of this method was very low. 1% was already very high. Normally, no one could succeed. Bai Xiaofeng is a second-step demon sovereign. Now that he has successfully broken through, there is only a sliver of hope. Once the poison takes effect, he will drop to first-step demon sovereign in 1 month. If he wants to break through again, it will be 10,000 times harder. The heavenly Tao will remember you. No one can escape from it. Lu Ziyue said. Breakthrough to third-step demon sovereign. Lin Fei knew how difficult it was. If it was him, breaking through shouldn't be too much of a problem. But if it was Bai Xiaofeng, the difficulty would be magnified by 10,000 times. In the palace, Lin Fei frowned. This matter was not easy to handle. Big brother Lin, let's forget about this matter. Bai Xiaofeng no longer held any hope as he drank mouthful after mouthful of wine. The people of the Qing mansion are truly vicious. They even used a poison like the one-lined sky. No, Lin Fei said in a low voice. I will definitely find a way. This matter started because of him, so Lin Fei would not let it go. The one-lined sky poison would take effect for a month. If he couldn't think of a way within a month, Bai Xiaofeng would be finished. Lin Fei closed his eyes and opened the best quality exchange system. I hope I can find something useful. Right now, Lin Fei could only rely on the best quality exchange system. He hoped that there was something useful in dealing with the one-line sky poison. This is useless. This is also useless. Lin Fei flipped through the best quality exchange system. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on an item. Conversion talisman. On one of the pages of the best quality exchange system, Lin Fei's gaze fell on a type of conversion talisman. Conversion talisman can convert the things in the other party's body to the owner's body, must be converted to the owner's body. Necessities for going out 10 million points. After reading the introduction, Lin Fei suddenly opened his eyes. Conversion talisman should be able to transfer the one-line sky poison to my body. Lin Fei touched his chin. It seems that this is a feasible method. As long as the Tianyun Tower sends the star stones over, I can continue to exchange points and fuse with the divine body. I believe that it should be very easy to cross the Emperor Tribulation. With the best quality exchange system, Lin Fei can fuse with all kinds of divine bodies. His defense will become more and more powerful. At that time, the heavenly thunder will not have any effect on his body. After finding a way, Lin Fei felt relieved. Little Feng, I have found a way. Lin Fei patted Bai Xiaofeng's shoulder. Bai Xiaofeng's eyes widened. Brother Lin, you found a way? Lin Fei found Lu Ziyue and asked her when the star stones would arrive. At the same time, he asked her for a quiet secret room. It turns out that the Tianyun Tower not only auctions all kinds of treasures, but they also sell secret cultivation rooms. As long as one can afford the price, the time acceleration room is not a problem. The prerequisite is that you have money. If you don't have money, don't even think about it. Lu Ziyue mobilized the resources very quickly. The first batch of 10 billion star stones landed in the hands of Lin Fei. He instructed Bai Xiaofeng not to leave the Tianyun Tower and to wait for him inside. Swish, swish, swish. The secret room was filled with star stones. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Points, here I come. He started to exchange for the best quality points. Lu Ziyue, who was outside, was curious about what Lin Fei is trying to do. Could it be that he is trying to refine a treasure? It seems like it is impossible to refine a treasure in such a short period of time. Bai Xiaofeng said. Brother Lin said that he found a way. Lu Ziyue was even more confused. Could it be that Lin Fei really found a way? Other than breaking through from the second step to the third step, there seems to be no other way. Could it be that he is going to ask a pinnacle expert to suppress it? Lu Ziyue has never heard of a pinnacle expert being able to suppress this poison. Unless, exchange for star stones successful. Reward, 5,000 points. Exchange for star stones successful. Reward, 5,000 points. In the secret room, 10 billion true spirits are worth a total of 10,000 star stones. The system kept sending out the successful exchange notifications. Looking at the increasing points, Lin Fei was very excited. I worked tirelessly in the Tianmen sect to collect the corpses of experts. A corpse is only worth 1,000 points. How can it be as good as exchanging for star stones? The system showed that the best quality points were in the hundreds of thousands at first. This number kept rising, breaking through 1 million points, 2 million points, all the way to 10 million points. 50 million points. Lin Fei looked at the number and danced with joy. In such a short period of time, he had 50 million points. He had suddenly turned from a poor farmer to a tycoon. He was originally worried that he would not have enough points. Now he can finally rest assured. Exchange for the conversion talisman. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for successfully exchanging for the conversion talisman. Looking at the remaining 40 million points, Lin Fei's eyes narrowed into a line. Xiaofeng, come in. Lin Fei came out from outside and called Bai Xiaofeng in. In the secret room, Lin Fei asked Bai Xiaofeng not to move. He took out the conversion talisman and stuck it on Bai Xiaofeng's body, activating the conversion. A layer of black fog appeared on Bai Xiaofeng's body. It was the black fog of one-line sky. When Bai Xiaofeng saw Lin Fei take out a strange talisman and stick it on his body, he thought it would be useful. When the black fog came out from one-line sky, his eyes widened. This. Bai Xiaofeng had heard of the poison of one-line sky no less than 100 times. He had never heard of anyone using an immortal talisman to extract the poison of one-line sky. Don't speak. The originally pure white conversion talisman was immediately covered by the black fog. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, there was no more black fog on Bai Xiaofeng's body. The conversion talisman was pitch black and emitted a dangerous aura. Lin Fei received the message from the conversion talisman. That's it. Lin Fei nodded and smiled. Yes, it's done. Big brother Lin, you are too amazing. You can even do something when the poison appears. Bai Xiaofeng's original unwillingness immediately disappeared. That faintly discernible pain was gone. His originally dropped realm was stabilized. As long as he cultivated for a period of time, he would be able to recover. A 10 million points conversion talisman is really awesome. I didn't spend 10 million points in vain. Lin Fei marveled at the magic of this thing. The poison that was helpless was easily absorbed into the immortal talisman. You can't tell anyone about what happened today. Lin Fei was very clear that if this move of his was leaked, it would definitely attract the attention of big shots. I will definitely not tell anyone. Bai Xiaofeng was also not a fool. You can go out now. Also, tell Miss Lu that I will send my things over as soon as possible. Lin Fei sent Bai Xiaofeng out, leaving him alone in the secret chamber. The conversion talisman is indeed awesome, but there is still a second step to complete it. Lin Fei sent Bai Xiaofeng out because he did not want Bai Xiaofeng to see it. He stuck the conversion talisman on his body, and the black fog formed from the one-line sky poison entered his body. At Lin Fei's realm he would no longer feel cold. When the black fog entered his body instantly trembled. This poison is indeed awesome. After the black fog entered his body, it headed towards the depths of his soul. An intense pain could be felt. Lin Fei was a realm lord and had a world projection. He allowed the black fog to invade his body and suppressed the intense pain. When the last black fog entered his body, the conversion talisman broke. Lin Fei, who was originally a first-step immortal emperor, could vaguely feel that his realm was starting to drop. It was indeed as tyrannical as the rumors said. Now I can go and cultivate my divine physique. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to prepare for a month. Originally, after merging two divine physiques, Lin Fei intended to go through the emperor tribulation and break through from a first-step immortal emperor to a second-step immortal emperor. With this black fog he might as well merge a few more divine physiques. And this wind cloud tyrant body is not bad. I will start with this. Lin Fei flipped to the section for cultivating the divine physique. After cultivating 30 million points to the great success stage, he would have the power of wind and cloud. With over 40 million points, Lin Fei did not even blink as he bought all the elixirs in the first, second and third stages. Ding! Wind Cloud Tyrant Body Level 1 successfully cultivated. Ding! Wind Cloud Tyrant Body Level 2 successfully cultivated. Chapter 1318. Qing Mansion. The Ninth Elder's Residence. Ninth Elder, according to your instructions, I used the one-line sky poison to injure Bai Xiaofeng. I believe this news will reach the Bai Mansion's ears soon. Qing Meng respectfully stood in front of the Ninth Elder. Ninth Elder Qing Fu was very satisfied. You did well. Although Bai Xiaofeng is not famous in the Bai Mansion, his father Bai Luoshan is one of the 9 elders of the Bai Mansion. Now that his son has such a thing, he will definitely vent his anger on Ditian. The heaven-opening divine gate is most likely in Ditian's hands. Bai Luoshan will definitely make a move. Ditian is not someone who will wait to be captured. The two will definitely fight. As long as Ditian makes a move, we will have a chance. Qing Meng flattered. Ninth Elder is truly a brilliant strategist. Ninth Elder Qing Fu's plan to capture Ditian was interrupted at the critical moment. 3/4 step beast sovereigns had fallen. This was not a small loss for the Qing Mansion. You go and watch for this old man. Xiaofeng was poisoned by the one-line sky poison, and he is still in the sky palace of the Tianyun Tower? Hearing this news, Bai Xiangyu's expression changed. The one-line sky poison was known to everyone. It was a very vicious otherworldly item that had always been rejected by people. Bai Xiangyu's expression changed to anger. The one-line sky poison targeted experts below the third-step beast sovereign level. There was no cure for being poisoned by the one-line sky poison. The Qing mansion is so vicious. Bai Xiangyu couldn't sit still anymore. He brought people to the Tianyun Tower to comfort his brother and find a solution. Are you poisoned? Arriving at the Tianyun Tower, Bai Xiangyu saw his brother Bai Xiaofeng. Using his divine sense, he didn't find the one-line sky poison in his brother's body. His body was very good and his realm was stable. There was no sign of him falling. Did he hear it wrong? Bai Xiangyu didn't believe there was a mistake. Bai Xiaofeng's expression was strange. He asked his sister to leave him outside and went into a room alone. Sister, I was indeed poisoned by the one-line sky poison. Later, Brother Lin helped me detoxify it. He helped you detoxify? How is that possible? Bai Xiangyu's willowy eyebrows wrinkled. He clearly did not believe Bai Xiangyu's words. For the time being, there was no cure for the poison in the one-line sky. How could Lin Fei detoxify it? Bai Xiaofeng could hide the fact that Lin Fei had helped him detoxify the poison from others, but in front of his smart sister, he couldn't hide it for long. Only then did Bai Xiaofeng reveal it. I don't know how he did it. Bai Xiaofeng shook his head. What about Lin Fei? Bai Xiangyu believed that his younger brother wouldn't lie. He had been observing him all this time, and his divine sense hadn't fluctuated, which meant that he wasn't lying. Seclusion. Bai Xiangyu's frown deepened. Just like that, the one-line sky poison was neutralized. It shouldn't be that simple. Bai Xiangyu thought to himself. He then asked, has he ever come out? Bai Xiaofeng shook his head. No. Bring me there. Lin Fei wanted to thank Bai Xiangyu for helping Bai Xiaofeng detoxify the poison in his body. Bai Xiaofeng's poisoning was clearly a trick of the Qing mansion. Lin Fei rejoiced that he had arrived early and found out about everything. He also understood why Bai Xiaofeng had not returned. In the Sky Monster world, the safest place was none other than the Tianyun Tower. As long as Bai Xiaofeng didn't leave the Tianyun Tower, outsiders wouldn't know the specific situation. Bai Xiangyu wanted to thank Lin Fei. Everyone knew how terrifying the one-line sky poison was. Once someone was poisoned, their cultivation would drop, and their future would be completely ruined. If Bai Xiaofeng was really ruined according to the Bai Mansion style, they would definitely make a move on Lin Fei. At that time, even Bai Xiangyu wouldn't be able to stop them. Not seeing anyone, Bai Xiangyu was stopped by someone. The seclusion area was being guarded, and it was people from the Tianyun Tower. Sister, Big Brother Lin knows Miss Liu. These people were arranged by Miss Liu. Bai Xiaofeng said to his sister. Bai Xiangyu's beautiful eyes revealed a strange color. Miss Liu? Are you sure? Bai Xiaofeng nodded. I'm sure. Bai Xiangyu was shocked. Lin Fei and Miss Liu of the Tianyun Tower knew each other. How could this be possible? Miss Liu had a great background. How many young heroes and peerless geniuses wanted to know Miss Liu, but they all returned empty-handed. Lin Fei knew Miss Liu? From the looks of it, their relationship wasn't shallow? Bai Xiangyu was even more surprised after hearing what Bai Xiaofeng said. Why did Miss Liu arrange people to stand guard outside? Bai Xiangyu felt uneasy. Could it be because of the one-line heavenly poison? Tianyun Tower, the highest floor. Lu Ziyue listened to the report from her subordinates, waved her hand, and her subordinates left. The room was quiet. Father said that Lin Fei has a great background. It should be true. Otherwise, he could easily deal with the one-line heavenly poison that others couldn't. If this spread out, it would cause a huge uproar. The ninth elder of the Qing mansion would probably vomit blood from anger. Lu Ziyue was clear about the movements of the sky demon world. Once she sent someone to investigate, she would know the whole story. Lu Ziyue had to admit that Lin Fei's luck was pretty good. He could encounter trouble wherever he went, even in the Sky Gate sect's mystic realm. The three fallen fourth-step demon sovereigns of the Qing mansion were clearly related to Lin Fei. He has a heaven-defying elixir like experience stones and a mysterious backer. A treasure like the heaven-opening divine gate might also fall into his hands. Lu Ziyue's jade-like fingers tapped on the table. The more she knew about Lin Fei, the more Lu Ziyue felt that Lin Fei was hiding countless secrets. She couldn't wait to unravel them layer by layer. From the first time they met to the current cooperation, Lin Fei was constantly growing. His strength was also increasing. The 3 fourth-step demon sovereigns of the Qing mansion were definitely killed by Lin Fei. Based on Lin Fei's character, she could more or less guess it. This kind of person was decisive in killing and had a great backer. Lu Ziyue could only befriend him. Inform the people below to send all the remaining star stones here. No delay. Lu Ziyue didn't know why Lin Fei was in seclusion, but it was most likely because of the one-line heavenly poison. After all, this poison was notoriously difficult to deal with. The news of Bai Xiaofeng being poisoned spread very quickly. The entire Bai mansion knew very quickly. The Qing mansion brazenly used poison to severely injure Bai Xiaofeng. The upper echelons of the Bai mansion understood that they were targeting Di Tian. The people of the Bai mansion were furious and scolded the Qing mansion for their shameless methods. The two mansions were cursing at each other. The small conflicts between the Bai mansion and the Qing mansion also increased. Di Tian was responsible for Bai Xiaofeng's poisoning. Some people of the Bai mansion were unhappy. In addition, Di Tian didn't return from the Tianyun Inn. It was obvious that he didn't dare to face the Bai mansion. At this moment, someone from the Bai mansion threw a bombshell. The heaven-opening divine gate might be in Di Tian's hands. The upper echelons of the Bai mansion were shocked once again. A minor realm lord actually controlled the heaven-opening divine gate. The 9th elder of the Bai mansion was moved. In their opinion, such a treasure should belong to a virtuous person. Di Tian wasn't that person. Chapter 1319. Bai residence. Father, how can they do this? Hearing the bad news about Lin Fei, Bai Shangyu immediately rushed back, hoping that his father would step in and stop them. The Bai residence's interior was not a single area, but a forest of mountains. Each of the 9 elders had a force under them, and they were never polite when it came to competing for benefits. They could not allow such an important treasure like the heaven-opening divine pass to fall into the hands of outsiders. At the very least, it should be in the hands of the Bai residents. They could use the heaven-opening divine pass to nurture a batch of experts. Because they have an excuse, Bai Luoshan said. Bai Shangyu was furious. Just because little brother was poisoned? If that's the case, then I can tell them that the poison in Little Feng's body has been cured. Bai Luoshan was furious when he heard that his son was poisoned. No matter how useless his son was, he would definitely become a third-step beast emperor in the future. No one would be happy if he was crippled. This was clearly the Qing residence's evil scheme. Being poisoned is just an excuse. The 3 fourth-step beast emperors of the Qing residence should have fallen, and the heaven-opening divine pass has disappeared. The people in the residence suspect that the item is with Di Tian. Bai Luoshan said helplessly, "You should know that the people in the residence will not give up on a treasure like the heaven-opening divine pass." "Father, little brother is fine," Bai Shangyu said. "The poison in his body has been cured by Lin Fei." Bai Luoshan's expression changed, thinking that he had misheard. How is that possible? Line Sky's poison can't be cured by anyone below the third-step beast emperor, unless it's Di Tian. I don't know how to cure it, but the poison in little brother's body has been cured. Bai Shangyu did not wish for the people in the residence to make a move. With this method, Lin Fei must have a great background. I'm afraid that the people in the residence will fail miserably in the end. Bai Luoshan frowned slightly. He did not doubt his daughter's words. If Di Tian had really cured the poison, then things would not be easy to handle. In the myriad worlds, everyone believed that Line Sky's poison couldn't be cured below the third-step beast emperor level. Di Tian's origin was not simple, and he should have a powerful treasure. Bai Luoshan felt gratitude in his heart towards Di Tian. Di Tian had cured his son of the poison. For such a major matter, he was clearer than anyone else that the Di clan wanted to act. Do you think that the people in our residence will suffer greatly in Di Tian's hands? Bai Luoshan asked. Bai Shangyu nodded solemnly. Lin Fei is a world overlord. He has control over his world projection, and is able to open a spatial tunnel that leads directly to the great metropolis heavens. Also, I feel that the 3/4 step demon emperors of the Qing manor should have died in the hands of Lin Fei. You think so too? Bai Luoshan lifted his head and glanced at his daughter. Lung Shan and the rest didn't mention anything about the heaven-opening divine gate. After the interrogation, they went into seclusion. The 3/4 step demonic sovereigns of the Azure Mansion are indeed related to Di Tian. Unfortunately, the elders of the mansion have already made their decision. Although I'm one of the 9 elders, I have no right to change the outcome. Bai Shangyu smiled bitterly. Lin Fei is innately extraordinary. He already has such heaven-defying combat strength at the first step of the immortal emperor realm. I have comprehended an ultimate move, but it's still insufficient to face Lin Fei. He will become even stronger in the future. Bai Luoshan rarely saw his daughter giving such an evaluation of a person. They were of the innate demon race. Their physical bodies were tyrannical. When combined with their sacred arts and secret arts, human experts at the same realm wouldn't be their match. No matter what method Di Tian used to kill a 4th step expert, Bai Luoshan didn't dare to underestimate this young man. Where is Di Tian now? In the Tianyun Tower, Bai Luoshan said. Then go and tell Di Tian to never leave the Tianyun Tower. As long as he doesn't come out of the Tianyun Tower, they won't dare to do anything to Di Tian. Bai Shangyu knew that the mansion was going to act against Lin Fei. Are we really going to do this? Bai Shangyu was very disappointed with the mansion's actions. However, he also knew that his father's actions were correct. The Bai clan wasn't an ordinary force. Everything revolved around benefits. They couldn't just ignore a treasure like the heaven-opening divine pass. Bai Shangyu was a 3rd step demon the Arch, and temporarily couldn't enter the inner circle of the mansion. Even if he suggested something, the people in the mansion wouldn't take it seriously. Father, it's best if our bloodline doesn't get involved, Bai Shangyu said to his father before leaving. I'll consider it. Actually, Bai Shangyu didn't say anything. Lin Fei knew the Tianyun Tower's young lady Lu, and their relationship seemed to be pretty good. Bai Shangyu knew that his father wouldn't believe him if he said this. Lin Fei came from a lower domain and had become a realm lord. In his father's eyes, he didn't think that Lin Fei knew the Tianyun Tower's young lady Lu. It was better not to say it. In any case, his father wouldn't believe it. After Bai Shangyu left, his brows furrowed and relaxed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Di Tian is at least a woman's savior. My bloodline won't get involved in this matter. At worst, I won't get any benefits. Di Tian is in seclusion in the Tianyun Tower? The Bai Residence's 2/4 step experts led the team to the Tianyun Tower. Their intention was simple. They wanted to bring Di Tian back to the Bai Residence. The Bai Residence was afraid that Di Tian would use a realm lord's sacred art. A 1st step immortal emperor had no chance of escaping in front of 2/4 step experts. Hearing that Di Tian was in seclusion in the Tianyun Tower, the 2/4 step experts frowned. Could the news have been leaked? If it was somewhere else, they wouldn't be afraid. They could just take Di Tian away without anyone daring to say a word. However, this was the Tianyun Tower. No one had ever dared to cause trouble in the Tianyun Tower. In the past, a loose 4th step demonic emperor caused trouble in the Tianyun Tower and was killed on the spot. The assailant only used one move to kill the loose 4th step demonic emperor. Wait. The 2 Bai Residence's 4th step experts chose to wait. The Bai Residence's 2/4 step experts moved out. 9th Elder Qing Fu received the news immediately. The Bai Residence is really making a move. Tianqi Divine Pass should be in Di Tian's hands. Elder Qing Fu revealed a smile on his cold face. Continue to send people to watch. Soon our Qing residence will make a move. Everything was in Elder Qing Fu's control. As long as Di Tian resisted, they would have a reason to make a move. In the end, Tianqi Divine Pass would definitely fall into their hands. In less than 50 years, they would be able to suppress the Bai Residence. The Iron Blood Union couldn't wait to get rid of Di Tian to save them trouble. The Qing Residence and Bai Residence are all idiots. Lu Ziyue hadn't left, and her subordinates had been gathering information. When the 2 Bai Residence's 4th step experts entered the Tianyun Tower, Lu Ziyue knew their purpose and revealed a look of disdain. If they wanted to capture Lin Fei, they would regret it sooner or later. I wonder how Lin Fei will deal with this trouble. The Bai Residence alone was enough to cause a headache. After all, the Bai residents had many experts, and there were quite a number of fourth-step experts. Coupled with powerful emperor weapons, it wouldn't be easy for Lin Fei to deal with them. Furthermore, the Qing residence was eyeing them covetously. If the people behind Lin Fei didn't show up, it wouldn't bode well for them. Lu Ziyue didn't intend to interfere. The Tianyun Tower never interfered in anything and only conducted its own business. Lu Ziyue really wanted to know how Lin Fei would deal with this situation. Would he leave? Or, if it was a dangerous situation, Lu Ziyue would also take action. Whether it was the Qing residence or the Bai residence, they would do the Tianyun Tower a favor, and she would be able to maximize the benefits. Why hasn't Lin Fei come out yet? Half a month later, Bai Shangyu had frowned countless times. After returning from that day, Bai Shangyu had wanted to tell Lin Fei about it. Unfortunately, half a month had passed, and Lin Fei still hadn't come out. During this time, Lu Ziyue had given him a storage ring, but Bai Shangyu didn't know what was inside. Sister, could something have happened? Bai Xiaofeng's expression was also ugly. He hadn't expected that the people in the residence would make a move on Brother Lin. It shouldn't be. Even Bai Shangyu wasn't sure. Why don't we wait a little longer? That's the only way. Day after day passed. The stone door of seclusion still hadn't opened. The time had also increased from half a month to more than 20 days. It was almost a month, but Lin Fei's shadow was still nowhere to be seen. The Bai Shangyu siblings became even more worried. Di Tian didn't show himself for almost a month. The Bai clan's two fourth-step experts almost suspected that Di Tian had left. Their divine senses covered the Tianyun Tower day and night. As long as someone came out, they would not be able to escape their eyes. Only then could they confirm that Di Tian had not left. All of a sudden, heaven and earth shook with thunder. The expressions of the two fourth-step Bai clan experts changed, and a terrifying aura enveloped the sky above the Tianyun Tower. This is the Emperor Tribulation. Someone's going through a tribulation. They couldn't imagine that someone would undergo tribulation in the Tianyun Tower. Moreover, the pressure was too terrifying, and the aura was still condensing almost to the point where they couldn't breathe. Could it be the tribulation of a fourth-step expert? On this day, in the sky above the Demon King city, everyone saw a patch of dark clouds. Boundless heavenly might surged majestically, causing everyone's expressions to change. It's the Tianyun Tower. The might of the heavenly Tao is too strong. Let's go. Those who were weaker felt the might of the heavens and were unable to move. The people near the Tianyun Tower all looked horrified. Since when did someone dare to undergo tribulation in the Tianyun Tower? Wasn't this a joke? Was the Tianyun Tower's expert going to undergo tribulation? As soon as the heavenly might appeared, Lu Ziyue, who was in the Tianyun Tower, sensed it, and her expression changed. Someone was bold enough to undergo tribulation in the Tianyun Tower. Miss, the heavenly Tao has locked onto our Tianyun Tower. It seems to come from Di Tian's secret chamber. A white-haired old man appeared next to Lu Ziyue. He had a vigorous aura, and his eyes were like stars. Miss, should we kill the person undergoing tribulation while the heavenly might has not fully locked onto him? Lu Ziyue was shocked that Lin Fei would undergo tribulation at this time. A moment later she understood everything. What a good Lin Fei. In order to save Bai Xiaofeng, he transferred the one-line sky poison to himself. He wants to undergo tribulation himself. Lu Ziyue was a smart woman. She could even come up with such a crazy idea. There's no need. When Lin Fei undergoes tribulation, we'll open the Chaos Grand Array. Lu Ziyue couldn't help but admire Lin Fei. In this situation, he still dared to undergo tribulation, especially with the Bai residents and Qing residents eyeing him covetously. Not many people dared to undergo tribulation in the Demon King city. Chapter 1320. Thick heavenly might shrouded the Tianyun Tower. The entire Fei imperial city was alarmed. Usually, experts who underwent the immortal emperor tribulation would choose to do it outside the Fei imperial city, and there would be experts from the family to ensure that nothing would go wrong. They did not have to worry about being ambushed after the tribulation. However, almost no one dared to undergo the tribulation in the Fei imperial city. The impact was too great. Even if they succeeded, they would be surrounded by the major forces. Under the heavenly might, they were all like ants and countless people would die. In addition, the entire Fey Imperial City was guarded by experts, which created an invisible resistance that increased the difficulty of the tribulation. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would undergo the tribulation. Today, someone was undergoing the tribulation in the Fey Imperial City, and the location was the Tianyun Tower. This made the forces of the Fey Imperial City restless. To dare undergo the tribulation in the Fey Imperial City, it must be an expert from the Tianyun Tower, or even an expert from the Tianyun Tower. This was a major event that had a great impact on them. By residents. In a secluded courtyard, everything exuded a quiet and peaceful aura. A person stood in the courtyard. He was dressed in white and looked to be less than 20 years old. He just stood there quietly, blending into the world. He was clearly in front of them, but it was as if he was countless spaces away. He was looking at the Tianyun Tower. Such a powerful heavenly might. The Tianyun Tower is indeed powerful. No wonder Miss Lu Ziyue would personally come to the Sky Fey world. Could it be for this? The youth in white frowned. If the big shots of the Fey Imperial City were here, they would definitely recognize that this youth was none other than the Bai residences by Qingshan. If that's the case, then it's really interesting. Qing residence. The current residence master, Qing Yuming, also looked in the direction of the Tianyun Tower with a trace of confusion in his eyes. What is Lu Ziyue doing? Why would someone undergo the tribulation for no reason? And she even did it in the Fey Imperial City. Doesn't she know that it will cause public outrage? Qing Yuming looked much older than Bai Qingshan. He was not as lively as the youth in white, but had a more gloomy and cold aura. The Tianyun Tower was a huge force, the #1 merchant association in the universe. Because the Tianyun Tower did not interfere with the Tianyun Tower's affairs, it focused on running its own business. Coupled with its mysterious power, it was unknown how many experts it had secretly gathered. No force dared to go against the Tianyun Tower. In terms of money, no one could compare to the Tianyun Tower. To be able to become the #1 chamber of commerce, its foundation was unimaginable. Someone was going through a tribulation in the Tianyun Tower, but Qing Yuming, the palace master, merely frowned. City Lord. An expert from the Tianyun Tower is preparing to undergo the tribulation. Looking at the pressure of the heavenly Tao, the person undergoing the tribulation is at least a 3rd-step demon the Arch, maybe even a 4th-step demon the Arch. Demon Monarch Bu, should we activate the formation? In the center of the Demon King City there was a tall palace. This was the Demon King Palace. In every Demon King City there would be a Demon King Hall. The Demon King Hall's Bugue Manor Lord was someone personally arranged by the Realm Lord. Everyone understood that this was where the Realm Lord maintained his strength. Another use was to monitor and suppress them. Someone in the Tianyun Tower was undergoing a tribulation, which alarmed the Demon King City's City Lord. Not at the moment. If we don't activate the formation, I'm afraid Demon Imperial City won't be able to protect itself, the Deputy City Lord said worriedly. Everyone knew about the disaster that would come with transcending the tribulation. Due to the pressure of the heavenly Tao today, most of the buildings in the Demon King City would be destroyed, and almost all of them would be razed to the ground. It was unknown how many people would die. The Tianyun Tower should know what to do. The City Lord did not change his mind. He looked down in the direction of the Tianyun Tower with a pensive look. Boom boom, the Tianyun Tower shook. A figure soared into the sky and appeared outside the Tianyun Tower, turning into a black shadow as it tore through the air. A speed that surpasses the limits of the heavenly Tao. As soon as the black shadow moved, all the major forces paid close attention to it. It was not difficult for anyone to cultivate to this level as long as they had the opportunity. However, there was a certain degree of difficulty in breaking through to the next level. As soon as the black shadow appeared, its speed surpassed the limits of the heavenly Tao. It was clear that this person was extraordinary. It was unknown where the Tianyun Pavilion had recruited such an expert. Miss Lin Fei has left. A hint of surprise flashed through the white-haired old man's eyes. At least he has a bit of conscience. Lu Ziyue smiled faintly. She turned around and tore open the void, chasing after him. The white-haired old man also stepped into the void. Lu Ziyue was the first to leave. Let's chase after them. Bai Shangyu and Bai Xiaofeng were the first to know that Lin Fei had left, So they chased after him without any hesitation. The black shadow moved. The heavenly Tao's pressure changed direction. The experts of the Demon King city heaved a long sigh of relief as if they had been granted amnesty. How terrifying, I can't breathe under the pressure. If I don't leave, I will be crushed to the ground. These experts had lingering fears. The heavenly Tao's pressure was not something that anyone could resist. Isn't it just transcending the tribulation? You sure are fast. The black shadow that tore through the air was none other than Lin Fei. In more than 20 days, he had successfully exchanged all the star stones and obtained a large number of supreme grade points. Lin Fei had instantly become a big boss, rich and overbearing. Wind Cloud Tyrant Body, Golden Body Level 10, and various other immortal physiques. Lin Fei did not even blink as he exchanged for them to cultivate. Compared to experience pills, the quick form elixir was much more convenient. In the past 20 days, aside from taking elixirs, Lin Fei had been fusing with the divine bodies. Every time he fused with a divine body, his fleshly body would grow slightly stronger. Even Lin Fei himself had no idea how strong his fleshly body had become. Very, very strong. This was Lin Fei's evaluation of himself. Alright, I'll forget about this place. On a mountain range a million miles away from the Demon King city, Lin Fei was not leaving. The heavenly Tao's pressure locked onto Lin Fei like a needle. The destructive power continued to gather. Everyone a million miles away frowned. The Tianyun Tower's expert transcending the tribulation still attracted many people's attention. It was rare to transcend the tribulation in such an open and above-board manner. For the demon the Arch who was preparing to transcend the tribulation, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity to observe from a close distance. When some people caught up, they swept with their divine senses and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. First step Immortal Emperor? It's a human brat. The difficulty of this tribulation is too high. Interesting. It's a human brat preparing to transcend the tribulation. Even Lady Lu is here. These people scanned with their divine senses and saw through the black-robed man's cultivation realm. All of them were dumbfounded. Such a huge formation, it turned out that he was only a first-step Immortal Emperor. No, this person was a heaven-defying Immortal Emperor. After a moment of doubt, they understood that the other party's background was not simple. At such a young age, he was able to cause such a huge formation to transcend the tribulation. He must be a heaven-defying Immortal Emperor. Lady, this kid is very strong. Lu Ziyue stopped in the sky. The white-haired elder beside her took a glance and said emotionally, "You think so too?" The white-haired elder nodded. Very strong. From a first-step Immortal Emperor to a second-step Immortal Emperor, the heavenly Tao's pressure is already so strong. I'm afraid the next 2 steps will be thousands of times more difficult. However, once he becomes a fourth-step Immortal Emperor and steps into that realm, he will definitely dominate among the fourth-step Immortal Emperors. He might even dominate a region. Chapter 1321. Lu Ziyue was quite surprised that this white-haired elder had such a high evaluation of Lin Fei. Outsiders might not know the white-haired elder's background, but Lu Ziyue knew very well that this white-haired elder was not from the Tianyun Tower, but was recruited from outside. He usually guarded the Tianyun Tower in the Skyfey world, and his strength was unfathomable. Ordinary fourth-step experts could not even withstand one move from this white-haired elder, and would be turned into dregs. The white-haired elder would only take action if it was a very important matter, and he rarely showed himself. He appeared today because of Lady Lu and the appearance of the heavenly Tao's pressure, transcending the tribulation to become a second-step immortal sovereign, just as I expected. Bai Shangyu caught up, and after seeing Lin Fei's face, he knew what was going on. It turned out that Lin Fei had transferred Bai Xiaofeng's one-line heavenly poison to him. Wouldn't it be even more difficult to become a sovereign now? Could it be that he had to do it twice in one go? In the entire universe except for a few people who could do it, no one else could. Bai Shangyu frowned, and his face was filled with worry. They are here. Bai Xiaofeng gave his sister a look. The 2 fourth-step experts of the Bai residence caught up. What should we do? Bai Xiaofeng asked anxiously. Lin Fei is preparing to transcend the tribulation, and the people in the residence will not dare to make a move now. Bai Shangyu said softly, we can only take it one step at a time. The two fourth-step experts of the Bai residence had ugly expressions. Both of them were fourth-step demon sovereigns, but they could not catch up to a human brat. There was a gap between them, and they could only watch helplessly as the human ran away. So this brat is Dition, we almost fell for it. Unfortunately, we missed the best chance to make a move. The heavenly Tao's pressure is so terrifying, Dition will die in less than half of it. After noticing Bai Shangyu, the two realized who the black figure was, and they felt a wave of regret. If Dition has the heavenly opening divine gate, this treasure will definitely be preserved once he dies. And we will just have to make a move to snatch it. This is a good idea. But we have to be careful of the Qing residence's interference. The two of them immediately had an idea. A puny first-step immortal sovereign dares to undergo the tribulation at this time? He's simply courting death. So what if he's a second-step immortal sovereign? The result is already decided. Ninth Elder Qing Fu had personally come. Last time he returned empty-handed, which made him very unhappy. Knowing that Dition was undergoing his tribulation, he didn't hesitate to bring his men over. The Qingfu Ninth Elder had always believed that the Divine Awakening heavenly treasure was in Dition's hands. There were also rumors in the Bai residence that the treasure wasn't in the Bai residence. This time, I believe that a treasure like the heaven-opening divine gate will definitely fall into this elder's hands. Ha ha ha. The heavenly thunder had not yet arrived, but the pressure of the heavenly Tao made it hard for everyone to breathe. Everyone below the fourth step felt a great pressure. Needless to say, everyone knew how dangerous it was. Elder Qing Fu was very calm. No matter how heaven-defying he was still going to die under the heavenly lightning. He's here. Rumble. With a loud bang, a heavenly lightning bolt as thick as a bucket struck towards Lin Fei. The people a million miles away shook, and many fell from the sky. Others were pale and on the verge of collapsing. If it weren't for the people next to them helping them, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. It's too terrifying. This heavenly thunder can kill a third-step expert. The power of the heavenly thunder was far beyond their imagination. Was this the heavenly thunder of a heaven-defying celestial emperor? It was simply fatal. The guy in black shouldn't be able to block it. Many people thought so. You must block it. Bai Shangyu's body shook and she looked horrified. In the face of the heavenly thunder, Lin Fei didn't do anything. A normal person would definitely take out a treasure to block the heavenly thunder. Was he scared out of his wits? Other than this explanation, they really couldn't think of any other reason. Boom! The heavenly thunder struck Lin Fei's body. Whoosh, the lightning swam up and down, and the destructive aura instantly drowned Lin Fei. Heavenly Tao, are you tickling me? Suddenly, the lightning dissipated, and Lin Fei's disdainful voice was heard. It sounded like he didn't care about the heavenly thunder. He used his body to block the first heavenly thunder? Many people were secretly shocked. This level of heavenly thunder contained destructive power, and it wasn't an ordinary heavenly thunder. Even a fourth-step beast the Arch had to carefully take out a treasure, and no one would block it with their body like Dition did. This guy is really crazy. Yeah, does he really think his body is invincible, and he can block 999 heavenly thunder? Someone immediately said, "You really don't know? Or are you pretending to not know? I heard that when this guy became a great emperor for the first time, he blocked the first heavenly thunder with his body. Looks like he's going to do it again. How is that possible?" Boom! The second heavenly thunder struck. Lin Fei still didn't dodge. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed the power of the heavenly thunder. He blocked the second one. Boom! Boom! The heavenly Tao seemed to be angry that someone dared to ignore its power. Dark clouds kept gathering, and waves of terrible heavenly thunder were condensed. Not good. Come faster. Lin Fei, who was under the heavenly thunder, withstood 30 heavenly thunder. His not-so-muscular body didn't have a single injury, and he was like a god that ignored everything. Awesome! The eyes of those who had doubts lit up at this moment. What kind of body was this? And it was so ridiculously powerful. This was heavenly thunder. Boom! Boom! Heavenly thunder struck continuously, and the onlookers returned to the Beast Imperial City from millions of miles away. The destructive aura made them serious. That guy is really abnormal. That's already 200 heavenly thunder. His body is fine. Everyone in the Beast Imperial City was watching the heavenly thunder. At first, no one believed that it was true, especially the younger generation. They did not believe that it was possible to withstand 200 bolts of sky lightning with just one's physical body without the help of any external objects. They all paid attention to it. What they saw scared them to the point of peeing. They really didn't know if they didn't see it, but they were shocked when they saw it. Where did this Dition come from? And his body was so strong that the heavenly thunder felt like it was tickling him. I'm really convinced this time. It's already 300 heavenly thunder. The heavenly thunder was fierce, and each one was stronger than the one before. Looking at Dition, he looked calm and indifferent. There were very few people who could ignore the heavenly Tao to this extent. The faces of those from the Bai residence and Qing residence became more and more unsightly. This Dition was really a freak and he didn't die. Maybe all the heavenly thunder wouldn't even hurt a hair on his body. 300 heavenly thunder. 400 heavenly thunder. 500 heavenly thunder. 800 heavenly thunder. Their faces became darker and darker, and they were the same color as coal. Especially the ninth elder, Qing Fu, whose face was as red as a pig's liver, and his eyes were about to pop out. He stared at Dition, who was under the heavenly thunder, and roared in his heart. Is this still heavenly thunder? How can there be such a body? The ninth elder was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He actually encountered such a thing. The happiest one was Lu Ziyue, and the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Senior Gua, do you know what kind of body that kid cultivates? Lu Ziyue was happy, but she was also shocked that Lin Fei's body was able to block 800 heavenly thunder consecutively, and he seemed to be completely fine. She couldn't recognize what kind of body it was. The white-haired elder's evaluation was very high. At this point, if he were to evaluate this kid again, he would probably only say one word: what a freak. I recognize 3 body-refining bodies. The white-haired elder's eyes were like torches. One of them should be the famous chaotic body, and the other 2 are the wind cloud tyrant body and the golden undying indestructible divine body. He has cultivated them to the great accomplishment realm. Chaotic body? How is this possible? Lu Ziyue was very clear about how terrifying this body was. Countless people wanted to cultivate it, but until now there was almost no one who had cultivated it to the great accomplishment realm. It is indeed unbelievable, the white-haired elder said. I can't see through it, I really can't see through it. The chaotic body is already scary enough, and he has cultivated 2 divine bodies. Not only that, he has perfectly fused them together, and there is no distinction between them. This is the most amazing thing. Perfect fusion? Lu Ziyue covered her small mouth. This is too terrifying. A divine body at the great accomplishment realm was already amazing enough. Now that he had cultivated 3 divine body cultivation techniques to the great accomplishment realm, no matter how talented he was, he couldn't cultivate them in such a short time. The white-haired elder said solemnly, Miss, this person must be roped in. We can't do anything to him, and we can't offend him either. This level of heavenly thunder can't do anything to him. Apart from suppressing him, no one can kill him. He has cultivated no less than 20 divine bodies, and all of them have perfectly fused together. His body's defense is already invincible. The white-haired elder didn't lie. After living for 2 chaos years, this was the first time he had seen such a freak. Lu Ziyue wasn't the only one who was shocked. Bai Shangyu looked at Lin Fei under the heavenly thunder, and his eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. He thought to himself, so he has been giving way to me all along. With his invincible body, who in the world can be his opponent? Heavenly thunder, one more ferocious than the other, struck down. Lin Fei didn't know what they were thinking. He was enjoying the heavenly thunder's divine might. My body should have reached the realm of invincible body. The heavenly thunder's power increased, but Lin Fei didn't feel much. A layer of invisible power swam around his body, easily blocking all the destructive power. 950. 960. 970. The heavenly thunder became faster and faster, as if it hated the guy below. Lin Fei, who had an invincible body, ignored it. Rumble. The last purple heavenly thunder struck down, and the world was covered in purple. The heavenly thunder has appeared. The expressions of the big shots of Demon Imperial City changed. The heavenly Tao doesn't allow this person to live. Purple heavenly thunder, it hasn't appeared in 3 chaos years. When this purple heavenly thunder appeared, even the bodies of the 4-step powerhouses trembled. The invisible power suppressed the space, and they couldn't move even if they wanted to. In front of this heavenly thunder, they felt how insignificant they were. Heavenly Tao, you are jealous that I am stronger than you. Lin Fei was in a purple world, and he was the only person left in the entire world. Chapter 1322. Detian. Let's see where you can run to this time. The sword intent slashed across the sky like a long rainbow, resplendent and resplendent. Sword Immortal by D wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He had already seen the situation in front of him and immediately released his sword intent, determined to make Detian stay. Lin Fei punched at the cold aura. Although the cold aura was bone-chilling, it didn't affect him too much. He could still endure it. The closer he got to the ice-blue demonic beast, the colder it got. The distance between the ice-blue demonic beast and Lin Fei quickly shortened. Lin Fei's 3-headed and 6-armed physique expanded, and his arms slapped the ice-blue demonic beast. The power of this palm was enough to make even a 4th-step expert not dare to underestimate it. When it hit the ice-blue demonic beast, it was like hitting a 10,000-year-old iceberg. I'm fine. Lin Fei's scalp went numb. He wasn't afraid of the sword intent or the ancient divine power. The ice-blue demonic beast was so terrifying. The remaining ice-blue demonic beasts became even more frenzied, constantly spewing out cold aura. The cold aura turned ice-blue, as though he was bathing in an ice-blue ocean. Lin Fei's body was covered in frost. He was like an iceman. Boom! Lin Fei relied on his invincible body to constantly attack one of the ice-blue demonic beasts. After more than 100 punches, the ice-blue demonic beast suddenly exploded, and an ice-blue aura blew over. After the ice-blue demonic beast exploded, it left behind an ice-blue bead that spun and emitted cold aura. Lin Fei didn't care about anything else and directly went to collect the ice-blue bead. When he grabbed it, cold aura instantly rushed over, and his palm felt cold temporarily. What a terrifying bead. Lin Fei hurriedly kept it and used the heaven and earth smelt to suppress it. He didn't dare to touch it anymore. If it was a 3rd-step expert just now, he would have definitely been frozen into an iceman by the ice-blue bead and died on the spot. Lin Fei's body had reached the invincible body realm, and he was barely able to block it. Again, after more than 100 punches killed an ice-blue demonic beast, Lin Fei's speed became even faster, and he continuously attacked the ice-blue demonic beasts. Sword Immortal White Emperor, who was behind, was even faster. One could vaguely see a human figure. When his sword intent entered the attacking range, it would be frozen by the ice-blue cold aura, and it didn't cause much trouble for Lin Fei. After Lin Fei killed 3 ice-blue demonic beasts, Sword Immortal White Emperor finally caught up. His massacring sword intent soared into the sky, and he locked onto Lin Fei. Detian die. The massacring sword intent transformed into a 10,000-foot-long black longsword, and it slashed down at Lin Fei. Everywhere the longsword passed, the cold aura turned to dust. Lin Fei didn't dodge and took the blow head-on. A white mark was left on his back, and it was quickly covered in frost. Sword Immortal White Emperor didn't expect to injure Detian with one blow, and he slashed out forcefully. His entire body exploded, and his sword intent destroyed the cold aura, and he got closer and closer to Detian. Once he entered the range of the cold aura made Sword Immortal White Emperor frown. It was extremely cold. A few of the ice-blue demonic beasts immediately attacked. Sword Immortal White Emperor was used to being domineering, and he didn't think much of it. When his sword landed on the ice-blue demonic beasts, it was disintegrated by the cold aura, and his expression changed. Seeing this, Lin Fei smiled. Old thing, your sword intent is useless now, right? Sword Immortal White Emperor indeed didn't think much of the ice-blue demonic beasts at first. His pride as the #1 Sword Immortal made him think nothing of it. It was only after he started attacking that his expression changed. The ice-blue demonic beasts were too difficult to deal with. Their physical bodies weren't afraid of attacks, and they could release a terrifying cold aura. They were as strong as a 4th-step expert. Sword Immortal White Emperor regretted coming in. If he had known this would happen, he would have waited outside for Dition to attack the ice blue demonic beasts. All he had to do was wait outside. A few ice blue demonic beasts surrounded him, and they weren't afraid of the sword intent. Sword Immortal White Emperor was immediately troubled. If he had the chance, Sword Immortal White Emperor wouldn't have come in even if he was beaten to death. Don't be too proud. I don't think you're in a good situation either. Sword Immortal White Emperor snorted coldly. They weren't far away, but with the ice blue demonic beasts blocking their way, he couldn't do anything to Dition. This made Sword Immortal White Emperor very unhappy. Lin Fei was purposely provoking Sword Immortal White Emperor. With the ice blue demonic beasts blocking the way, Sword Immortal White Emperor really couldn't do anything to him for a while. Lin Fei attacked even harder, but he still managed to carve out a path of blood. Old thing, I'll make a move first. After killing the last ice blue demonic beast in front of him, Lin Fei broke free. He took out black flowing wind and activated it, leaving behind a stream of light. Damn it! Sword Immortal White Emperor's sword intent was strong, but he couldn't kill the ice blue demonic beasts in a short time. He could only watch as Dition left, but he couldn't stop him. Pung pung pung. The ice blue demonic beasts all trembled as they were struck by the massacre sword intent. For the time being, Sword Immortal White Emperor was left behind. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't a good thing to have such a person behind him. After leaving the ice blue demonic beasts, Lin Fei became even more careful. But not long after, he met another group of ice blue demonic beasts. There were about 40 to 50 of them. This time, Lin Fei didn't dare to fight them, so he chose to leave in another direction. Why are there so many ice blue demonic beasts? As he continued forward, Lin Fei frowned. There were more and more ice blue demonic beasts, from the initial tens to hundreds. Seeing more than 100 ice blue demonic beasts, Lin Fei's scalp went numb. He could feel the cold air from their bodies from afar. At first, Lin Fei had the attitude of avoiding them. As the number of ice blue demonic beasts increased, he had no choice but to go forward and fight them. This fight lasted for half a month. Every day, Lin Fei fought with the ice blue demonic beasts. As he went deeper, the ice blue demonic beasts started to grow in size, and the cold air they released became more terrifying. They could use the cold air to turn into ice and attack from a distance. After half a month, Lin Fei's expression became fatigued. Bang! Another ice blue demonic beast was forced to retreat. Lin Fei took the opportunity to charge over and break through a blockade. Since 10 days ago, the number of ice blue demonic beasts had increased, and they were getting stronger. As Lin Fei charged over, a dense group of ice blue demonic beasts chased after him. There were at least 10,000 of them, which was equivalent to 10,000 fourth-step experts. Faced with such a situation, Lin Fei could only flee. If this continues, the situation will not be good. Lin Fei's brows furrowed. Once he was surrounded by 10,000 ice blue demonic beasts, it would not be easy to escape. The ice blue demonic beasts were not slow, and they kept following behind. Lin Fei could only fly forward. He did not know how far he had flown, but he was at least 2 to 3 billion miles away. Lin Fei suddenly realized that the ice blue demonic beasts did not chase after him. Instead, they stopped outside and were filled with anger. Why aren't they chasing after me? Lin Fei subconsciously stopped to observe. After observing for a long time, he realized that the ice blue demonic beasts did not chase after him. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. No matter why they did not chase after him, at least he was safe now. Lin Fei turned and flew forward. After flying for hundreds of millions of miles, Lin Fei's body suddenly trembled. He saw a strange scene that made him somewhat incredulous. A gigantic corpse floated in the air. Chapter 1323. P.S. Something unexpected happened today. I will start writing tomorrow morning. The big shots in Demon King City had their eyes open today. At first, the big shots didn't care. Tianyun Building did business and didn't interfere in other things. They weren't happy that someone attracted lightning in Demon King City. They had to give them face. Miss Lu was personally overseeing Tianyun Building. As the other party became a great emperor, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. They also found out about Dition's background. Sky Demon Realm was a great world. It was easy for the big shots to find out about a person's background. Moreover, Dition didn't hide his identity. The big shots soon found out about this person. At the same time, they were shocked. Could there be a relationship between Dition and Tianyun building? Guesses were guesses. They started to take Dition seriously. After withstanding 998 bolts of heavenly lightning with his physical body, everyone was already astonished by Dition. When the last bolt of purple lightning appeared, everyone was shocked. Helplessness was written all over their faces. Purple heavens might divine lightning. This was something that only fourth-step experts would appear. Purple heavens might divine lightning was the most difficult to block. Once it was blocked, the benefits were unimaginable. This final scene was something that no one had expected. Killing move. Killing move. If they weren't fully prepared, they didn't think they could survive. The world was filled with terror. The divine lightning struck down like an angry giant. Lin Fei soared into the sky. Lightning appeared on his strong body, leaving a scar on his invincible body. I have fused with 21 divine bodies. The lightning just now couldn't hurt me. This purple lightning is indeed not simple. After fusing with 21 great divine bodies, Lin Fei was more satisfied than anyone else with such a level of physical defense. Explode for me. Lin Fei faced the purple lightning. He instantly turned into a giant that was 100,000 feet tall. He stepped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He punched the purple lightning with a sonorous sound. The ancient divine power rushed out, and the destructive power collided with the purple lightning. Boom! An incomparably terrifying power swept in all directions. Facing this punch, there was only one word left in everyone's mind. Terrifying. His small body contained a shocking amount of power. Ancient divine power. The white-haired old man beside Lu Ziyue couldn't help but exclaim as if he had seen something inconceivable. That punch just now contained the power of an ancient god? Others might not know how powerful the ancient god force was, but Lu Ziyue was very clear about it. The ancient god force was a terrifying force. Immortal force, demonic force, and Tao force were innately weaker. In this world, very few people were able to successfully cultivate the ancient divine power. It was too difficult to increase one's godly power. There were many heaven-defying experts with outstanding talents, but when they reached the final step of their cultivation, their corporeal body had reached its limit. They were unable to break through the bottleneck of their corporeal body, resulting in their divine energy being unable to revert back to its original state. In the end, they failed at the verge of success. Who would have thought that I would see the ancient divine power again in my lifetime? The white-haired old man sighed. The important figures who were paying attention to the fight saw how extraordinary this punch was, and their expressions changed as well. Hua hua hua. Above Demon King City, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, blocking the incoming power. Demon King City's array formation had been activated to defend against this threat. Another heaven-defying expert has appeared in the human race. In the Demon King Palace, the city lord's eyes flashed with a hint of worry. He knew very well what the appearance of the purple heavenly thunder meant. Heavenly demon world on a holy mountain. Demonic aura permeated the place, manifesting thousands of fey beasts. On the holy mountain, under a hexagonal pavilion, two people were sitting opposite each other. One of them was a youth with a black horn at his glabella. Opposite him was a gray-robed old man. Brother Sky Demon, there are endless human experts. Our days won't be easy for us, Fae. The gray-robed man sighed. To be able to cultivate the vanished ancient god force, this human is not simple. The black-horned youth said calmly. In primordial times, humans were the most numerous and the weakest. They were unable to fend off thousands of humans. There will always be geniuses among the billions of humans. As for us, Fae, what do you think of this person? His talent is extraordinary. He managed to withstand the purple heaven might divine lightning with his weak body. His future accomplishments will not be inferior to ours. This person has a Fae aura, said the gray-robed man. Perhaps Azure Dragon bloodline? A strange look flashed in the black-horned youth's eyes. It's very thin, but ultimately, ka. The purple heavenly thunder's remaining might was unable to withstand the terror of the ancient god force as it constantly exploded. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Lin Fei waved his hand. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers flew out like a huge blue river and wrapped around the purple heavenly thunder. Absorb. After blocking the purple heavenly thunder, Lin Fei immediately took out 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers to absorb the purple heavenly thunder. The purple heavenly thunder was entangled by 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The heavenly thunder kept attacking 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers was refined using supreme-grade materials. When the illusionary realm within the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers collapsed, it did not affect the main body of the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. No wonder there are so few treasures that can support heaven's might. The purple heavenly thunder is indeed not easy to block. Lin Fei's body emitted a burnt smell and was filled with cracks. If he did not cultivate the 21 divine bodies, the purple heavenly thunder would have blown him into pieces. Within 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, streaks of purple heavenly thunder appeared. They were like small snakes swimming around 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The purple heavenly thunder was constantly being absorbed by 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Lin Fei was no longer a rookie. The moment the purple heavenly thunder appeared, he realized how precious it was. The purple heavenly thunder only needed to block the first wave of attacks. I wonder how much heaven's might it can absorb. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers originally had a very faint aura. As the purple heavenly thunder was absorbed, 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers' grade increased. Traces of heaven's might began to form. The heaven's might gradually expanded. Everyone in Demon King City opened their eyes wide. Another divine weapon of heaven's might is going to appear. I wonder how much heaven's might it can absorb. The big shots immediately knew what the other party was doing. This was increasing the grade of the treasure. To be able to withstand the purple heavenly thunder, 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers material was definitely not ordinary. If possible, they would have gone up themselves. With the heavenly might supporting the divine sword, who could block this heavenly might? They did not dare. As long as they dared to go up, the heaven's might would lock onto them and they would end up in a miserable state. Even if they did not die, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Back then, someone had tried to fight for the purple heavenly thunder. The result was obvious. Lin Fei himself was more surprised than anyone else. The purple heavenly thunder contained a terrifying heaven's might. The heaven's might almost tore his body apart. Fortunately, Lin Fei had fused the 21 divine physiques, and each of them was at the large success stage. He transformed into a giant, stepping on the ground and communicating with the power of the earth. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers quickly absorbed the purple heavenly thunder, but there was still a lot that dissipated in the air. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers appeared in his hand. A surge of heaven's might filled the surroundings and extended outwards. It only stopped after reaching 100,000 miles. It's indeed terrifying. Within 100,000 miles, there's the support of heaven's might. It's equivalent to a terrifying domain. Lin Fei's heart stirred. He knew the wonders of heaven's might. Boom! Lin Fei did not have time to study it properly. Above the heavenly Tao, a black door flew out. It ignored the 10 layers of void and smashed onto Lin Fei's towering body like an endless mountain. Gotcha! Chapter 1324. Pung pung pung. A black door suddenly appeared and pressed down. The terrifying pressure once again caused everyone to feel great fear. Even the purple lightning couldn't shake Ditian's body. Who would have thought that a black door would appear with such terrifying power and crack Ditian's body? This is the gate of life and death. Immortal Emperor Life-Death. Ranked 80th among the top 100 immortal emperors. The big shots were shocked. The heavenly Tao formed the gate of life and death of Immortal Emperor Life and Death. Rumor has it that once the gate of life and death appeared, life and death could be decided with a single thought. Ditian is in trouble. The gate of life and death appeared in the sky, leaving only a black door in the world. So painful. Lin Fei's body was invincible, but after being suppressed by the gate of life and death, he felt pain all over his body and felt like it was about to fall apart. The gate of life and death pressed down again. Isn't it just a heavenly Tao treasure formed by the heavenly Tao? Let's see who's sturdier. Lin Fei's eyes shot out endless fighting spirit. 6 arms slapped the gate of life and death. Pung pung pung. 6 consecutive slaps on the gate of life and death. The savagery in Lin Fei's bones was revealed. His 6 arms were fast and ferocious. The people on the Demon King City couldn't even see the traces clearly. They felt the world tremble wave after wave. This was a speed that surpassed the limits of the heavenly Tao. In a short moment, Lin Fei had slapped more than 1,000 times. The gate of life and death was forcefully blocked. The heavenly Tao treasure, the gate of life and death, represented the heavenly Tao. It was blocked by a mere immortal's body. The black door was pushed open by a force. Whoosh, black light flowed down like water. Death energy. Endless death energy. Once the death energy appeared, everything within 1,000,000 miles turned into a barren desert. The gate of life and death's terrifying killer move. Lin Fei was the first to bear the brunt. Endless death energy swept past. His body, which was originally covered in wounds, was corroded. In the blink of an eye, only a white skeleton was left standing between heaven and earth. The gate of life and death is too terrifying. Ditian's body was destroyed. Endless death chi wrapped around the white bones, wanting to destroy them completely. As long as the white bones were destroyed, no matter how powerful a person was, they would be doomed to die in the underworld, consigned to eternal damnation. Heavenly Tao, you can't do it. The skeleton giant reared its head back and laughed. Its bones creaked, filled with disdain and mockery. Golden light erupted from the skeleton giant. The corroded flesh on his body regrew, perfectly covering his body. The black deathly aura was pushed back. Lin Fei, who had recovered his physical body, had a divine sword in his hand. He slashed forward and a formless sword light swept across the black door. What a stunning strike! Crack, the black door was actually split open by a single sword strike, completely disappearing before his eyes. The pressure of the heavenly law dissipated, and immortal light descended from the sky. Ha ha ha! Lin Fei laughed heartily. He opened his mouth and sucked in the immortal light of the myriad layers immortal realm into his body. Boundless immortal light poured into his body continuously. Lin Fei, who was originally 100,000 zhang tall, continued to grow. In an instant, he broke through 100,000 zhang tall. He was like a large black ball, round and full of energy. This feels so good. Who knew how many experts were stimulated by this one breath? The immortal light, which contained terrifying energy, was sucked dry just like that. This is the pure energy rewarded by the heavenly law. If we can refine it, our strength will definitely increase greatly. How can a mere human kid be qualified to enjoy it? In the demon Monarch city, an arrogant 4-step demon, the Arch, charged out. Kill. That's right. This human kid isn't qualified to enjoy it. Many people were envious. They had predicted that Ditian would not have much strength left after the heavenly tribulation. They deserved to divide the pure energy in his body. There were more than 10 4th-step martial artists attacking. More than 10 secret techniques and divine abilities shone brightly, reflecting the demon Monarch city red. They attacked the 100,000 zhang tall Lin Fei. You are courting death. The 100,000 zhang tall Lin Fei's eyes shot out a cold light, and then he sneered. Boom! 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 Lin Fei's aura was fully released again. The heavenly law, which had dissipated long ago, descended on Lin Fei's head again. This time it was even faster than the last time. Rumble! Dozens of heavenly lightning bolts rolled down. This time, the heavenly lightning's target was not Lin Fei, but the dozen 4-step experts. Emperor Tribulation. Oh no, we were tricked. They all charged toward Lin Fei. In midair, the heavenly lightning struck down and struck them. The terrifying power of the heavenly lightning struck their bodies, and the pain made their minds go blank. When they looked at the dark clouds, their hearts were shattered. They were tricked. Boom! Boom! The heavenly lightning struck again. They became the target again, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone, this feels good, right? The 300,000-meter-tall Lin Fei strode towards them. With one step, he appeared in front of them and looked down at the 4-step cultivators below. As Lin Fei moved, the heavenly lightning was densely packed. The bodies of the 4-step experts trembled. They no longer had smiles on their faces, and they were filled with regret. Ditian, you will die a horrible death. You are too shameless. The dignified 4-step experts turned pale. Not only did they have to resist the heavenly lightning, but they also had to deal with the attacks of the heavenly might. They didn't have a chance to escape. Lin Fei chuckled. You can't blame me for being greedy. You can only blame your bad luck. I will send you to hell. How dare you? A four-step expert was enraged. Lin Fei mischievously laughed as he slammed his palm towards that person. This palm was like a boundless mountain, and it was smashed into pieces. His other palm slammed towards another fourth-step expert, and he was also smashed into pieces. A four-step demon the Arch was dead. Two four-step demon Thearchs were dead. The 100,000 zhang tall Lin Fei killed the dozen four-step demon Thearchs in front of the big shots of the demon imperial city. He didn't give any face to the experts of the heaven demon world. The death of the dozen four-step demon Thearchs made everyone's scalp go numb. Ditian's methods were outrageous and brutal. Rumble. The thick heavenly lightning struck on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei's body shook lightly and returned to normal. So cool. A portion of the immortal light in his body was refined. This human kid is too cunning. He is too sick. He just became a second-step immortal sovereign and he immediately became a third-step immortal sovereign. What a joke. This has never happened in our heaven demon world before. After killing more than a dozen four-step demon Thearchs, most people regarded Ditian as a person they couldn't afford to offend. Those experts who were planning to attack immediately gave up and didn't dare to attack. They were glad that they were one step slower. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The item was good, but they didn't have the courage to go against a monster like Ditian. Ditian killed a four-step demon the Arch without any hesitation. A second-step immortal sovereign could kill a four-step demon the Arch. They didn't have the qualifications to look down on Ditian. They were lucky that Ditian didn't kill them. The people of Qing residence and by residence changed their expressions. How did things turn out like this? Not good. Not good. Chapter 1325. This human kid is interesting. On the sacred mountain the two bigwigs laughed. The black-horned young man nodded. It's indeed interesting. He just became a second-step immortal sovereign and he's going to become a sovereign again. He must be using the heavenly lightning to refine the immortal light in his body. It's not a bad idea. When he becomes a third-step immortal emperor, the human race will have another heaven-defying immortal emperor. Apart from the powerful fourth-step immortal emperors, the human race will also have an important ranking on the reputation list. The gray-robed elder said. The black-horned youth did not refute this. Then he must become a third-step immortal emperor. That's right, it's not like there aren't people who manage to achieve the martial monarch realm consecutively in the myriad heavens. In the past, the ruler of the immortal court also achieved the martial monarch realm consecutively. In the end, he suppressed everyone and established the supreme immortal court. The gray-robed man said. It seems that the human brat has offended the Qing mansion and the Bai mansion. I'm afraid that there are some people in the dark who won't let the human brat pass the tribulation peacefully. I won't interfere. The people of the 6 prefectures have been accumulating strength in secret. It's a good opportunity to use this human brat to clean them up. The black-horned youth said casually. The people from the 6 great manors are getting more and more impudent, especially Gentleman Green Snake. It's rumored that he's infinitely close to that realm. I'm afraid that he's doing this to vie for the position of world overlord. The gray-robed man glanced over. Humph, with Green Snake's talent, he might not even be able to step into that realm in 10 chaos years. The black-horned youth sneered. If it were that easy, I wouldn't have been stuck at this level for 5 chaos years. The gray-robed man said helplessly. This last step is truly as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to reach that realm in my lifetime. Sighs could be heard coming from the sacred mountain. By residents. The 9 elders of the Bai mansion, including the mansion lord, were aware of the commotion outside. Invincible body. These 4 words were enough to make them pay attention. To be able to withstand even the purple heavens might divine lightning, the Bai residence was completely moved. The heavens might of the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers made them even more envious. Who would have thought that the human race's Ditian would make a move at the crucial moment and kill more than 10 fourth-step demonic emperors? The 9 elders were gathered together. Everyone, what do you think we should do next? The 8th elder asked. Of course it's a reconciliation. Ninth Elder by Jinsong was on Dtion's side. He had a good impression of Dtion from the beginning, and was very dissatisfied with the decision made by the people in the house. Shangyu has a good relationship with Dtion. As long as we speak up and show our sincerity, I believe that Dtion will no longer target our Bai residents. Ninth Elder, you're wrong. The sixth elder was a fatty. He narrowed his eyes. Why should we lower our heads? He's just a human and has the status of a world overlord. He isn't worthy of our attention. In addition, he broke through to the Emperor realm twice in a row. Do you think Dtion will succeed? Bai Jinsong was unhappy. According to what you're saying, they can't go through? What if he succeeds in his tribulation and becomes a third-step immortal emperor? Can you stop him if he wants to kill you? The sixth elder's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He really didn't know how to refute this, so he helplessly said, I'm the sixth elder of the Bai clan. How dare he attack me? The eighth elder stood out to be the peacemaker. Everyone, don't be angry. We're just asking for your opinion. The human brat Dtion has displayed extraordinary potential. The most important thing now is not to bicker but to come up with a compromise. The solution is very simple. As long as Dtion hands over the heavenly opening divine pass and agrees to become our Bai residence's consecrator, we can help him after he transcends 9,999 heavenly lightning bolts. The second elder, Bai Tsongtian, who was sitting at the front, said. The sixth elder was the second elder's man. They didn't like humans. They couldn't agree to lower their heads on this matter. The second elder wasn't stupid either. Dtion's physical body was invincible. As long as he could become the Bai residence's consecrator and swear a heavenly oath, they would have plenty of ways to obtain the secret art of invincible physical body from him. The demon race's physical body was incomparably strong. They had always been proud of it. They weren't willing to face Dtion's invincible physical body. There was still a huge gap between them in this realm. I think the second elder is right. Without our help, it's impossible for Dtion to become a third-step immortal emperor. With our help, there's a high chance of him becoming a third-step immortal emperor. He should know what to choose after serving our Bai residence for another 10 chaos years. The fifth elder sided with the second elder the moment he spoke. The ninth elder, Bai Jinsong, glared at him angrily. Idiot, do you think Dtion will agree? Very soon they started to quarrel with each other. Bai Luoshan was the third elder. He frowned and shook his head slightly. He thought to himself, I really don't know what these idiots are thinking. Are they trying to pull the Bai residents onto the opposing side? After witnessing the commotion that Dtion brought, Bai Luoshan's impression of Dtion changed greatly. This was a human youth with ferocity in his bones. If the Bai residents really dared to take advantage of the situation, what awaited the Bai residents would be a disaster. They might even be replaced by others, and lose the right to establish the Bai residence. Third elder, what do you think? The second elder suddenly asked the third elder. It was time for him to speak. Reconcile. Bai Luoshan simply said 2 words. The originally noisy discussion immediately quietened down. While the Bai residence was debating non-stop, the 9 elders of the Azure residence also held a meeting. Their goal was very unified. They clearly knew what they wanted to do. The moment they mentioned it, everyone agreed. Get rid of Dtion. Just now, the Iron Blood Union sent news that they would secretly send experts to cooperate with them to suppress Dtion. They absolutely could not allow Dtion to become a third-step immortal emperor. Someone was willing to take action, and the 9 elders of the Azure residence agreed. Dtion was able to kill a fourth-step expert with his second-step immortal emperor strength. When they thought of the 3 fourth-step experts that perished, they understood what was going on. Dtion killed them. They were the first to not want Dtion to become a third-step immortal emperor. Dtion was already terrifying enough now. Once he became a third-step immortal emperor, he would definitely become a huge threat. When a second-step immortal emperor advanced to third-step immortal emperor, the number of lightning bolts would increase by 10 times, becoming 9,999 bolts. This was not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. Only a giant was left in the world to resist the lightning bolts. Many important people in the Sky Fae world and the nearby Great Worlds were alarmed. They appeared in the Sky Fae world, and it became very lively. The news of the heavens might treasure in Dtion's hands also spread. No one knew how much Dtion had absorbed, but they all knew that the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers would become extraordinary from now on. Many people were eyeing the heavens might treasure. Apart from that, Dtion had cultivated an invincible physical body at such a young age. He had fused with peerless divine bodies, including the chaotic body and other divine bodies. This shocked everyone once again. At the same time, some experts on the wind cloud list were also alarmed. They could not sit still just because of the words invincible physical body. If they could obtain the invincible physical body cultivation technique, their ranking on the wind cloud list would be even higher, and their influence would be even greater. Chapter 1326. Brother Shah, are you really going to deal with Dtion personally? Beside a lake in the sword space. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, not knowing why his good friend had to deal with a nobody. Brother Long, you should be wondering why I have to deal with a young man personally. A jade letter appeared in Shao Wuhan's hand and he handed it over. Wait till you see this, then you will understand why I have to deal with him personally. The middle-aged man took the jade letter. He scanned it with his divine sense. Moments later he exclaimed, Invincible physical body. The man in green finally understood the reason. I can't believe that the human race kid has grown to such an extent in such a short period of time and cultivated his invincible physical body. Shao Wuhan's face revealed a trace of danger. Just his invincible physical body is terrifying enough. What's more terrifying is that Dtion cultivated ancient god force. The man in green was shocked again, his face was full of shock. Impossible, how can he cultivate ancient god force? Shao Wuhan coldly sneered. Why can't I? My mortal body is invincible, and my body is as vast as the ocean, able to contain all rivers. Why can't I cultivate an ancient divine power? Moreover, when this old man's will descended, I saw everything clearly. The man in green knew that his old friend was afraid of Dtion. Shao Wuhan was indeed afraid. As the master of Sword God Prince, he had once made a move against Dtion, but he underestimated Dtion and killed his will. At that time, Dtion was just a slightly bigger ant in Shao Wuhan's eyes. How long had it been? Dtion had grown to such an extent. Shao Wuhan could no longer sit still. When he was a first-step immortal emperor, he could already kill a fourth-step demonic emperor. Once he becomes a third-step immortal emperor, his potential would be limitless. Even if Shao Wuhan attacked personally, he might not have the confidence to kill Dtion. Brother Shah, there is no need to rush. According to what you said, Dtion is extremely talented. Once he becomes a third-step immortal emperor, his strength will be on par with us. Dtion's enemies will definitely not sit back and watch. I believe this will be a life and death crisis for Dtion. The man in green pondered. Skyfey World's Boundary Lord. The Skyfey World's Boundary Lord is one of the top 100 experts on the honor roll. If we make a move rashly and incur the Skyfey World's Boundary Lord's displeasure, it won't be good. The Sky Demon Realm Lord's group of 4 still caused the 2 of them to be filled with fear. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Long. The Sky Demon Realm Lord is a man of great ambition. It is indeed not good to offend him. Shao Wuhan was one of the 3 powerhouses under Sword Immortal by D. However, he was so weak in front of the Sky Demon Realm Lord that he could not even withstand a single blow. I'll go with you. I can also meet this Dtion. 7 void layers. A 30,000 feet long 5-colored peacock flapped its wings, ignoring the tearing force of the void astral winds. It traveled at a speed 10 times the limit of the heavenly Tao, and appeared hundreds of millions of miles away. 5 people stood on the back of the 5-colored peacock. The 5-colored peacock lives up to its name as an ancient bird. It easily withstood the void 7 astral winds. Tianyuan Realm Lord said to one of the youths. With this 5-colored peacock, we don't need to enter the Skyfey world to deal with Dtion remotely. These 5 people were all from the Iron Blood Alliance. The young man wasn't a world overlord, but in terms of status and identity, he wasn't any weaker than a world overlord. The Wind Palace and the Heaven-Reaching sect are all useless people. They let Dtion ascend to the throne of the overlord just like that. After resting for a while, they created such a huge commotion again. The young man's face was cold and the scarlet vertical eye in the middle of his eyebrows looked even more ferocious. This time, We definitely can't let Tian return to the great metropolis world. Langya young master, actually, we can handle this matter, Tianyuan realm lord said. The Langya young master snorted coldly with a look of disdain. It's simple. Tian already has an invincible body and cultivates ancient divine power. He also has a heaven's might treasure. Do you think anyone can deal with him? The Tianyuan realm lord and the other three were speechless. That was indeed the case. Only I, the young master, can personally suppress Tian and subdue him, the Langya young master said heroically. As long as I cultivate an invincible body and wield a heaven's might treasure, I can pull down the experts on the wind cloud list one by one. Young master is mighty. Young master is mighty. Many experts from all over the universe were tempted. An invincible body formulation was very attractive to everyone. For experts who like to fight fiercely, it would undoubtedly open a door to an invincible body. Their combat strength would increase exponentially. All sorts of factions surged into the Heaven Fey world. A tyrant would not fall behind anyone. The Buddha world, Fiend world, and other great worlds sent their experts. The experts on the wind cloud list moved upon hearing the news. Many of them were tempted by the Heaven's Might treasure. With the Heaven's Might treasure, one could suppress their enemies and increase their strength in a short period of time. The Heaven's Might treasure was priceless. No one would not be tempted. Boom! Boom! Heaven Fey world. The 100,000-foot-tall giant had shrunk to tens of thousands of feet tall. That region had become a barren desert. Experts from distant worlds felt the Heaven's Might the moment they entered the Heaven Fey world. They personally witnessed a giant that was tens of thousands of feet tall transcending the tribulation. They believed in the theory of invincible bodies. This Tian was indeed not simple. Very few people had reached this level in history. However, Tian was too arrogant. He had only transcended the tribulation once, but he had dared to transcend it twice to become a great emperor. It was because of Tian's arrogance that he had attracted a fatal disaster. Experts kept entering the Heaven Fey world. After they entered, they behaved themselves and did not act rashly. In the Heaven Fey world, no matter how arrogant they were, they had to put down their arrogance. Anyone who dared to start a massacre in the territory of the Heaven Fey world lord was courting death. They were all waiting. When Tian's tribulation ended and he was attacked by the heavenly Tao treasure, they would act then. Time passed day by day. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. It was very difficult for a second-step immortal emperor to become a third-step immortal emperor, and it required a very long time. In 3 months the giant was only a few thousand feet tall. He had blocked more than 9,000 bolts of heaven lightning, and his powerful body was covered in black cracks. In these 3 months, he had not used any treasures. After absorbing the heaven's might, the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers did not appear, disappointing those who had been waiting. Although they were disappointed, the temptation of an invincible body continued to stimulate them. No matter how they thought about it, they could not figure out how Tian was able to cultivate so many divine bodies and reach great success in each one. The most terrifying thing was that he could perfectly fuse them together. That was the main point. Each divine body had a different path of circulation, and it was difficult for them to be compatible. Especially with so many divine bodies, it was unbelievable. Boom! 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 The world shook. The last bolt of heaven lightning struck. It was 3 bolts of purple heaven lightning. The world instantly fell silent. Chapter 1327. The heavenly lightning that contained heavenly might appeared again. 3 at the same time. Unimaginable. The appearance of the 3 heavenly lightning immediately caused exclamations. Why were there so few heavenly might? The reason was simple. It was because there were too few purple heavenly lightning. The way to make purple heavenly lightning appear was simple. The more heaven-defying an immortal emperor was, the higher the chance of purple heavenly lightning appearing. To measure a heaven-defying immortal emperor, whether purple heavenly lightning appeared or not was very important. This human kid is too heaven-defying. Another 3 heavenly might heavenly lightning. If we can collect it, it will definitely be a priceless treasure. Even a peak 4th-step expert would be tempted. The eyes of the experts that came from afar lit up. They were right to come. The human race's Tian was indeed very impressive. They just didn't know if he could block the three heavenly lightning. So powerful. After the purple heavenly lightning appeared, endless power pressed down. Lin Fei's body sank as if there was a mountain pressing down on his head. Swoosh! One of the purple heavenly lightning exceeded the speed limit of the heavenly way. It turned into a smear of purple and charged at Lin Fei. It turned into a purple demonic palm. Bang! Lin Fei was sent flying. The second purple heavenly lightning also exceeded the speed limit of the heavenly way. It knew how to coordinate perfectly. While Lin Fei couldn't concentrate, the purple heavenly lightning pierced through his body like a purple thread and wrapped around Lin Fei's body. You've become smarter. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. He had underestimated the power of the three purple heavenly lightning. The third purple heavenly lightning moved. With a shake of his body, a purple giant appeared between heaven and earth. It held a purple divine sword and slashed at Lin Fei. The sky was filled with purple like the evening sun. It was demonic and brilliant. Everyone was shocked. The three purple heavenly lightning were 10,000 times more terrifying than they had imagined. The speed of the last sword was beyond everyone's imagination. It was a truly terrifying sword. The purple giant did not stop after slashing with the sword. Its body dissipated and turned into a purple ocean. It rushed over and set off a huge wave that instantly covered hundreds of millions of miles and drowned Lin Fei in the purple ocean. The world seemed to quiet down. Too scary. It's a good thing they didn't come for us. It didn't matter if they were hiding in the void or in another Demon King city. They could still feel the terrifying threat of the purple lightning. In front of the heavenly Tao, they were still a little weak. Piu. Lin Fei, who was in the purple sea, vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Purple heavenly lightning thread. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to deal with. Lin Fei revealed a helpless expression. The heavenly Tao had shamelessly plotted against him, causing the purple heavenly lightning threads to wrap around his body. When the sword swept over, it nearly destroyed his physical body. Puff! The purple ocean surged into Lin Fei's body. Another mouthful of blood. Even though his physical body was invincible, Lin Fei still felt a headache. The heavenly Tao had clearly come prepared this time. Lin Fei's white primordial divine power kept clashing with the heavenly lightning, trying to break the purple heavenly lightning. However, the purple heavenly lightning was incomparably strong. Once it was broken, it would regrow. I can't go on like this. Under the pressure of the purple ocean, even the void space was locked down. Lin Fei was already unable to move. Up and down, left and right, he was surrounded by the endless purple heavenly lightning. Lin Fei helplessly withstood the attacks. His physical body's defense was suppressed by 20 to 30% of his usual. This was very bad for Lin Fei. I have to think of a way. Lin Fei wasn't a person who would sit and wait for death. Miss, I'm afraid Ditian is doomed. Tianyun Tower, the highest floor. Lu Ziyue had never left. At this moment, looking at the purple ocean, she frowned slightly. She didn't need the white-haired old man to say anything to realize that Lin Fei had encountered a big problem. Consecrator Gua, do you have a way? This is the heavenly Tao targeting Ditian. Even if Ditian's physical body is invincible, after a long time, he won't be able to withstand the consumption. Moreover, this old man has observed that Ditian hasn't cultivated the undying body yet. The chances are slim. Consecrator Gua shook his head. Lu Ziyue looked at the purple ocean and thought, Lin Fei, I really don't know what to say to you. Why are you in such a hurry to become a great emperor? Lin Fei was very important to Tianyun Tower. Lu Ziyue didn't know what to do in this situation. Everyone knew that the human race's Ditian was doomed. Under such circumstances, even the fourth-step experts shook their heads helplessly. The power of the three purple heavenly lightning was too great. Ditian will die in the hands of the heavenly Tao without us doing anything. This will save us a lot of trouble. Qing Fu's ninth elder laughed loudly. After seeing Ditian's potential, Elder Qing Fu didn't wish for Ditian to successfully transcend the tribulation. He had long regarded Ditian as a thorn in his side and couldn't wait to get rid of him. Once Ditian dies, everyone will attack together and snatch the heavenly might. Qing Fu's first elder stood up. The 9 elders were excited. 3 purple heavenly lightning appeared at once. As long as they used Qing Fu's treasure, Qing Fu could refine a lot of heavenly might and create another heavenly might treasure. Qing Fu was like that. The major figures of the other factions were making preparations. Such a good thing might not happen even once in the primal chaos. Even if they did, they wouldn't have the chance to make a move. When heaven-defying experts transcended the tribulation, with the family's powerhouses holding down the fort, who would dare to snatch it? The human race's Dition was different. The factions could be ignored. What they were afraid of was his identity as a realm lord. They wouldn't even go to a small world like the great metropolis world. How could they miss such an opportunity? Snatching a trace of heavenly might was also a priceless treasure. Countless people would fight for it. Now they just had to wait for Dition to be killed by the heavenly Tao. It was a pity that a heaven-defying immortal emperor of the human race had fallen just like that. In the ocean, Lin Fei's face was pale. Even blocking these waves of attacks was too much for him to bear. If I want to pass this stage, I have to get rid of the purple heavenly lightning. Lin Fei tried many methods but none of them worked. He had an ancient godly strength, but this time, he had been schemed against by the heavenly Tao. Lin Fei could only say that the heavenly Tao was too shameless. Using a combination of punches, he had really suffered a great loss. I can only see if the system can do anything. Lin Fei directly opened the system and went to the exchange page. This was his last hope. Whether he could succeed or not depended on it. This won't work. This won't work either. This, by the time it comes into play, I'll already be dead. Suddenly, Lin Fei's eyes fell on an item. Beast Transformation Pool, 10 million points, can refine 10,000 heavenly lightning, one-time consumable. Refining 10,000 heavenly lightning, it shouldn't be a boast, right? Lin Fei looked again. There were no more items that could deal with the heavenly lightning. Not caring about anything else, he bought the Beast Transformation Pool and spent 10 million points. He couldn't help but feel glad that he still had 11 million points left. Ding, exchange successful. Ding, do you want to release it and refine 10,000 heavenly lightning? Pooh, another wave of attacks rushed over. Lin Fei did not hesitate. With a thought, the Beast Transformation Pool flew out. Boom! The moment the Beast Transformation Pool appeared, an ancient and desolate aura pressed down on the entire Sky Beast world. Everyone saw a terrifying aura coming from the purple ocean. Then they saw a black object rooted in the purple ocean. Chapter 1328. What a huge pool! A black pool suddenly appeared out of nowhere, giving everyone a fright. What is this thing? They all thought that Dition was dead for sure, so why would a black pool appear out of nowhere? Is Dition dead? Dition must be dead. This is a treasure he carries with him. A second-step monster emperor said proudly. This statement was immediately agreed upon. That's right, that must be it. If he's not dead, why would such a huge pool appear? These people did not have the courage to snatch it. Once they made a move, they would immediately become the bird that stuck out and be killed by others. However, they soon discovered that something was wrong. The huge pool began to spin. An ancient power slowly opened, and everyone watched in disbelief as the purple ocean was sucked into the pool. How is this possible? On Saint Mountain, there were 3 people sitting there. Other than the gray-robed old man and the sky monster realm lord, there was also a middle-aged man with a mustache. The moment the Beast Transformation Pool appeared, an ancient aura flashed. The expressions of the 3 great characters changed slightly. The human race's Dition actually had such a trump card. Unbelievable, this pool seems to be an ancient object. Why is it not affected by heaven's might? The gray-robed old man revealed a strange expression. It should be an ancient object, even something from the immemorial era. The single-horned youth was the sky monster realm lord, he nodded. It seems that we have all underestimated the human race's Dition's origin. This is a good thing. The mustached middle-aged man said sinisterly. Even the purple heavenly lightning can't do anything to this pool. This was the sky monster realm. The human race's Dition's tribulation had attracted many powerhouses, which was beyond the sky monster realm lord's expectations, so he invited his good friends to help him deal with the upcoming troubles. He refined the purple heavenly lightning. The 3 of them were all peak powerhouses. The sky monster realm lord was still a realm lord, and with his authority as a realm lord, he could easily see through the clues and a trace of shock flashed across his face. What a good Dition, he still has such a trick. The gray-robed old man said. I'm afraid everyone has underestimated him. The moment the beast transformation pool appeared, it displayed extraordinary power. The purple heavenly lightning's impact was directly ignored. The void and space are starting to loosen. Lin Fei, who was originally unable to move, suddenly felt the pressure on his body lessen as a large number of heavenly lightning bolts poured into the beast transformation pond, all of which were aimed at him being absorbed by the beast transformation pond. In less than half a day, Lin Fei could move. Sitting cross-legged in the void, he swallowed the pill. The final step, the attack of the heavenly Tao treasure, was coming. After obtaining the heavenly axiom treasure, the people who were spying on him might not be able to control themselves and make a move. Lin Fei had to be on his guard. The beast transformation pond absorbing the purple heavenly lightning really shocked everyone. Who would have thought that at the most crucial moment, Dition would actually use such a supreme treasure? Those with discerning eyes could tell that this pool was a top-tier treasure, causing many to covet it. 3 days later, the last bolt of purple lightning was swept away. Everyone could clearly see that this was a huge pond. Those experts who thought they were extraordinary couldn't recognize what it was for a moment. The only thing he knew was that this should be a primordial treasure. It was a treasure that could counter the heavenly thunder. Boom! Another half a day passed. The heavenly Tao treasure slowly arrived. From the depths of the void, a vast body of water appeared and a ray of light shot out from it, slamming into the beast transformation pond. The huge pond split apart, and the 9 purple beads exuding the power of thunder were immediately taken away by Lin Fei. The beast transformation pond. From the depths of the void, an exclamation resounded. Dition actually has a beast transformation pond. No wonder he can withstand the purple heavenly lightning, and even refine 9 heavenly might beads. Deep in the void, a lightning beast crawled forward, lightning flashing around it. On its back stood an old man, his cold eyes flashing with greed. Honored Master, is the beast transformation pond the supreme treasure of the ancient heavenly thunder sect? Beside the old man, an imposing young man asked in shock. That's right. The beast transformation pond can refine tens of thousands of bolts of thunder, including the purple heavenly lightning. In the past, when the heavenly thunder sect was unprecedentedly powerful, every core disciple would refine a beast transformation pond to refine lightning. Unfortunately, after the great calamity, the heavenly thunder sect's inheritance was lost. I never thought I would see it again in my lifetime. Honored Master, doesn't that mean that as long as we can grasp the method to refine the beast transformation pond, our Thunder Palace can rise to become a top force comparable to the 2 palaces and 3 halls? The young man said with yearning. In the 10,000 worlds, the most powerful force was the Immortal Court. Now that the Immortal Court had disappeared, even top forces like the 2 palaces were filled with fear when facing the Immortal Court. Who knew when the Immortal Court would appear again? In the present world, the 2 palaces were the strongest, followed by the 3 halls and 4 gates. Your master had a sudden impulse and wanted to meet Dition, but the appearance of the beast transformation pond has determined the rise of our Thunder Palace. As long as we have the method to refine the beast transformation pond, the world's lightning will belong to our Thunder Palace. Ha ha ha. Putting away the heavenly might beads, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. In front of him, a figure suddenly appeared. A terrifying killing intent surged forth. In a moment of panic, Lin Fei blocked with both his hands, but his entire body was sent flying once again. A tyrannical force surged forth, and a large amount of blood splattered everywhere. Too fast. Lin Fei had broken through to 5 times the speed limit of the heavenly Tao, but compared to the other party, the gap was still huge. That person rushed forth again, and a demonic saber appeared in his hand. Demonic chi soared into the sky, and as it slashed at Lin Fei's body, he vomited blood again. This is the Heart Demon Emperor, ranked 50th. Even the big shots revealed expressions of fear. The Heart Demon Emperor was 1,000 feet tall, and his face was expressionless. He held a black curved saber in his hand, and the moment he used his saber arts, it left no traces behind. World projection. Even though Lin Fei vomited blood, he knew that this fellow was terrifyingly strong. The world projection was controlled within a range of 10,000 miles, trying to suppress the other party's speed. This heart demon emperor's figure flashed, and a strange saber slashed out. Even the heavenly lightning couldn't break his body, but a bloody wound was left behind. The world projection is actually useless. Ever since Lin Fei became the world lord, the moment he used his world projection, he could heavily injure a third-step expert. The heart demon emperor's speed couldn't be captured, and his saber arts were strange and unpredictable. Lin Fei realized that he had met a terrifying enemy, and his body was soon covered with wounds. These wounds were filled with a strange energy. The ancient god force couldn't be suppressed for a moment. Is this the power of the heart? Lin Fei had a hard time blocking, and for the first time it was ineffective. The heart demon emperor had completely avoided Lin Fei's attack. Ever since Lin Fei made his debut, he had always been open, and he had killed his way out. The enemy in front of him was ridiculously strong. This was even simulated by the heavenly Tao. If his true body appeared, it would be even more terrifying. No, if this goes on, my body will be destroyed sooner or later. At that time my essence chi will be greatly damaged. Lin Fei didn't wish for this to be heavily injured. Hua hua hua. 18 clones rushed out. Set up the array. Once the 18 primordial chaos clones appeared, their shocking aura nearly tore apart the dark clouds of the heavenly Tao. There were a total of 18 peak second-step immortal emperors, and their aura was 100 times stronger than second-step immortal emperors. Heaven Refining Array. Chapter 1329. The mental demon emperor was very strong. He was ranked 50th among the top 100 immortal emperors. His erratic movement techniques and bizarre saber techniques were extremely difficult to deal with. Lin Fei decided to use the Heaven Refining Array. 18 primordial chaos clones flew out and held onto a huge flag. Instantly the weather changed. If you are fast, I will suppress you. Lin Fei's idea was very simple. 18 primordial chaos clones. Each of them was extremely strong. However, because Lin Fei's cultivation was too low, he was only a second-step immortal emperor in the eyes of others. Amateurs watched the show. The expressions of those in the know changed. Each of the clones contained a monstrous ancient god power. 18 of them were at least peak third-step immortal emperors. What kind of a grand plan was this? It wasn't that no one cultivated doppelgangers, but to cultivate 18 of them in one go, each with the same strength, was shocking and fearful. No wonder a fourth-step expert could be killed so easily. You are just one person, but Ditian has a total of 18 doppelgangers. What a scam! This was a huge scam. Who knew how many people had been scammed? The Heart Demon Emperor's speed slowed down. The Heaven Refining Array was not an ordinary array, but a terrifying array. 18 doppelgangers moved at the same time, locking down 10 layers of void. All of their power was suppressed on the Heart Demon Emperor, pressing down at a speed that surpassed the limits of the heavenly Tao. Die! Lin Fei wanted the Heart Demon Emperor to slow down. The Heart Demon Emperor's attack did not slow down. Hua! Another bizarre saber slashed towards Lin Fei's throat. Now it's my turn. Lin Fei opened his mouth and roared. Rumbling god power surged out, shattering the cold light. His 6 arms slapped forward like lightning, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The Heart Demon Emperor turned into a black fog. Undying body. It dissipated Lin Fei's power. One sort of reincarnation. Lin Fei was experienced in dealing with an undying body. A huge sword whirlpool covered the black fog. The ancient god power roared and bit the black fog. Large patches of black fog were torn apart, and the black fog turned back into a human, slashing at the whirlpool. This saber was like an antelope hanging its horn, untraceable. The Heart Demon Emperor rushed out. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He shrunk the radius of the Heaven Refining Array from 1,000,000 miles to 500,000 miles, and then to 100,000 miles. The Heart Demon Emperor's figure was constantly being suppressed. Let's see how you're going to use it. The Heart Demon Emperor relied on his speed, which surpassed the limits of the heavenly Tao. Lin Fei was indeed not an easy opponent to deal with. Once the area of effect was restricted, his speed would lose its advantage, and he would not be a threat anymore. Heaven's Way, aren't you very awesome? Watch me destroy your doppelganger. Lin Fei's 6 arms swung out, forcing the Heart Demon Emperor to retreat step by step. His movement technique was completely suppressed as well. In a small area, he really couldn't contend against Lin Fei. Boom! The Heart Demon Emperor turned back into a black mist once more. This time, the black mist was much smaller than before. Lin Fei made use of this opportunity to shrink back by another 50,000 miles. The Heart Demon Emperor was a clone of the Heavenly Tao, and only knew how to attack blindly. This was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. Die! Another slash was sent out. A layer of white mist surrounded the sword light, splitting the black mist into two. A large amount of black mist evaporated. Lin Fei was starting to gain the upper hand. That Detian fellow is really able to persevere. As the Heart Demon Emperor was suppressed, Detian started to gain the upper hand. Even the 50th ranked Heart Demon Emperor couldn't kill Detian. The human Detian was truly terrifying. Even the Heart Demon Emperor that was a clone of the Heavenly Tao was defeated by him. Everyone knew that the moment the Heart Demon Emperor died, the hidden experts would make their move. First, the immortal light rewarded by the Heavenly Tao. The immortal light contained pure energy. As long as one absorbed a bit, their strength would increase greatly. If they were lucky enough to obtain a third of it, they would be able to rush to the peak in one go. Other than that, the treasures on Detian's body were extremely tempting. Boom! Once again, the Heart Demon Emperor's body was destroyed. This was already the 38th time. The Heart Demon Emperor didn't transform again. He was destroyed by a single slash from Lin Fei. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. After 38 consecutive slashes, Lin Fei had expended 70 to 80% of his strength. Having an undying body was indeed terrifying. This was just a clone of the Heart Demon Emperor. If the Heart Demon Emperor was still alive, Lin Fei might not be able to kill him even if he killed him 100 times. He would probably be the one running away. Hua hua hua. Once the Heart Demon Emperor died, the Heavenly Tao dispersed. Celestial music started playing, and a white 5-colored immortal light descended. This was the Heavenly Tao's reward for Lin Fei. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Dense immortal light entered his body, and the cracks on his body healed instantly. This was even more than the reward for becoming a great emperor twice. Detian, you killed someone from our Qing mansion. Today we will make you pay with your blood. The Qing mansion was the first to attack. Elder Jiu was the first to attack. Only a 4th-step demon emperor could deal with Detian. In the sky, a black shadow soared into the sky. It was a 30,000-foot-long rod, and it smashed down towards Detian's head. It didn't want to give Detian any chance to recover. Qing mansions have engored. Elder Jiu held Detian back. A huge green gourd appeared in the sky. The mouth of the gourd sucked the immortal light into it. The Qing mansion was the first to attack, but it didn't mean that others wouldn't attack. Your Qing mansion has the cheek to keep such a good thing for yourself? A cold snort came from the void. Immediately, a huge black hand stretched out, and a large amount of immortal light landed on it. Another person came to snatch the immortal light. Everyone has a share of the good stuff. The experts hiding in the void made their moves. Let's divide the immortal light first. They chose to ignore Detian below. Even if he had some battle strength left, it wasn't enough. A bunch of old farts. How dare you touch this great emperor's item? Lin Fei laughed heartily. Retract. It was the same as the previous time. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed. The sky turned dark. The people in the distance saw someone open his mouth and swallow all the immortal light and the treasures. The huge amount of immortal light was swallowed. Lin Fei's body sank and he almost fell down. 18 doppelgangers entered his body and divided the huge amount of immortal light. Lin Fei had underestimated the Heavenly Tao's reward. The amount of immortal light was still a huge amount. Everyone was dumbfounded by this. This was possible. A normal person would have exploded. Elder Jiu gritted his teeth and pulled his staff. You dare to swallow our Qing mansion's treasure. Just now Lin Fei directly swallowed the green gourd with a single gulp. It was no wonder that Qing mansion was furious. Detian had snatched the treasure away when they were careless. You all deserve it. The item is in this great emperor's hands. Come and snatch it if you have the ability. Lin Fei had the true self-apocalypse sword in his hand. He slashed at the staff and the rebound force sent Elder Jiu flying. He thought, There is too much immortal light. I can't digest it in a short time. I'm destined to start a massacre today. He didn't know how long it would take to refine the immortal light in his body. They were the best helpers. Chapter 1330. So powerful. Qing Residence's ninth elder was sent flying by Dition's sword. The expressions of the experts hidden in the void changed. Skyfey world. Qing Residence's strength was not to be underestimated, and the nine elders' strength was unfathomable. Dition's strength was too abnormal. What if he recovered to his peak? They did not dare to imagine. Ninth elder Qing Fu was sent flying. His hand hurt and he could barely hold his staff. A crack appeared on his staff and his face darkened. How was this possible? Qing Fu had not taken him seriously since the last time. It had only been a few days, and he was sent flying with one sword. What a joke! Lin Fei held his sword horizontally, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He was calm despite the strong enemies around him. Qing Residence, since you are courting death, I will grant your wish today. Hua! Lin Fei rushed into the sky, and a cold sword light swept towards them. Blood splattered from the sword. The Qing Residence was included in the attack range. Impudent! The nine elders of Qing Residence appeared. Grand Elder Qing Mu snorted. A puny human like you dares to boast shamelessly in front of Qing Residence. Ninth Elder Qing Fu was sent flying. Grand Elder realized that Dition was very strong. The power of this sword was rather terrifying. Grand Elder was already a peak figure. He just stretched out his hand and slapped down, and a terrifying torrent of power destroyed the sword light. Today is a matter of our Qing Residence. I hope that everyone will not interfere. Grand Elder's eyes flashed. The entire Skyfey world could hear Grand Elder Qing Mu's words. He who strikes first has the advantage. Attack! Ninth Elder and the other 8 elders were all peak experts. They attacked immediately. The treasures on Dition made everyone envious. Qing Residence would not miss this opportunity. Shameless! Qing Residence is too shameless. This is the Skyfey world. Qing Residence has the initiative. Dition is in trouble. Those with weak strength naturally did not dare to attack. Any one of the 8 great elders was a pinnacle expert, and their strength was unfathomable. It was already frightening enough for one great elder to make a move, not to mention 8 of them attacking together. After transcending the tribulation, Dition was probably not a match for the 8 elders. Grand Elder Qing Mu's words frightened many, and they did not attack immediately. Soul Calming Pearl. The second elder took out a 5-colored pearl, which emitted a blinding light. Wherever the light passed, the air and time all stopped moving. World Projection. Lin Fei felt a mysterious force pressing down on him. Heart World Projection activated, and the pressure weakened. It expanded to around 10,000 kilometers, but couldn't expand any further. 10,000 li was enough. From the very beginning, Lin Fei had never planned to leave. He might as well start a massacre in broad daylight. Who knew how many experts were spying on him in the dark? Lin Fei wanted them to jump out one by one. As long as he recovered his invincible physical body, no matter how many came, it would be useless. You've killed an expert of our Qing mansion. Kneel down and admit your mistake, and we'll leave your corpse intact. The ninth elder, Qing Fu, was the first to rush in. This fellow was quite smart, first putting a big hat on Dition's head, then making it a private matter between the Qing clan and Dition. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The shadow of the staff was like a vast ocean. Shadow stalking. The ninth elder's staff attacked at a strange angle. It was originally smashing towards Lin Fei's face, but it suddenly smashed from the back, smashing onto Lin Fei's back. This terrifying attack was enough to kill an early-stage 4-step expert. It's indeed useful. This staff attack refined a large portion of the immortal light in his body. Cloud extinguishing palm. Another elder rushed out from the side and slammed his palm on Lin Fei's body. The 8 elders worked together, and with a thought, Lin Fei was instantly full of loopholes. In a short period of time, it was unknown how many attacks he had suffered. Dition, you're too weak. This elder alone can take care of you. The 8 elders were originally facing a formidable enemy, but once they attacked, they realized that Dition was much weaker than them. He couldn't cause any harm to them at all. PFFF. Lin Fei vomited blood continuously. His face also turned pale. The 8 peak stage 4-step demonic beast emperors attacked continuously, and it was an eye-opener. It turned out that divine abilities and secret arts could be used like this, and it caused Lin Fei to vomit blood non-stop. The 3 big shots on Saint Mountain. At this moment they were all laughing. I'm afraid the Qing Mansion is going to suffer a great loss. The Sky Demon Realm Lord laughed. Ditian is quite smart to know how to provoke the Qing Mansion. He ignored his objective and helped Ditian to speed up the refinement of the immortal light in his body. Brother Sky Demon has good eyesight. It's a pity that Grand Elder Qing Mu is too conceited, and he will regret it later. The gray-robed elder said. Once Ditian recovers, his physical body will be invincible. Even if he recovers 50% to 60%, these people can only watch helplessly. After transcending the tribulation, his physical body could still withstand the attacks of 8 peak stage experts. No one dared to belittle Ditian, even if Ditian came from a small world. Ha ha ha, I thought the Qing Mansion was very powerful, but it turns out that it's just SOSO. Lin Fei vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his body swayed as though he was about to fall. He sneered at the Qing Mansion. The 8 elders of the Qing Mansion were peak stage experts, and they had never been belittled before. This was the first time that the 8 of them attacked Ditian shamelessly. After a series of attacks they couldn't kill Ditian, and they almost suspected that they were old. They knew that Ditian couldn't hold on any longer. As long as they could destroy Ditian's physical body they would win. He can't hold on any longer. The 9th elder, Qing Fu, waved his long rod and rushed forward with a sinister smile on his face. Just hold on for a little longer. Ditian must die in our hands. The 8 elders attacked with even more vigor. Bullying the weak was already a joke. If they still couldn't kill Ditian, the Qing Mansion would become a complete joke, and this wasn't what they wanted to see. Ditian's attacks were getting weaker and weaker. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that if they attacked wildly for a while longer, Ditian would die. Are you guys scratching an itch? You want to kill someone with this strength? Lin Fei's blocking speed had obviously slowed down, and he was constantly mocking them. This mocking made the 8 elders furious, and their attacks became faster, landing on Lin Fei like raindrops. Unbeknownst to them, the immortal light in Lin Fei's body was constantly being refined. Both his ancient divine power and immortal force were recovering rapidly, and most importantly, his physical body was recovering even faster. The attacks of 8 peak stage experts were terrifying. Normal people would have died a long time ago. The 8 elders couldn't take Lin Fei's provocation at all. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they couldn't wait to kill Lin Fei with their palms. Grand Elder Qing Mu frowned slightly, and he felt that something bad was about to happen. Even if Ditian was a peak stage expert, with 8 elders attacking together, he would probably die with regret. But why wasn't Ditian dead yet? Grand Elder Qing Mu was very conflicted. Not good. Finally, Grand Elder Qing Mu realized why he felt so uneasy. He had been tricked. Don't attack Ditian's physical body. He hurriedly reminded them. Chapter 1331. It was too late. By the time Grand Elder Greenwood realized it, it was already too late. The 8 peak elders attacked with terrifying strength each time. Moreover, they had a goal in mind. Every move was lethal, and they wanted to kill Ditian on the spot. The immortal light in Lin Fei's body was being refined quickly. The cracks on his body were almost fully recovered. With Grand Elder Greenwood's reminder, Lin Fei let out a long roar that spread throughout the Sky Demon world. His roar was filled with disapproval. You guys had such a good time just now. Now it's my turn. Lin Fei pounced forward like a leopard. The first to charge at 9th Elder was Elder Qing Fu. You are already at the end of your rope. How much more strength can you unleash? 9th Elder laughed loudly. He waved his staff and smashed it down. He did not believe that Ditian could persevere. You don't understand. Lin Fei raised his shoulder and knocked against the staff. 6 arms stretched out from behind and smacked the other party's body. You have recovered. 9th Elder felt as if he had smashed against a boulder. The other party's strength surged over. His expression changed and he knew that he had been tricked. He knew better than anyone else how powerful the staff was. Dition had blocked it so easily. You can't escape. Lin Fei's invincible body had recovered 50 to 60%. It was still easy for him to block Ninth Elder's strength. His 6 arms expanded and he sent palm after palm. Come and help me quickly. The staff in the Ninth Elder's hand danced in an impenetrable manner. However, the other party's strength made it hard for him to breathe. His face was filled with shock. Suppress. The pearl that suppressed the void directly landed on Lin Fei's head. This was to suppress Lin Fei's speed. Scram! Lin Fei was indifferent to the invincible body that had recovered 50 to 60%. He flicked one of his fingers and flicked the pearl away. No one can save you. Lin Fei's target was Ninth Elder. The other 7 elders were shocked. Why did Dition change so much in such a short time? It was as if he was a completely different person. No. Ninth Elder's movements started to slow down. The power of Heartworld projection enveloped the opponent's body. On one hand, he had to defend against the world projection. On the other hand, he had to defend against the terrifying power. Gradually, he felt that he could not hold on any longer, and the gap between him and his opponent was rapidly closing. Die! Lin Fei ignored the attacks of the 8 great elders. After blasting out over 100 palm strikes, the 9th elder Qing Fu spat out mouthfuls of blood unceasingly. He could only desperately defend with all his might. At this moment, Lin Fei activated the 10,000 li mountains and rivers. Boom boom boom. 10,000 li of mountains and rivers flew out, and within a radius of 10,000 li, heavenly might descended. The 9th elder's body trembled as heavenly might descended upon the depths of his soul. His face instantly paled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Heartworld projection seized this opportunity to unleash another terrifying killing move. Lin Fei moved the True Self World Destroyer sword in his hand, and a sharp radiance pierced through the 9th elder's forehead. The primordial divine power erupted. The dignified 9th elder of the Azure Mansion had been smashed into pieces. 9th elder. The 7 elders were enraged. They could not imagine that an elder of their Qing mansion would be killed in the Heaven Fei world. It was so fast that they could not stop it. Under the influence of heavenly might, the terrifying killing move was too sudden. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood and watched helplessly as the 9th elder was killed. With the death of the 9th elder, a tattered green serpent that was tens of thousands of li long fell from the sky. Even though he was dead, his body still emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Fei had killed the 9th elder with a single sword strike, and had expended a lot of primordial divine power. With the help of heavenly might, he was finally able to kill the 9th elder. Trap! With the death of the 9th elder, the remaining 7 elders were extremely angry. Their movements paused for a moment. The 10,000 li mountains and rivers swept out majestically, trapping the 7 elders within. The mighty heavenly might locked onto each elder, trapping them within the 10,000 li mountains and rivers. After absorbing and refining the heavenly might, the 10,000 li mountains and rivers was no longer an ordinary treasure. It had evolved into a heavenly might treasure. Hairball, come out! Hairball was a primordial evil dragon. The moment she appeared, her eyes lit up when she saw the 7 elders. Her body expanded with the wind and turned into a primordial evil dragon that was tens of thousands of li long. The aura of a noble bloodline pressed down on them. Puff! Puff! The 7 peak elders were all demons to begin with. Their true forms were green snakes. Hairball's bloodline was different and much nobler than theirs. With the aura, their strength was directly suppressed. With both the heavenly might and the bloodline pressure, their expressions changed. What is this thing? Why is this guy's bloodline higher than ours? Damn it! The 7 elders cursed. Hairball charged at the 8th elder. Her huge body swept across and crashed into the 8th elder, sending him flying. The heavenly might that he had been resisting instantly blasted on his body. None of you can leave today. Lin Fei pounced on the 8th elder and appeared right above his head. He stomped on the 8th elder's body. The 8th elder was smashed to the ground. Hairball shuttled through the void and bit the lower half of the 8th elder's body. Primordial evil dragon. This is a primordial evil dragon. Suddenly, the 8th elder revealed a frightened expression. His eyes widened and his pupils contracted. Primordial evil dragon. The extinct primordial evil dragon. In the Sky Fae world, their green snake bloodline was noble. However, compared to the primordial evil dragon, they were not on the same level. Their innate strength was suppressed. You have a good memory. Unfortunately, you realized it too late. Lin Fei's 6 arms slapped on the 8th elder's body, severely injuring him. Hairball bit and swallowed the 8th elder. She glared at the other elders with ferocious eyes. Hairball is so awesome. She directly suppressed them. Lin Fei laughed. Hairball go. The 9th elder is dead. The mountains and rivers isolated the outside world. From the outside, the mountains and rivers appeared in front of them. A heavenly might permeated and suppressed them. Only the powerful peak experts could resist the influence of the heavenly might. Grand Elder Qing Mu's expression changed. The 9th elder's aura disappeared. That's right, disappeared. The 8th elder's aura disappeared too. Suddenly, Grand Elder Qing Mu's expression sank again. Open. Grand Elder Qing Mu moved. A blood-red long saber appeared in his hand. The long saber was covered with runes. A heavenly might was attached to the saber. The thick heavenly might slashed towards the mountains and rivers. Boom! The saber landed on the mountains and rivers, causing them to collapse. The Green Mansion's Grand Elder is indeed terrifying. He has a heavenly might treasure saber. It seems like it contains at least 50% of the heavenly might. Ditian's mountains and rivers are also terrifying. It can block 50% of the heavenly might saber's terrifying saber. It is truly extraordinary. It probably absorbed more than 50% of the heavenly might. Seeing that his first strike had failed, Grand Elder Qing Mu attacked again. Hua hua hua. Hundreds of saber strikes landed on the mountains and rivers. Logically, defensive treasures were not as good as offensive treasures. The mountains and rivers should have been broken. However, the mountains and rivers were still trapping the 7 elders. Chapter 1332. The Great Elder Greenwood saw that the situation was not good and personally intervened. Even with his immense divine sense, he couldn't see the situation inside. At the start, Grand Elder Greenwood truly didn't think highly of Ditian. Ditian had an unrivaled physique, but after all, Ditian wasn't a peak-level expert and there was still a gap between them. Great Elder Greenwood had never thought of personally acting. With the 8 peak-tier elders acting, it would be enough to deal with Ditian. If he personally acted, it would be pointless. Just what kind of material is the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers made of? Even this elder can't break it. Grand Elder Greenwood attacked for a long time. Over 1,000 slashes. Secret arts and divine powers were unleashed continuously. The results were all the same. Thousands of kilometers of mountains and rivers were safe and sound. 5th Elder's aura has also disappeared. Head Elder Greenwood's expression once again changed, and he moved even faster, his heart sinking. They had lost 4 elders in a row. Heavy losses. Ditian, the Qing clan and you are irreconcilable. Outside, Head Elder Greenwood couldn't help but yell. If you know what's good for you, immediately open up the 10,000 kilometers of mountain river and surrender. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave here today. It was the first time that Greenwood had felt so helpless towards someone. If I had known earlier, I would have taken action myself and suppressed Ditian, and this wouldn't have happened. Great Elder Qing Mu, who was a peak expert and a 4th-step demonic emperor, couldn't find a way to break through the defense of 10,000 li mountains and rivers. Ha ha ha. Your Azure Mansion is truly interesting. It's clearly you who came to look for trouble with this emperor. Yet you threaten me when you can't win. This will only make this emperor despise you even more. Lin Fei's mocking voice came from the mountains and rivers. The 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers is truly a rare defensive treasure. This time, the 9 elders of the Qing Mansion are really going to suffer a great loss. Our divine senses have been isolated outside. I can't even see what's going on inside. Qing Mu is very strong, but I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything against the 10,000-mile mountain river. Unless he uses a top-grade treasure, he might be able to break through the 10,000-mile mountain river. Hee after this, if Ditian doesn't die, with this 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, no one will be able to do anything to him. Don't forget, Ditian's physical body is invincible. The surrounding people looked at each other in dismay. Dition's strength was shocking. Even at this moment, he still dared to ignore the great elder of the Azure residence. The Green clan is going to suffer a great loss. Tianyun Tower. Lu Ziyue looked at the mountains and rivers in the sky and smiled. Dition is very mysterious. The 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers isn't a top-tier treasure. Who would have thought that the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers in Dition's hands would have such an effect? After absorbing Heaven's Might, it became a defensive treasure. Even Greenwood's Heaven's Might treasured blade couldn't break through it. Consecrated Gui said. No one from Lu Ziyue came out. The 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers was used well. It should have deterred quite a number of people. The lone rogue cultivators shouldn't dare to make a move. However, it's hard to say for those top powers. This time Lu Ziyue sighed. Relying on the powerful intelligence system of the Tianyun Tower, Lu Ziyue had an understanding of all the foreign experts. Some top forces that rarely appeared also appeared. Every single one of them was a peak expert. Even if they weren't peak experts, their battle prowess was still limitless. Apart from that, they also had top-grade treasures in their hands. It was even rumored that they came from the hands of almighty beings. Lu Ziyue did not dare to underestimate the power of those top-notch treasures. The experts on the wind and cloud list did not dare to underestimate them either. Perhaps a single top-notch treasure could instantly kill them. Grand Elder Qing Mu's expression turned uglier. This was because 4 of the 7 elders had died. There were only 3 elders left. They knew that they couldn't break through the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. If they didn't break through the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, the remaining 3 elders would not be able to hold on. Langye, young master, you can make your move now. A saber slashed down on the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, causing ripples. Grand Elder Qing Mu sent a voice transmission to the Langye young master, who was waiting at the same time. Outside the Sky Fey world, the Langye young master stood on the 5-colored peacock with a faint smile on his lips. Humph, only when you can't deal with Dition will you inform us. The Langye young master was very dissatisfied. The Qing clan played a pivotal role in the Sky Fey world. The Langye young master did not dare to offend them. Their Iron Blood Union was at most a first-rate force. They were still a long way from being a top faction. Young Master Dition has the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers protecting him. It won't be easy to deal with him, said the Tianyuan Realm Lord. It doesn't matter. This young master can still break through a Heaven's Might defensive treasure. The Langye young master waved his hand. Qing Mu wants us to make a move to exhaust Dition's strength. He thinks too lightly of this young master. The Langye young master would not fall for it. He had to break through the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers first. The Langye young master took out a long black nail. It was about an inch long and emitted a black luster. The moment he took it out, the expressions of the 4 elders changed. The long black nail emitted a faint Heaven's Might. Heaven's Might treasure. They were boundary lords. They could not take out a treasure like Heaven's Might so easily. Young master, could this be the soul-breaking nail? The Langye young master said. That's right. This is the soul-breaking nail. It is a consumable treasure. As long as it nails into Dition's body, his divine soul will be severely injured. At that moment, Qing Mu should have the chance to break through the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. We can just take advantage of it from behind. Go. The long black nail entered the Sky Fey world. Let's see how you block it. Within the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, Lin Fei moved freely. His physical body was 50 to 60% invincible. He was not afraid of any attacks at all. The elders of the Qing residence lost their methods. Heaven's Might suppressed them. They could not break through the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Their faces were filled with fear. Including the 9th elder, 4 of the 8 elders had been killed. Now, only the 4 elders were bitterly holding on. They would not be able to hold on for long. Dition, you are already the greatest enemy of the Qing residence. As long as the residence master takes action, you will not be able to escape. The 2nd elder tried his best to resist while threatening Dition. Our old ancestor, Gentleman Green Snake, is a supreme expert. He is about to step into the supreme realm. There will be no place for you to hide. The 8 elders were only left with 4. This was something they did not expect. A human brat was so powerful. His physical body was invincible. He could ignore their attacks. Their terrifying attacks were like tickles to the other party. They were all from the demon race. Reveal your true form. After enduring for a while, they returned to their true forms. For green snakes that were tens of thousands of feet long appeared in the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Demonic aura surged into the sky. They tried to use their huge bodies to fight against the human Dtion. Regardless of whether you are in your true form or in your human form, none of you can do it. Lin Fei laughed loudly. He transformed into a body that was tens of thousands of feet long. He slapped a green snake's body and knocked it down. With a backhand slap, another green snake flew out. A casual jolt was enough to make them vomit blood. And at this moment Lin Fei's heart trembled. He felt a sense of danger. Chapter 1333. It can actually penetrate my attack? Within the vast mountains and rivers, Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. No one knew better than him how powerful that palm strike was. It was enough to destroy the black nail, but the black nail penetrated it so easily. Top-notch treasure. It was too late for Lin Fei to react. Bang! Bang! The black nail split into thousands of pieces and shot at Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei, who had an invincible body, had a gloomy expression again. The black nail had actually penetrated his body and was about to drill inside. A terrifying heavenly might came crushing down. What a vicious thing! The heavenly might crushed the essence spirit, trying to crush Lin Fei's essence spirit. If it really succeeded, his essence chi would definitely be greatly damaged. Hua! 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 Lin Fei had not cultivated the undying body, and had an invincible body. He could perfectly control his flesh and blood. Layers of energy blocked the black nail. In the end, the thousands of black nails were stuck in his body and could not penetrate. Lin Fei was also pierced like a shuttle. The terrifying heavenly might shot at the essence spirit. The spiritual sea where the essence spirit was located was completely suppressed. The heavenly might turned into a black nail, and was about to nail onto the essence spirit. The heavenly might also locked onto the essence spirit. Lin Fei's face instantly turned pale. The might of the heavenly might could not be ignored, let alone targeted at the essence spirit. Just as the black nail was about to nail onto the essence spirit erupted with thousands of jingguang. The jingguang turned into towering waves and washed over the black nail in waves. The golden waves were getting faster and faster. The black nail's movement speed was constantly slowing down. Phew! Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally blocked it. The black nail was too vicious. If his essence spirit had not been protected by the divine light back then, he would have suffered a great loss today. The golden waves attacked the black nail and constantly wore it down. It took a long time for it to wear down in the spiritual sea. Swish! Swish! The long black nails on his body were shaken off one by one, and in the blink of an eye, only one black nail was left. Lin Fei reached out to grab it, and it fell into his hand, losing its power. There are really a lot of people who want me dead. They even took out such a top-notch mystical item. Lin Fei squeezed with his hand and crushed the long black nail on the spot. Hairball! Use your divine ability and kill them. Hairball roared and unleashed her innate ability. Within the 10,000 li of mountains and rivers, the hairball's bloody mouth swallowed all of them in one gulp. It flew back again, revealing a lazy aura. It needed to refine the 4 demonic race azure dragons. Lin Fei put away the hairball, and the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers turned into a scroll that landed on Lin Fei's head, appearing in front of everyone. The 9 elders of the Azure Mansion are only SOSO. The appearance of Lin Fei and the disappearance of the 9 elders caused a huge uproar on the spot. The 9 peak-level elders couldn't do anything to Dtion, and they were killed one by one instead. Was Dtion's power already this strong? The Azure Mansion's Grand Elder Qingmu was extremely furious. Our Azure Mansion will not rest until one of us is dead. Hua! Grand Elder Qingmu slashed out with his saber, and heavenly might came crashing down. The unparalleled heavenly might locked onto Lin Fei. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers blocked this terrifying saber. If the 9 elders can't do it, you can't either. Lin Fei said heroically. ignoring Grand Elder Qingmu's words. His 6 arms slammed down, and in a single breath, he struck out over 100 palms, and the continuous power crushed over. Facing such power, Grand Elder Qingmu didn't dare to underestimate it. The saber in his hand slashed out with rays of light, continuously disintegrating Lin Fei's power. The waves of power caused his expression to change greatly. Swish! After 100 palms, Lin Fei stabbed out with his sword. It was a sharp sword. Grand Elder Qingmu blocked it with his saber, and the sword and saber clashed. The saber and sword clashed, and a terrifying power exploded from the sword. Grand Elder Qingmu was sent flying. In terms of power, Grand Elder Qingmu really wasn't Lin Fei's match. World projection. Boom boom boom. Tens of thousands of mountains came crashing down, densely packed together. Even though Grand Elder Qingmu was a peak-level expert, he couldn't block the attack of the world projection. His face paled and Lin Fei stabbed out a second time. Extreme speed of the heavenly Tao. The world projection still had some effect on Grand Elder Qingmu. A bloody hole appeared on his body. I'm the Grand Elder, a peak-level expert. How can I be suppressed by a human brat? Qingmu's expression changed. Even with the Heaven's Might saber, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. Ditian's power was terrifying. Old thing, you should accompany them down there as well. Since they were already fighting, Lin Fei didn't mind using the Azure Mansion as an example. Boom! Lin Fei stabbed out with his sword again. A vast and mighty sword light appeared above his head. A terrifying sword intent locked onto Qingmu. As long as he attacked Qingmu, he wouldn't be able to block this sword. Bang! Lin Fei blocked with 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Sha Wuhuan, a senior like you. Is there a need to be so sneaky when dealing with a junior like me? What a good Ditian, your eyesight is not bad. In the void, Sha Wuhuan walked out with a sword case on his back. He stared at Lin Fei with a murderous look. You killed my disciple, sword god. You should have thought of this. It was reasonable for the Azure Mansion to deal with Ditian. Who would have thought that at this moment, Sword Immortal Sha Wuhuan, one of the 3 heavyweights under Sword Immortal by D, would personally come. Everyone's expression changed. The combat power of Sword Immortals was famous in the myriad heavens. No one was willing to offend a Sword Immortal. Sha Wuhuan was famous among the Sword Immortals. Even though he wasn't at the peak level, he was still a 4th-step Immortal Emperor. With his terrifying swordsmanship, his combat power could rival that of a peak-level expert. Lin Fei's expression did not change. This emperor did not expect you to come personally. Even more so, I did not expect you to use sneak attacks. From this, I can see that the disciple is like the master. Sha Wuhuan said fiercely. You will die today. Xiu xiu xiu. The sword case on Sha Wuhuan's back moved, and 6 red divine swords flew out. Each of them contained 10% of heaven's might. He used the 3-head 6-armed sacred art and grabbed the 6 red divine swords. Qingmu was overjoyed. With a sword immortal making a move, he could relax. Ditian, you will die today. 33 heaven-splitting saber. Qingmu used a powerful secret art. Golden saber mountains that were tens of thousands of meters tall smashed towards Lin Fei. One after another, they emitted a terrifying aura. The void was mercilessly sliced apart, and it only stopped when it reached the 5th level of the void. This was to distract Ditian. Secret art, 10,000 swords returned to origin. Sha Wuhuan rarely used the 6 red divine swords. This time he used his full strength to deal with Ditian. He did not give Ditian any chance to resist. In a short period of time he killed 9 Azure Mansion elders. Sha Wuhuan could not afford to underestimate Ditian. Under the influence of the 6 red divine swords, the thousands of sword chi turned into green, red, purple and green immortal swords. They were vivid and lifelike. Someone used his divine sense to scan them and immediately vomited blood. He was injured by the sword intent. This was one of the powerful sword arts that Sha Wuhuan cultivated. One saber and one sword carried a terrifying aura. Everyone's expression changed. The attack of a peak expert was indeed terrifying. Chapter 1334. 2 pinnacle experts attacked just like that. He was going to kill Ditian in front of everyone. Everyone couldn't help but worry for Ditian. In this situation the odds were against them. Sha Wuhuan held 6 divine swords that contained heaven's might. 6 streams of heaven's might broke through the limits of heaven Dao and lashed out like whips. This old man wants to see how you block this sword. The secret technique sect origin sword was extremely powerful and emitted boundless might. Sha Wuhuan really wanted to kill Di Tian. If he didn't kill Di Tian today, Di Tian would regret it sooner or later. Maybe one day Di Tian would charge into the sword space and kill him on the spot. Vibrating shot. Lin Fei controlled myriad miles of mountains and rivers to block above his head, blocking the sword mountains. With the true self-world annihilation sword in his hand, he executed the 4th sword move. This was an area of effect attack sword technique. The sky-covering sword lights landed on the whips, causing the streams of heaven's might to be unable to move forward. Sha Wuhuan had been in this realm for many years, but the streams of heaven's might still managed to break through and landed on Lin Fei's body. His face turned pale. This old thing's secret technique is indeed powerful. Lin Fei's invincible physique had recovered by 50 to 60%, but the attacks of heaven's might still managed to break through his physique and injure him. Old thing, your secret technique is only SOSO. Lin Fei's figure flashed and entered the sky. He appeared not far away from Sha Wuhuan and slashed with his sword. A beam of sword light swept out. Blood gushed out from the sword. As a 3rd-step immortal emperor, the power of this sword was unimaginable. Sha Wuhuan didn't dare to underestimate it. A black divine armor appeared on his body and emitted emperor's might. It covered him, revealing his head and limbs. You will definitely die today. Sha Wuhuan had come armed to the teeth. Kill. The 6 streams of heaven's might charged over again. They wanted to fight to the death with Lin Fei. Let's fight then. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Lin Fei felt immense pressure. A sword immortal's attack wasn't something an ordinary person could deal with. He gritted his teeth and punched at the streams of heaven's might. Damn it, Di Tian dares to ignore me. Grand Elder Greenwood felt very aggrieved. He was the Grand Elder of the Azure Residence, wielding a treasured saber with heaven's might. How powerful was he? Yet he was actually ignored by Di Tian. The mountains and rivers were right in front of him, yet he had no way to break through them in a short period of time. He had to constantly defend against the onslaught of heavenly might. Greenwood couldn't help but be angry. Di Tian really can't handle the attacks of 2 peak experts. If it weren't for the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers holding Great Elder Greenwood back, Di Tian would have been in danger long ago. The people who were watching the show were also shocked. If a pinnacle powerhouse were to attack them, they probably wouldn't even be able to block a single move. Di Tian's strength was indeed abnormal. Bang! Bang! Lin Fei used his divine sword to open the way, but he did not activate his world projection. A powerful sword immortal like Sha Wuhuan was negligible to a world projection. The 6 arms smashed into the heaven's might light. Lin Fei decided to make full use of his advantages. He charged forward and destroyed any power that came his way. The heaven's might light was very strong, but Lin Fei's ancient divine power was not to be trifled with. He punched again and again. His invincible body defense blocked most of the attacks. The distance of 50,000 kilometers was reduced to 30,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei charged in. His arms expanded, and the 6 arms were 100,000 feet long. He charged above Sha Wuhuan and slammed down with Mount Tai suppression. The ancient divine power was like a dark cloud. Sha Wuhuan's sword stabbed towards the top of his head. Another arm came from the left and another arm came from the right. The wind whistled as the 2 attacks collided. The attack above his head was barely blocked. The palms from the left and right slammed into his body, and a terrifying power surged. The black divine armor emitted light to block the ancient divine power. The ancient divine power roared like an evil dragon and pierced through the light defense. Sha Wuhuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 The ancient divine power rushed into Sha Wuhuan's body and exploded like popcorn. Sha Wuhuan kept spitting out blood. How can the ancient divine power be so strong? Sha Wuhuan's expression changed drastically. The ancient divine power in his body kept exploding, and even the great Tao power couldn't suppress it. World projection. Lin Fei activated the world projection, which directly enveloped Sha Wuhuan's body. Sha Wuhuan's body trembled and was on the verge of collapse. Lin Fei rushed in front of Sha Wuhuan. Old thing, does this feel good? Lin Fei's fist landed on Sha Wuhuan's face, followed by a powerful kick. Sha Wuhuan was sent flying millions of miles away, smashing into a mountain range. In this close combat, even though Sha Wuhuan's body was strong, he wasn't Lin Fei's opponent. Boom! Lin Fei turned into a giant and stomped down. Sha Wuhuan kept spitting out blood. The divine armor on his body was dim and colorless, and it was covered in cracks. It seemed like another stomp would shatter it. Sha Wuhuan was lying in a huge pit. His hair was messy and his body was in a mess. The ancient divine power was still wreaking havoc. Secret art obliteration. Sha Wuhuan had never lost so miserably. The 6 Heaven's Might swords turned into 1 Heaven's Might sword. Heaven's Might sword into the sky. Holding the Heaven's Might sword, Sha Wuhuan slashed at Ditian. A terrifying golden line directly broke through the limit of the heavenly Tao, reaching 20 times the limit of the heavenly Tao. As the sword slashed over, Sha Wuhuan's face instantly turned pale. His face revealed an unprecedented fatigue. This was one of Sha Wuhuan's powerful secret arts. 20 times the limit of the heavenly Tao. No one could block this sword. Lin Fei indeed couldn't block it. 20 times the limit of the heavenly Tao was extremely powerful. It instantly blasted onto Lin Fei's body. Layers of ancient divine power turned into towering waves. Ditian, you're dead. Block this old man's secret art attack. Swish. 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 The golden line erupted with endless power. Wave after wave of power came crashing over. Lin Fei was directly sent flying. Cough cough. Lin Fei was smashed into a mountain range. There was a huge hole in his chest, revealing his white bones. More than 20% of his ancient divine power had been used up. Only 40% of his ancient divine power remained. What a powerful secret art. Wave after wave of power, a full 100 times the power. It's indeed a terrifying killing move. After this move, Sha Wuhuan shouldn't have any fighting strength left. Lin Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ditian, die. Qingmu broke through the seal of the mountains and rivers. A saber mountain slashed down. His face was filled with joy. After being hit by Sword Immortal Sha Wuhuan's powerful secret art, Ditian must be heavily injured. As long as he killed Ditian and collected his corpse, all the good stuff would belong to the Qing clan. It would be enough to make up for the deaths of the 9 elders. You can't do it. Lin Fei rushed out from the crater and punched the saber mountain. After 10 consecutive punches, the saber mountain shattered. Invincible sword art, 5th style 100 waves. The ancient divine power condensed into a single point. 5 times the limit of the heavenly Tao erupted. It was beyond Qingmu's expectations. Wave after wave of power crushed Ditian. Boom boom boom. Waves of energy, each stronger than the last, exploded on Grand Elder Greenwood's body. How is this possible? This is Sword Immortal Sha Wuhuan's technique. How did you learn it? Qingmu let out a cry of despair. The ancient divine power was a terrifying power. It was even more terrifying than the power of the great Tao. Qingmu couldn't take it anymore. Boom! Chapter 1335. A huge green snake fell from the sky. Boundless demonic chi filled the air. Grand Elder. All the experts of the Azure Mansion widened their eyes, and their eyes instantly turned blood red. Their powerful Grand Elder had been killed by Ditian. The 9 elders had died first, and Grand Elder Qingmu had followed. The Qing clan had suffered a huge blow. From now on, their influence in the Sky Fae world would be greatly restricted. The main culprit was the human Ditian. Lin Fei used the 5th move of his invincible sword technique, White Wave. He had learned this from Sha Wuhuan. Lin Fei didn't learn sword arts from the very beginning. He learned it half-heartedly. One of Sword Immortal Sha Wuhuan's secret sword arts had nearly killed him. He had expended 20% of his primordial divine power to block Sha Wuhuan's secret technique. Using the level-up system, Lin Fei had a 5th move that was suitable for him. 100 rays of ancient power crushed down. Grand Elder Qingmu's body was strong, but he could not withstand the pressure of 100 rays of ancient power. He was killed on the spot. A huge hand reached out, grabbing the corpse and storing it in the heaven and earth furnace. He could not miss out on such a good thing. Old thing, it's your turn now. He had killed Qing Mu with one move. Sha Wuhuan, who was vomiting blood, had a look of disbelief. His annihilation secret technique was an extremely powerful attack. Subconsciously, he did not think that Di Tian could block it. In order to deal with Di Tian, he had really gone all out. Now Di Tian was full of energy. His powerful secret technique could not do anything to Di Tian. Sha Wuhuan was even more shocked when Di Tian killed Greenwood with a single sword strike. That sword strike clearly had a great connection with his own secret art. In fact, it could even be said that Di Tian's annihilation secret art had been completely reborn. How could Sha Wuhuan not be shocked? How could there be such a genius in the world? He was clearly secretly learning. Sha Wuhuan was quite shocked. Back then, he had used 3,000 years to cultivate annihilation. It had become a powerful secret technique by his side. Who would have thought that Di Tian would learn it in such a short time? Monster! Regardless of how shocked Sha Wuhuan was, Lin Fei charged over. 100 wave. It was also a streak of white light, carrying with it the domineering aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. As long as he killed Qing Mu and Sha Wuhuan, these two peak experts, Lin Fei believed that no one else would be willing to interfere. 10% of the primordial divine power was extracted. Everyone was shocked by the white light. This was a terrifying killer move that was in no way inferior to a peak sword immortal's attack. Di Tian, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. Sha Wuhuan, who was vomiting blood, would not sit still and wait for death. With a wave of his hand, an emerald green leaf appeared in his hand. It exuded a gentle luster, but a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. If he was at his peak, Sha Wuhuan was confident that he could withstand it. Now that he was heavily injured, the primordial divine power in his body was wreaking havoc, limiting his combat prowess. He could only rely on top-grade mystical items to protect himself. The jade-green leaves were infused with the power of the Grand Tao. A towering tree towered over the earth. Sha Wuhuan hid under this towering tree. Hua hua hua. Layer by layer, the primordial divine power surged towards the towering tree. The ripples on the towering tree did not stop. Peak experts are indeed not easy to kill. With such a mystical item, this move of mine is too slow. 5 times the speed of the heavenly Tao. When the matter is over, I must increase my speed. Lin Fei had to kill Sha Wuhuan today no matter what. If he could not kill such a peak expert the first time, it would be even more difficult to kill him the second time. Humph, even if you have a mystical item, you still have to die. This emperor does not believe that you have another top-notch mystical item. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers surrounded the surroundings. Sha Wuhuan relied on the top-notch mystical item to block the terrifying attack. Di Tian's eyes twitched when he heard this. This was the only defensive treasure he had. Unless it was a matter of life and death, Sha Wuhuan would not bear to use it. Brother Zhuge, help me. Sha Wuhuan hurriedly transmitted his voice to his good friend. Zhuge Taizhen, who came along, had a slight change in expression. He had not expected such an outcome. A peak expert was forced to use a top-notch mystical item in the blink of an eye. If Di Tian used this kind of secret technique again, Sha Wuhuan would really be dead. Zhuge Taizhen and Sha Wuhuan were old friends of many years. Having cultivated to this realm, he did not wish to die here. However, he also knew that Di Tian was extremely monstrous. Even if he took action himself, he would not be able to do anything to Di Tian. Di Tian, can you give me Zhuge Taizhen some face and spare him this once? Zhuge Taizhen braced himself and said, I can make him swear a heavenly Tao oath that he will never cause trouble for you in the future. Sha Wuhuan had come with an aggressive aura, but now he was in a sorry state. He had even used a top-notch defensive mystical item and almost died in the Sky Fey world. Putting his life on the line for a disciple was not what Sha Wuhuan wanted. Zhuge Taizhen? I don't know him. Sha Wuhuan was definitely going to die today. Previously, a wisp of will had descended and almost killed him. He had to vent his anger. Zhuge Taizhen almost vomited blood. He was an expert on the wind cloud list, and yet Di Tian had never heard of his name? If not for Sha Wuhuan's old friend, he would not have come out to mediate. Boom boom boom. The towering tree was on the verge of collapse. It was the final moment. Di Tian. Sha Wuhuan is one of the 3 magnates under Sword Immortal by D. If you kill him today, Sword Immortal by D will personally deal with you. Although your strength is not bad and is comparable to a peak 4th step Immortal Emperor, you are far from being a match for Sword Immortal by D. The speed of Sword Immortal by D's sword has already surpassed the speed limit of the Heavenly Tao. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The attack landed on the towering tree, causing it to shake and shatter. The leaves in Xiao Wuhuan's hand turned into ashes. Die. This time Lin Fei would not give Xiao Wuhuan any chance. Even if Sword Immortal by D comes, I will still kill him. Whoever wants to kill me must be prepared to pay the price. Lin Fei surpassed the speed limit of the Heavenly Tao and swept his sword at Xiao Wuhuan. The two of them were too close and Xiao Wuhuan could not dodge at all. The black armor on his body was instantly shattered. Xiao Wuhuan's eyes were filled with endless fear. Brother Zhuge, save me. Wave after wave of ancient divine power resonated with each other and exploded in Xiao Wuhuan's body. Zhuge Taizhen glared at Di Tian. This Di Tian was too lawless. He really dared to kill Xiao Wuhuan in front of him. Was he not afraid of offending Sword Immortal by D? Lin Fei's gaze swept over. I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, the sword in my hand will not have eyes. You dare to threaten me? Zhuge Taizhen was furious. The long sword emitted a cold light. Zhuge Taizhen's pupils shrank. Even he could not block this kind of secret technique attack. Who knew if Di Tian could use it again? Zhuge Taizhen did not want to try something that would put him in danger. You are in big trouble. Zhuge Taizhen said word by word. Lin Fei did not care. Killing one was killing two was also killing. Di Tian, even if this old man dies, you will not have a good life. Master will definitely deal with you personally. No one can survive under Master's sword. Xiao Wuhuan laughed sinisterly and directly self-destructed. A terrifying force swept out and directly blasted into the depths of the void 7th heaven. The power of a peak expert to self-destruct. It was a killing move of extinction. Everyone's expression changed. Chapter 1336. Xiao Wuhuan chose to self-detonate. Everyone was in danger. If a peak 4th step expert chose to self-detonate, the power produced by the self-detonation would be earth-shattering and could completely destroy a continent. When a powerhouse of this level self-detonated, no one would not feel afraid. Some powerhouses even prepared to take out their treasures to deal with the threat of Xiao Wuhuan's self-detonation. Between heaven and earth, a jade-like hand appeared, sending the explosive power into the depths of the void. This ability, other than the Realm Lord, no one else could do it. The Sky Demon Realm Lord has made his move. The Sky Demon Realm Lord is indeed powerful. Even a peak expert self-destruction can be easily dealt with. Someone immediately recognized it. The Heavenly Demon Realm Lord took action to divert Sword Immortal joyless self-destruction. This Sky Demon Realm Lord is so powerful. Lin Fei could easily feel the power of that grab. Even though his physical body was in the invincible realm, he could not withstand this kind of power. This power was already supported by the power of the world. Xiao Wuhuan was very powerful. But compared to the Sky Demon Realm Lord, there was still a huge gap. If the Sky Demon Realm Lord wanted to kill Xiao Wuhuan, he could kill a peak expert with a casual grab, unless the peak expert had some trump card. When the Sky Demon Realm Lord appeared, many people's expressions changed. The Sky Fey world is a peaceful world. This Realm Lord does not wish for anyone to fight here. Violators will be killed without mercy. The words of the Sky Demon Realm Lord echoed in the Sky Demon Realm. A murderous aura caused everyone's body to tremble. This was the Sky Demon Realm taking the initiative to get angry. Once the Realm Lord was enraged, no one was willing to stand out. Everything is over. In the Tianyun Tower, Lu Ziyue chuckled. The Sky Demon Realm Lord really knows how to choose the right time to appear. Not only did he display his strength, but he also did Di Tian a favor. What a good move. Lu Ziyue saw it clearly. At the same time, they were shocked by Di Tian's strength. By relying on that final sword move, Di Tian's combat prowess rose once again. Even Sword Immortal Xiao Wuhuan wasn't his match. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was prepared to extend an olive branch to the human Di Tian. From then on, Di Tian was no longer a minor celebrity. Instead, he was a heaven-defying immortal emperor of the human race, whose name resounded throughout the myriad worlds. Even a 4th step expert would not dare to put on airs in front of Di Tian. Prepare a generous gift for Ditian later. Lu Ziyue said to the people beside her. The Realm Lord has made a move. Ditian is safe. Bai Shangyu had always been worried about Ditian. Greenwood and Sha Wuhuan acted at the same time. These two peak-level experts wielded heavenly might treasures and were incomparably arrogant. Yet in the end, both of them died in Ditian's hands. After hearing the Realm Lord's words, Bai Shangyu finally relaxed. In the Sky Fey realm, no one would dare to act against Ditian. No one could withstand the Realm Lord's anger. When the Realm Lord was enraged, it wouldn't be inferior to the emperors of ancient times. Their corpses would fill 1,000,000 miles. Bai Shangyu put down a stone. The expressions of the people of the Bai residence changed. Ditian, who was in the sky, had become an invincible god of war. His combat prowess was terrifying. Even a golden immortal could be killed, let alone them. They had been prepared to capture Ditian. After all, the Bai residence did not take a puny human seriously. Other than the other 5 residences, no one else in the Sky Fey world dared to challenge them. Ditian had undergone consecutive tribulations and advanced from a first-step immortal emperor to a third-step immortal emperor. His battle prowess was comparable to a peak expert. This was undoubtedly a huge slap to the Bai residence's face. What should he do now? The 9 elders of the Bai residence were frowning. If this matter was not perfectly resolved, the entire Bai residence would not be able to eat and sleep in peace. The Qing residence's mansion lord was having a headache. Things were still developing within their expectations. Gradually, they were moving in an irreversible direction. First, the 9 elders were killed. Then Grand Elder Greenwood. The Qing residence's mansion lord was already in a state of rage. The Sky Fey Realm Lord had spoken, stopping the Qing residence's mansion lord from attacking Ditian. This made the Qing residence's mansion lord very unhappy. Facing the Realm Lord's control, he could only grit his teeth. He would definitely suffer this loss. In the Sky Fey world, the Qing residence had lost a lot of face. Interesting. Truly interesting. Seeing the jade-like hand disappear, Lin Fei could not help but laugh. If I had not used the 5th move, the Sky Fey Realm Lord would not have attacked. He is indeed an old fox. His schemes are truly impressive. Lin Fei also felt the goodwill from the Sky Fey Realm Lord. The goodwill he had released. For example, when Sha Wuhuan self-detonated, Lin Fei had a way to deal with it. However, it was not a small problem. If he did not handle it well, he might even be injured. Now that the Sky Fey Realm Lord had attacked, Lin Fei had no choice but to do him a favor. I was originally prepared to go on a killing spree. Now that the Sky Fey Realm Lord has interfered, I reckon that won't be possible. Lin Fei shook his head. I believe that there should be many who have designs on me. I can make use of these days to increase my speed. I want to see who will be the one killing who. In the sky, a Dao child walked out of the void. This Dao child was only a second-step Fei the Arch. Lin Fei could sense a powerful aura from him. He was at least a pinnacle expert. Ditian, I am Master's Dao child 7 Wonders. Master invites you to the sacred mountain. Once the Dao child appeared, the Qing residence and Bai residence's expressions changed again. 7 Wonders was the Realm Lord's Dao child. Normally, they would meet the Realm Lord himself. However, the 7 Wonders had powerful combat strength. He had always scoffed at them and was very arrogant. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative to invite Ditian. It was as though the sun had risen from the west. Everyone could tell that the Sky Fey Realm Lord attached great importance to Ditian. Otherwise, he would not have arranged for his Dao child to invite Ditian. Everyone in the Sky Fey world wanted to visit the sacred mountain, but they would never have the chance in their lifetime. Lead the way. Lin Fei agreed immediately. The Dao child walked forward and disappeared hundreds of millions of miles away. He seemed to want to test Ditian and deliberately increased his speed. Lin Fei followed behind him at a steady pace. Now 7 Wonders understood his master's words. Don't put on airs. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fei was also shocked. If he had not broken through 5 times the speed limit of the heavenly Dao, it would be truly embarrassing if he couldn't even catch up to a Dao child. Traversing through layers of void, 7 Wonders brought Lin Fei into a space that was surrounded by clouds and mist. An endless mountain that was millions of feet tall stood between heaven and earth. It was emitting dense immortal chi. All the pores on his body opened up, and immortal chi surged into his body. He instantly felt comfortable. How extravagant! This mountain was completely made up of true spirits. Its value was immeasurable. Lin Fei could even feel the powerful power of array formations hidden in the depths of the void. The array formations that were set up here were all powerful array formations that could definitely kill pinnacle experts. This was the lair of the Sky Demon Realm Lord. Lin Fei silently followed 7 wonders and finally arrived at a straw hut at the bottom of a cliff. A youth was sitting in the straw hut. Master Ditian is here. Daochild 7 wonders left after reporting Ditian's arrival. Realm Lord Ditian, please take a seat. The youth waved his hand. The youth said the words Realm Lord because he had acknowledged Lin Fei's identity and that they were on equal footing. There was a limited number of Realm Lords in the universe, and each Realm Lord was divided into different levels. The Sky Demon Realm Lord belonged to the top group, and ordinary Realm Lords were not worthy of his attention. Ditian was the only exception. He was valued by the Sky Demon Realm Lord when he was only at the 3rd step. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and sat down. This is a sacred tea that blooms once every million years. Have a taste. At this moment, Lin Fei could not feel any aura from this single-horned youth. It was as if he was an old friend that he had not seen for many years. His strength was immeasurable. This was Lin Fei's evaluation of the Sky Demon Realm Lord. To be able to control a great world like the Sky Demon Realm, the Sky Demon Realm Lord's strength was not to be underestimated. Lin Fei appeared very calm. He had killed pinnacle experts before, and the Sky Demon Realm Lord was only much stronger than them. Thus, Lin Fei did not feel any pressure at all. He took a small sip of the sacred tea, and his entire body felt refreshed. A million-year-old sacred tea is indeed extraordinary. With just one sip, Lin Fei could feel that it was extraordinary. A Realm Lord was indeed a Realm Lord. He even used million-year-old sacred tea to entertain people. This was a kind of foundation. The single-horned youth was the Sky Demon Realm Lord. Before killing pinnacle experts, the Sky Demon Realm Lord only treated him as a heaven-defying immortal emperor with more potential. There were many such heaven-defying immortal emperors in the universe. The experts on the ranking list could kill 4th-step experts or even pinnacle experts. The Sky Demon Realm Lord treated him normally. The main point was to use this sharp knife to teach the Qing clan a lesson. He wanted to tell the Qing clan not to push their luck and be lawless. The result was completely out of the Sky Demon Realm Lord's expectations. Ditian displayed extraordinary combat strength, especially his invincible body. Ordinary 4th-step experts could not break his defense unless they used a top-notch item or used a powerful mystic art. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was not surprised that the 9 Qing clan elders were killed one after another. The death of Grand Elder Qingmu moved the Sky Demon Realm Lord. The Sky Demon Realm Lord did not believe that Ditian could withstand Sword Immortal Sha Wuan's powerful mystic art. In the end he did. The most unbelievable thing was that Ditian seemed to be a genius in swordsmanship. He used Sha Wuan's mystic art, Annihilation, as the foundation to create a powerful mystic art that killed Sha Wuhuan in one blow. The Sky Demon Realm took the initiative. The number of heaven-defying immortal emperors who could kill pinnacle experts could be counted on one hand. The Sky Demon Realm Lord took action at the critical moment and resolved Sha Wuan's self-destruction. This made Ditian owe him a favor. If you like it, I will arrange for someone to give you some when you leave. The Sky Demon Realm Lord smiled. His name had also changed to I. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. Compared to a Realm Lord like him, the Sky Demon Realm Lord was truly rich and overbearing. Daoist Ditian, do you know that you have caused a huge disaster? Lin Fei smiled inwardly. Finally, it was the main topic. Are you talking about the Qing clan or Sword Immortal White Emperor? Lin Fei wanted to know why the Sky Demon Realm Lord was looking for him. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. The Sky Demon Realm Lord sighed and said, the Sky Demon Realm is a great world. You killed the Qing clan elders, including the Grand Elder. This is equivalent to forming a feud with the Sky Demon Realm. The Sky Demon Realm is backed by the demon race. Most importantly, you are a human. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Could there be some other reason? Chapter 1337. Does that mean that this emperor is already the enemy of your demon race? Lin Fei said unhurriedly. From the moment the Sky Demon Realm Lord made his move and instructed the Tao Child to invite him over, Lin Fei believed that the Sky Demon Realm Lord had his own plans and would not act against him easily. If this was the logic he wanted to tell himself, there was no need to look for him, just a spiritual will would suffice. Lin Fei did not need to worry about saying the wrong thing. This guy is still on his guard. The Sky Demon Realm Lord laughed in his heart as he calmly said, Tian, you are already a third-step heaven-defying immortal emperor, and your combat strength is comparable to a peak-stage expert. You also have an invincible physical body. You are indeed a great enemy of our demon race. Lin Fei smiled. The Sky Demon Realm Lord is prepared to deal with this emperor? There was no way the Sky Demon Realm Lord would deal with Tian. You are indeed bold. Are you sure that I won't act? The Sky Demon Realm Lord's sharp gaze swept towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei said generously, the Sky Demon Realm Lord controls a world. If you wanted to kill me, you could have done it long ago. There is no need to wait until now. Tell me what you want. If possible, I don't mind cooperating with you. Lin Fei liked to get straight to the point and did not like to hide things. Young people are really direct. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was not surprised. Your current strength is not enough. I just want to chat with you. When you are stronger, you can come to the Sky Demon Realm again. Am I very weak? Lin Fei knew that there was a gap between him and the Sky Demon Realm Lord. Being ignored like this was still very unpleasant. No one will come to this place. I will allow you to rest on Sage Mountain for a few days. The Sky Demon Realm Lord stood up. There are many people waiting for you outside. You will definitely be intercepted midway. You don't have to worry. At your realm, almost no one can kill you. Green Snake, Sword Immortal by D. They are all in a mystic realm and will not come out to deal with you for now. Lin Fei blinked. Be it Gentleman Green Snake or Sword Immortal White Emperor, they were both peak experts. If they attacked, it would not be easy for Lin Fei to leave. On the Holy Mountain, Lin Fei found a random place and moved out his senfu. Now there was a senfu on the sacred mountain. My fleshly body has already reached an invincible state. However, the number of divine bodies I've fused with is still too little. Looks like I'll have to contact Lu Ziyue again, and send another batch of star stones over. In this battle, Lin Fei relied purely on his invincible body. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand 2 heavenly lightning bolts. He had only fused 21 divine bodies. The matter of the starstone could be delayed. Lin Fei understood that the Sky Demon Realm Lord wanted him to stay here. He wanted him to recuperate and leave the Sky Demon Great World. There would definitely be a fierce battle waiting for him. At that time it wouldn't be one-on-one but a group attack. The Sky Demon Great World was overseen by the Sky Demon Realm Lord. Even the pinnacle experts did not dare to act recklessly. Lin Fei brought up the heaven-opening divine gate. What I lack now is speed. As long as I increase my speed, I can use the system to create the 6th sword move. It won't be easy for them to stop me then. Tian was left to rest on the sacred mountain. This news was still known by some people. Qing Mansion. Mansion Lord Qing Yoming's eyes glowed with cold light. The atmosphere in the whole secret room was terrifyingly oppressive. Sky Demon Realm Lord, are you going to protect the human Tian? Qing Yuming paced back and forth for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. He had to inform the old ancestor about this. Qing Yuming thought that the Sky Demon Realm Lord would suppress Tian. Although he couldn't do it himself, at least he could vent his anger. Who would have thought that the Sky Demon Realm Lord would leave Tian to rest on the sacred mountain? This made Qing Yuming feel that something was wrong. In this matter, their Qing Mansion's vitality was greatly damaged. If it wasn't for the old ancestor, the other 5 mansions would have already divided up the Qing Mansion's benefits. Qing Yuming smelled a conspiracy from the Sky Demon Realm Lord leaving Tian. A conspiracy against the Qing Mansion. He had to inform the old ancestor immediately. What should we do now? Tian is left to rest on the sacred mountain. Outside the void, Langya Young Master stood on the 5-color peacock. His cold eyes seemed to penetrate the Sky Demon Great World. Wait, Langya Young Master said. Wait for him to come out. After summoning a top-notch mystical item, he couldn't hurt Dition at all. This made Lang Yi young master very unhappy. Qing Mansion's Grand Elder, Sword Immortal Joyless, two peak experts can't do anything to Dition. If we attack, isn't it? Kai Yuan Realm Lord frowned. In fact, Kai Yuan Realm Lord was terrified. Even someone as strong as them couldn't kill Dition, let alone them. Lang Yi young master said disdainfully. As long as Dition leaves the Sky Demon world, many people will attack at once. We are just part of a group attack. Not many peak experts would be willing to fight one-on-one. If they attacked together, it would be a completely different story. Even if you had 3 heads and 6 arms, you couldn't fight against so many people. Lang Yi young master didn't believe that Dition could withstand their attacks. In the 10 levels of the void in the myriad worlds, there was a stretch of palaces. Peak experts would be shocked to see such a scene. There was a stretch of palaces in the 10 levels of the void. The person who could arrange all this was definitely a super expert. Even a peak expert wouldn't dare to barge into the 10 levels of the void. In a majestic palace among the huge stretch of palaces, human Dition is indeed extraordinary. He underwent 2 consecutive tribulations and cultivated ancient divine power. His sword arts are outstanding too. He killed Qing Mansion's Grand Elder and Sword Immortal Joyless on the spot. I think he can be ranked among the top 100 experts on the excellence list. A green alien race expert said. The top 100 of the excellence list records the top experts in the myriad worlds. Everyone has a chance of breaking through to that realm in the future. The younger they are, the greater their potential. I remember that the last person to enter the top 100 of the excellence list was an expert from the demon race. Opposite him was a white-haired elder. The last time the top 100 of the excellence list was released was 3 chaos years ago. That demon race expert was very strong, but he was clearly much weaker than Dition. The green alien race expert said, Dition is very strong, especially his ancient divine power. His other aspects are ordinary. Once we release the top 100 of the excellence list, I wonder if Dition can withstand it. Time is too tight. The white-haired elder sighed. The ancient immortal court appeared in hell 10 years ago and then disappeared. Thinking about it, it's not long since then. As long as one of the experts on the excellence list can break through, we will be satisfied. The two of them had solemn expressions and finally made a decision. The white-haired elder held a golden pen and wrote on a scroll. The first page of the scroll. Tianhai Immortal Emperor. First on the excellence list. Saint Demon Emperor second on the excellence list. Chapter 1338. The lair of the Sky Demon Realm Lord was indeed a good place to cultivate. Lin Fei took out his heaven and earth furnace and placed the Tianqi Divine Pass inside. Then, he laid down a primal chaos array before entering the Divine Pass passage to break through the limits of the heavenly Tao. The Tianqi Divine Pass was a place where one could constantly unleash their potential. It was a rare treasure. Lin Fei relied on his invincible body to exchange blows with the golden-armored men. His speed became faster and faster. His comprehension of the limits of the heavenly Tao became deeper and deeper. He broke through the limits of the heavenly Tao from 5 times. This was all thanks to his invincible body. Time accelerated in the Tianqi Divine Pass. Lin Fei was constantly attacking the golden-armored men. This time it was not 1 golden-armored man, but 3 golden-armored men. Every one of them was a third-step immortal emperor. Their speed surpassed the limits of the heavenly Tao, reaching 20 times. Suddenly he heard the voice of the Sky Demon Realm Lord. Dition, come out for a moment. The expression of Lin Fei, who was in the passageway, changed. The strength of the Sky Demon Realm Lord was much stronger than he had expected. He could even transmit his voice from the heaven-opening Divine Pass. Lin Fei sent one of the golden-armored men flying with a sword strike and exited the Tianqi Divine Pass. Did something happen? After exiting the Senfu, Lin Fei kept the Senfu and took a step forward. He came to the straw hut again. The single-horned Sky Demon Realm Lord was already waiting for him. You are so fast. Lin Fei sat down. I wonder why the Sky Demon Realm Lord called me out? The Sky Demon Realm Lord smiled faintly at Dition. Your luck is not bad. You have gained the favor of 2 palaces at such a young age. Now you are ranked 93rd on the Wind Cloud list. Your name has spread throughout the entire world. I'm not very sure. Can you explain it more clearly? Lin Fei was completely baffled by this. There was no one in the universe who did not know the names of the two palaces. Apart from the immortal court of the past, the two most powerful forces at the moment were the two palaces. Back then, they were both fierce generals of the immortal court. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was truly envious of Ditian. Ditian was so young yet his combat prowess was so high. The human race was truly the race with the highest talent. Their demon race was far inferior. In other words, the Windcloud list is the most influential list in the entire universe. Every single person on the list of the top 100 is a true powerhouse, and every single one of them is terrifyingly powerful. If you don't understand, in other words, anyone who enters the top 100 has a chance of becoming a ruler in the future. When the Sky Demon Realm Lord said the word ruler, his eyes were filled with endless yearning. Immortal emperors were indeed powerful. However, compared to sovereigns, they were still extremely weak. Above the immortal emperor is the ruler? Lin Fei's eyes widened. This was the first time he had heard of a realm above the immortal emperor. The Sky Demon Realm Lord nodded. Above the immortal emperor is indeed the ruler realm. However, to become a ruler is extremely difficult, even more difficult than becoming an emperor. In the entire universe, it is rumored that there are a total of 6 rulers, and all of them came from the immortal court of the past. 2 palaces each have a ruler, and they can stably sit on the number 1 position. All this while, Lin Fei had heard of the strength of the 2 palaces, but he had never imagined that the 2 palaces had a ruler backing them, an existence even more powerful and invincible than an immortal emperor. In the Battle of the Sky Demon Great World, the 2 palaces noticed the scene of you killing the Azure Mansion's Grand Elder and Sword Immortal Joyless. Today, the 2 palaces have revised the Windcloud list. In terms of overall combat strength, you are ranked 93rd on the Windcloud list. Inform the entire universe. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was more optimistic about Ditian. He had never imagined that the 2 palaces would personally rank Ditian 93rd in the top 100. This was almost unimaginable to the Sky Demon Realm Lord. There was such a good thing. Lin Fei had heard of the Windcloud list before. He had never imagined that he would be ranked on the list. Could it be that the people in front of him were stronger than him? If that was true, then the experts in front of him were truly terrifying. You still have 2 days to rest. After 2 days, you will leave the Sky Demon Great World and accept the challenges of others. The Sky Demon Realm Lord poured a bucket of cold water on him. Lin Fei's heart thumped. He knew that there was no such good thing in the world. I have to accept challenges to become someone on the Windcloud list? Lin Fei was puzzled. This has always been the rule. Anyone who enters the top 100 on the Windcloud list will be attacked by experts from all walks of life. As long as you can survive their attacks in the next year, you will be a great expert ranked 93rd on the Windcloud list. As long as you secure this position, the benefits will be unimaginable. Lin Fei finally understood why the Sky Demon Realm Lord had informed him. Will I have to leave the Sky Demon Great World in 2 days? The orders from the 2 palaces must be obeyed. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was quite direct. Then can I not become an expert on the Windcloud list? The Sky Demon Realm Lord smiled bitterly. He had never seen such a person. With such a great opportunity in front of him, countless people would cry for it, but he wanted to give it up. He really did not know what he was thinking. I'm afraid not. The 2 palaces have already issued an edict. For those who have been hovering around the top 100 on the Windcloud list, they can't wait to replace them. They will be your greatest enemies. The Sky Demon Realm Lord reminded him. Also, I'll give you a piece of news. Sword Immortal by D is ranked 101st on the Windcloud list. Damn! Lin Fei directly cursed. He had killed Sword Immortal by D's men and killed his disciple Sha Wuhuan. This time he would really have to fight Sword Immortal by D. Lin Fei himself was also shocked by the decision of the 2 palaces. It was not easy for him to take a break, but he found himself a lot of trouble again. If he could, he would rather not be on the Windcloud list. You are in big trouble. Tianyun Tower. Lu Ziyue looked at Lin Fei and said. They all knew the news released by the 2 palaces. The Windcloud list was a list that all experts wanted to be on. Especially the top 100. Do you know the last expert to enter the Windcloud list was a demon emperor? It has been 3 chaos years since then. The list of the top 100 rarely changes. You are an exception. Lu Ziyue was also very shocked when she received this news. The two palaces had the support of the rulers. There were a total of 6 rulers in the universe. So I came to ask for your help. Seeing Lu Ziyue's serious expression, the next year would definitely be the most difficult year of his life. What help do you want? Lu Ziyue was as straightforward as before. I want a lot of star stones, as much as you have. Seeing Lu Ziyue's brows slightly furrowed, I can give you experience pills as well as another type of pill. For example, if your undying body has not reached the grand completion realm, I can help you cultivate the last level of the undying body. Lu Ziyue cultivated the undying body, but until now, she has not reached the grand completion realm. The last level is very difficult. Tianyun Tower is rich and overbearing. They can't collect all the materials in a short time, so Lu Ziyue's undying body was dragged on like this. You have a way? Lu Ziyue said in shock. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. In any case, I want a lot of star stones in 2 days. Lin Fei said. If I can't get through this from now on, this kind of pill will never be found in this world again. Lu Ziyue was infuriated by Lin Fei's words. But she had to admit that without Lin Fei, although their Tianyun Tower could still make a profit from the experience pills, they lacked the follow-up impact. In private, the top alchemists of Tianyun Tower tried to decipher the experience pills and copy the pill refining formula, but in the end, it still didn't work. Our Tianyun Tower will do this deal. Lu Ziyue immediately arranged for people to contact the tower masters of the various worlds and collect the collected star stones. Moreover, they had to do it quickly. For a moment, the Tianyun Tower's internal operations were running very fast. Their purpose was to send the star stones. Ranked 93rd on the list, the two palaces have such a high evaluation of Di Tian. Di Tian's luck is really good. He actually caught the eyes of the two palaces. As long as he sits firmly in this position, who would dare to look down on him in the future? After all, they have the hope of entering that realm. The Demon King city of the Sky Demon Great World all knew about this matter. The influence of the two palaces was unimaginable. When this news came out, many people felt dissatisfied, especially the young elites. Why could Di Tian enter the top 100 list but they couldn't? They also had the ability to kill pinnacle experts. They were filled with hatred towards Di Tian, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. After 3 chaos years, such a position had appeared, but it was occupied by a human. This made the people of the universe feel indignant. Those who were ranked close to each other on the list all realized that their opportunity had come. As long as they could kill Di Tian within a year, they would have a chance to enter the top 100, and even enter the alternate dimension battlefield to observe the traces left behind by the Battle of Rulers. Just as the people of the universe were getting restless, Lin Fei stayed in the Tianyun Tower and didn't take a step out. Apart from constantly increasing his speed in the heaven-opening divine gate, he was waiting for the star stones to arrive. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that the next year would definitely be a difficult battle, so he had to be fully prepared. The star stones were Lin Fei's greatest trump card. As long as they exchanged the star stones for supreme grade points and continued to fuse with the divine bodies, their attack power would become lower and lower. It would be easy for them to stall for a year and a half. It's really not easy to increase the speed limit of the heavenly Tao. My divine body has fused with 21 divine bodies, and I can't hold on anymore. Looking at the wounds all over his body, Lin Fei left the passage helplessly. After spending decades, the harvest was not small. From 5 times the speed limit of the heavenly Tao, he broke through to 20 times the speed limit of the heavenly Tao. After 20 times the speed limit of the heavenly Tao, Lin Fei couldn't withstand the terrifying attacks of the golden armored man. For the time being, Lin Fei gave up. Lu Ziyue's speed was very fast. In 2 days, the entire Tianyun Tower moved. With her father's approval, Lu Ziyue operated even faster. This is all the stock of the Tianyun Tower, as well as what we bought from others. The total value is 1 trillion true spirits. Lu Ziyue took out a storage ring filled with star stones. Lin Fei scanned it with his divine sense and was very satisfied. Chapter 1339. Lin Fei was very satisfied. With so many star stones that could be exchanged for supreme grade points, he wouldn't be afraid of any experts. The Tianyun Tower's wealth was indeed different. This is an experience pill. Lin Fei took out an experience pill and handed it to Lu Ziyue. He had already prepared these experience pills in advance. For the Starstones, Lu Ziyue mobilized the entire Tianyun Tower. It was already very good to be able to obtain these Starstones. After handing the experience pill to Lu Ziyue, Lin Fei took out a jade bottle. The pill inside can allow you to cultivate your undying body to the 3rd level and reach the great success stage. It's a bonus from me. Why don't you say it's a test subject? Lu Ziyue chuckled. You can think of it that way, whether you use it or not is your own business. I hope to see you again next time, Lu Ziyue said. Don't worry, I live for a long time and won't die anytime soon. I'm even prepared to cooperate with you guys. Obtain the Starstones. Lin Fei left the Tianyun Tower and returned to the Sacred Mountain. It was temporarily safe in the Sacred Mountain's base camp. The Sky Demon Realm Lord's strength was tyrannical, and he was a realm lord who controlled the world. Just his world projection alone could severely injure a 4th-step expert. He was truly invincible in this realm. 2 days passed in a flash. The Sky Demon Realm Lord met with Tian again. Seeing that you are full of energy, you should be ready. After obtaining a batch of Starstones and a large number of points, Lin Fei didn't stay idle during these 2 days. He constantly fused with the divine body, from 21 divine bodies to 30 divine bodies. His invincible body improved once again. The Heavenly Tao's maximum speed also increased from 20 times to 25 times. Most importantly, Lin Fei cultivated the undying body. It could be said that in these 2 days, Lin Fei's strength improved like a rocket. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was shocked at first glance as he could tell that Lin Fei had improved again. It's alright, at least I won't be easily killed by them, Lin Fei said. The Sky Demon Realm Lord didn't continue asking. In the coming year, you will be besieged by experts from all walks of life. Whether it's those on the wind cloud list or your enemies, they will all want to eliminate you. Moreover, the Heaven's Might treasures on you are enough to make people jealous. The 9 Heaven's Might pearl that you obtained last time also made people jealous. Many of them are after your treasures. Lin Fei had already thought of this. Any good suggestions? Lin Fei asked. You have an invincible fleshly body, so killing you won't be easy. But there are plenty of incredible treasures in the world. And there are even treasures created by sovereigns who could kill you in the blink of an eye. The Sky Demon Realm Lord said. I suggest you go to the Eternal Sea. The last demonic path expert stayed in the Eternal Sea for a year. The mysterious Eternal Sea. Lin Fei had heard of this place before. It was one of the most dangerous places in the universe. It was a huge sea region that was shrouded by a mysterious force all year round. Rumor had it that a sovereign had entered and left behind a sentence. Those below the peak of the 4th step could not enter the Eternal Sea. From then on, the Eternal Sea was known to the world. Yes, the Eternal Sea is the most suitable place for you. Although it's a little dangerous, you have an invincible fleshly body. Ordinary attacks can't hurt you. That place is your world. The Sky Demon Realm Lord smiled. You might have a great harvest. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Fei felt that the Eternal Sea was quite suitable for him. The more dangerous a place was, the more advantageous it was for him. If I can survive, I will definitely pay a visit to thank you. Lin Fei owed the Sky Demon Realm Lord a favor. The Sky Demon Realm Lord smiled faintly. Actually, you don't have to pay a visit to thank me. I heard that you made a big deal with the Sky Fate Tower. They said that it's an elixir that can help you cultivate divine abilities and secret techniques in a short period of time. I'm quite interested in this. Lin Fei finally understood why the Sky Demon Realm Lord would kindly remind him where to go. It was because of the experience elixir. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was quite resourceful. He even knew about this. You're really well informed. You even know about this. Lin Fei smiled. You have to know that this elixir is very expensive. I only have a limited amount on hand. The Sky Demon Realm Lord did know that Tian had traded a type of elixir with the Sky Fate Tower through internal information. This elixir could shorten the time needed to cultivate divine abilities and secret techniques. Coincidentally, the Sky Demon Realm Lord was cultivating a powerful secret technique. However, it was not easy to get started. He knew that he had only taken half a step and needed a long time to get started. The price is not a problem, the Sky Demon Realm Lord said. He flipped his hand and took out a small black boat that emitted heavenly might. This is a flying treasure. It can barely be considered a top treasure. It can surpass the speed limit of 50 times the heavenly Tao, and can fly in the 9 levels of the void. What a big deal! Lin Fei's speed had already surpassed the speed limit of the heavenly Tao. If he was given time, he would reach this level sooner or later. Now that time was tight, it was impossible to improve too quickly. The Sky Demon Realm Lord's treasure made Lin Fei's eyes light up. 50 times the speed limit of the heavenly Tao could completely shake off a large number of enemies. The Sky Demon Realm Lord had come prepared. Lin Fei really liked this treasure. I don't have many elixirs on hand. I've basically traded with the Sky Fate Tower. Lin Fei said. That's fine. With your ability, it won't be difficult for you to survive. When the time comes, you can just deliver yourself to me. The Sky Demon Realm Lord knew that Ditian would be tempted. In exchange for that elixir, the Sky Demon Realm Lord had put in a lot of capital. If he could get started in the secret technique, his strength would increase by several times. There was no loss to the Sky Demon Realm Lord if he befriended Ditian now. It was a barely top treasure. The Sky Demon Realm Lord could afford it. Thank you, big brother Sky Demon. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. The flying treasure was too useful to him. Here are 20 experience pills. As long as I don't die, I will definitely deliver them to you personally. Lin Fei took out a jade bottle. There were 20 pills in it. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was very excited to take out 20 experience pills in one go. The elixir that even the Sky Fate Tower valued must be extraordinary. The Sky Demon Realm Lord believed in his foresight. In fact, he trusted the Sky Fate Tower even more. Noon. I will send you out now. Get ready. Noon arrived. The 1-year period had begun. The Sky Demon Realm Lord did not dare to go against the decision of the 2 palaces. There was a ruler there. A ruler could kill the Sky Demon Realm Lord with a single breath. The Sky Demon Realm Lord stretched out his hand and tore open the void. He opened a passage that led to the outside of the Sky Demon Great World. I'm leaving. Lin Fei rushed into the passage. The Sky Demon Realm Lord watched Ditian leave. When the Sky Demon Realm Lord opened the passage, the experts stationed outside immediately sensed it and looked outside. Everyone be careful. Ditian is coming out. Once Ditian comes out, everyone use all kinds of mystic arts and secret techniques. This person has a top heaven's might treasure and an invincible body cultivation technique. We must not miss this opportunity. The influence of the 2 palaces' decision was unimaginable. The treasures on Ditian's body were like a mountain. News kept spreading. Just the Heaven's Might Pearl was enough to shock people. 1 Heaven's Might Pearl could refine a Heaven's Might treasure. 9 Heaven's Might Pearl could refine 9 Heaven's Might treasures. This was something that no expert could ignore. He's out. Kill. The Sky Demon Realm Lord opened a passage in a remote place. The moment Lin Fei appeared, a sky full of mystic arts and secret techniques attacked him. The vast starry sky trembled. Die. Lin Fei opened his world projection. The experts who attacked him trembled and fell from the starry sky. They were all cannon fodder. Hairball flew out and devoured the corpses. 1 man and 1 primordial evil dragon cooperated very well. In a few breaths' time, Lin Fei wiped out all the people who surrounded him. Hairball devoured the corpses and obtained countless storage rings. Lin Fei had already become a 3rd-step immortal emperor. His body was invincible. He was indeed not someone an ordinary 3rd or 4th-step expert could deal with. Go! Lin Fei had a map of the Eternal Sea. After killing them, he would head straight for the Eternal Sea and enter that region. At that time it would be uncertain who would kill who. After flying for billions of miles, tens of thousands of mountains smashed over. Spirit projection. A white-robed youth walked out from the front. His body was filled with light aura as though he wanted to illuminate the darkness. He blocked in front of Lin Fei. Tens of thousands of mountains kept smashing over. Lin Fei's speed suddenly slowed down. Who are you? Are you also going to block this emperor's path? The white-robed youth said. I am the Son of Light. I am very interested in your invincible body cultivation technique. As long as you hand over the cultivation technique, I will let you leave. The cultivation technique is with this emperor. Come and take it if you are capable. Lin Fei did not like people with holy auras. Chapter 1340. On the Sacred Mountain. The Sky Demon Realm Lord stood with his hands behind his back. Even the Child of Light is here and is impatient to act. I wonder if Tian would be able to block the attack of the Child of Light. That fellow was born with a spirit projection technique and is much stronger compared to us world projections. He has killed countless fourth-step experts before, and is known as Little Light. The Son of Light was an expert on the Wind Cloud list. Although he wasn't in the top 100, he was still a powerful figure in the top 200. He cultivated spiritual projection. Spiritual projection. Tens of thousands of mountains came crashing down. Lin Fei immediately knew that this Scion of Light was much more powerful than his heart world projection. The mountains came crashing down and turned into a vast ocean. Countless five-colored ropes flew out from the ocean and wrapped around Lin Fei. Just based on this level of attainment, the Son of Light was indeed an expert, a powerful expert on the Wind Cloud list. Lin Fei slashed out with his sword. The sword light landed on the five-colored rope. The rope broke, but it immediately recovered. It was unbelievably tough. The ropes danced in the air as they wrapped around Lin Fei. His sword light could at most break the five-colored rope, but it could not completely destroy it. This guy is really capable. He is stronger than the experts I have met. He should be an expert on the Wind Cloud list. His spiritual projection is ever-changing. At least I can't do it. Lin Fei kept shaking off the five-colored ropes, not letting them wrap around him. Holy Light Fist. The Son of Light took a step forward and suddenly appeared behind Lin Fei. The aura of light surged as he punched over. It was an incomparably sacred punch. Lin Fei retaliated with a punch. The two of them exchanged blows in the air. The aura of light was shattered. The Son of Light was sent flying. In terms of strength, there were few who couldn't compare to Lin Fei. Lin Fei instantly closed in and used the 3 heads and 6 arms mystique. His 6 arms grabbed 6 divine swords. They were the Heaven's Might sword from Sha Wuhuan. After some refinement, they became Lin Fei's best battle treasures. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 divine swords turned into streams of light and stabbed the Son of Light. The Son of Light exploded and turned into a patch of light. He was incomparably sacred and revived. You are indeed very powerful. The Son of Light had a faint smile on his face. You're able to force me to use the undying body of light, and you've even cultivated ancient divine power. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Lin Fei instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Another undying body. His fleshly body is quite strong. If I want to kill him, it will be extraordinary. Lin Fei didn't want to fight, so he turned around and left. At their level, those who had cultivated an undying body were not easy to kill. Lin Fei could kill the other party, but it would take a lot of time. This was not something Lin Fei was willing to do. As time passed, experts from all over would arrive and he would be busy dealing with them, which would be even more disadvantageous. Such a powerful physical body technique, I must obtain it. The Child of Light once again caught up, and this time it was a boundless ocean. Wave after wave swept towards Lin Fei, causing him to slow down. Lin Fei finally understood why the fellow with the mental projection was so difficult to deal with. If he were to encounter such a person in the process of escaping, it would definitely not be a good thing if he was forced to slow down. Mental projection attacks were the most difficult to deal with. This is forcing me to use the Black Stream of Wind. The Black Stream of Wind was naturally the black boat that the Sky Demon Realm Lord had taken out. It had a speed of 50 times the heavenly Tao limit. We'll talk after I use it. Lin Fei took out the black boat. The boat expanded with the wind, and with a leap it turned into a stream of light and flew away. I'll leave first, you take your time to catch up. The Child of Light's mental projection lost its target, and his face fell. After chasing for a distance, he couldn't catch up to the other party. What a shameless fellow. The Child of Light's eyes turned. Everyone pay attention. Tian has a top-grade flying treasure with a speed of 50 times the heavenly Tao limit. He's currently flying towards the void 9 levels. This voice reverberated in the starry sky. Everyone in the starry sky heard it. Those who heard it couldn't help but change their expressions. 50 times the heavenly Tao limit. The people who were originally prepared to block him instantly changed directions and flew towards the depths of the void. I can't catch up to you, but it doesn't mean that no one can. As long as I can slow you down, you won't be able to escape." The child of light laughed loudly and entered the void. Too shameless. At the Void 2 level, Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. A flying treasure with a speed of 50 times the heavenly Tao limit was already very amazing. Lin Fei didn't think that others didn't have it, so he wanted someone to block him in advance. Lin Fei understood where the advantage was. As long as he wasn't blocked, everything was fine. The child of light's shameless methods. Lin Fei wished he could go up and destroy that fellow. Void 3 levels. Void 4 levels. With a speed of 50 times the heavenly Tao limit, Lin Fei quickly passed through the Void 6 levels and the Void 7 levels. At the Void 8 levels, Lin Fei encountered a powerful opponent. It really is 50 times the heavenly Tao limit. The one who blocked Lin Fei was a gray-robed old man. His body emitting a cold aura like a poisonous snake. That aura made Lin Fei very uncomfortable. Scram! Lin Fei slashed out 6 streams of light, each containing heavenly might. Only 10% of the heavenly might. The gray-robed old man laughed sinisterly, opened his mouth and spat out a black bead. A black light gathered, blocking the attack of the heavenly might. The black bead also emitted a faint heavenly might. It was another treasure of the heavenly might. The heavenly might blocked the heavenly might. With one move failing, Lin Fei urged the black stream of wind and rushed in front of the gray-robed old man, slashing out hundreds of streams of light in one breath, each containing terrifying power. The gray-robed old man didn't budge an inch, forcefully withstanding it. For a moment, Lin Fei couldn't break through. This gray-robed old man's defense was watertight. It was clearly a domineering attack, but the other party could easily block it. This old man's attack isn't good, but in terms of defense, few can compare to me. The gray-robed old man chuckled. Your strength is indeed terrifying. It can be called peerless, but unfortunately, it's still lacking a bit. 100-layered waves. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Invincible sword art's 5th move. This time, the gray-robed old man's expression finally changed. Wave after wave of power crushing over. Lin Fei took the opportunity to break through the encirclement and rushed into the Void 9 skies. What a powerful sword technique. The gray-robed old man had a hard time resisting, barely managing to block it, but his vitality was greatly injured, so he didn't dare to chase after him. The younger generation will surpass us in time. After coming out of the Sky Demon world, Lin Fei constantly encountered attacks from experts, just as the Sky Demon Realm Lord said. Many of them were experts who coveted Lin Fei's treasures. They seemed to know that he wasn't easy to deal with, so a large group of people formed a group and chased after him. Lin Fei relied on his speed of 50 times the speed of the heavenly Tao, leaving many people behind. After all, some experts had top-notch treasures, so they kept following him, refusing to let go. Although there was a difference of 1 or 2 days, as long as he was slightly hindered, the people behind him could easily catch up. On the 10th day, Lin Fei encountered a group of powerful opponents, all of whom were 4th-step experts. Some were good at besieging, some were good at attacking, and some were good at attacking. Their teamwork was perfect. It took Lin Fei a day to kill a few of the main attackers, and only then did he break their siege. On the first month, Lin Fei was besieged again, and there were 2 experts with mind projection. This was the most tragic battle in the past month. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Fei used all his means, and only then did he seriously injure them and break through the encirclement. Void 9 skies. A stream of light quickly rushed past. Not long after, only 4 hours later, a black streak of light caught up to him. The terrifying 9 astral winds were broken by the stream of light, and it took a long time for them to close. Detian, you can't escape. A void beast that was disturbed let out an angry roar, and it stretched out its huge head. A terrifying golden sword light slashed its head, and the terrifying void beast collapsed. This old fart, his sword intent is too terrifying. Lin Fei, who was moving at maximum speed, did not need to look to know that another unlucky void beast had been killed by the old fart. Catch up first. Lin Fei turned back and laughed. The one chasing behind was Sword Immortal White Emperor. He was ranked 101st on the Wind Cloud list. Sword Immortal White Emperor was an old man, and it was unknown how long he had lived. His murderous aura was terrifying, and he could kill with one look. Ever since he met Sword Immortal White Emperor half a month ago, Lin Fei now knew how terrifying Sword Immortal White Emperor was. No wonder the Sky Fey Realm Lord would tell him to be careful when he mentioned Sword Immortal White Emperor. He was indeed difficult to deal with. Sword Immortal White Emperor had stabbed with his sword, and he had almost broken Lin Fei's body. Sword Immortal White Emperor was the #1 Sword Immortal. Not only was he powerful, but his speed was also terrifying, reaching 40 times the speed limit of the Heavenly Tao. His body was also terrifyingly strong. Sword Immortal White Emperor had been chasing after him for the past month. He was the most terrifying enemy he had met so far. If not for Sword Immortal White Emperor's old age, and his potential was fixed, he would definitely be in the top 100 of the Windcloud list. Sword Immortal White Emperor was dressed in green, and his body emitted a terrifying sword intent that cut through the astral winds. He followed Dition calmly, and he was not anxious at all. You will die in my hands sooner or later. Sword Immortal White Emperor was indeed qualified to say such words, because he was the #1 Sword Immortal. Everyone knew how terrifying a Sword Immortal was. Sword Immortal White Emperor had been chasing for half a month. After leaving the Sky Fey Great World, Lin Fei had been on the run for a month and a half. During this time there were countless battles. Eternal Sea finally appeared in front of him. It was a place shrouded in a strange power. It was a place that even rulers feared. Today there were many experts gathered near Eternal Sea. According to the time, Dition should be appearing soon. A middle-aged man dressed in green, with demonic eyes and a cold and gloomy aura, was playing with a small snake in his hand. The snake was green in color. Green Snake Gentleman, are you sure Dition will enter Eternal Sea? A dwarf beside him asked. It's up to you whether you believe me or not, Green Snake Gentleman said. There is a high chance that Dition will enter Myriad Bone Sea. Don't forget that the experts of the demon race also entered Eternal Sea and survived. I heard that they obtained many opportunities, someone else said. The Sky Fey Realm Lord gave out the black wind, so he will definitely mention Eternal Sea. Dition will definitely come to Eternal Sea. We can kill Dition. The treasures he has are really tempting, especially the invincible body cultivation technique. Chapter 1341. Boom Boom Boom. 9 layers of void space. Sharp sword intent swept across, shattering a large area of the 9 layers of astral wind. It had been over a month. Lin Fei had to fight a battle every day. It had become a routine for him. Relying on his invincible body, he charged through. Over a month, Lin Fei had learned to use his advantage. The divine powers and secret techniques of a 4-step expert were extraordinary, but they couldn't injure Lin Fei severely. Lin Fei used his body to block every attack and charged through. In the various worlds, Lin Fei's ancient divine power was terrifying. No one thought that their body was stronger than Lin Fei's. Lin Fei was unobstructed along the way. No one dared to risk their lives. The Eternal Sea region gradually appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was a place shrouded in a strange power. Sword Immortal by D. That old B** starred is so hard to deal with. Sword Immortal by D had been following closely for over a month. His sword techniques were ever-changing, and he remained in the first batch. The only one. There was once someone in the same stage as Sword Immortal by D, but he was killed in 3 strikes. Since then, no one dared to be in the same stage as Sword Immortal by D. No one was willing to provoke such a battle maniac. The second batch was led by a few factions. Among them were people from the 6 demons. It looked like they didn't want any human experts to rise up. There were countless in the dark. Once I enter the Eternal Sea, I'll take care of you one by one. Lin Fei once again channeled the black wind with all his might. The Eternal Sea is in front. Sword Immortal by D, who had been chasing, had a bad look on his expressionless face. This kid is so young, but he has almost 60 to 70% of my strength. His physical body has reached the invincible physical body realm, and he has cultivated the ancient divine power. Ordinary peak 4th-step experts would have been killed by me countless times. That's right. How could he have survived until now? Sword Immortal by D was helpless at the mention of Dition. This was the first time he couldn't do anything to this guy. If not for the fact that some of his disciples had met with mishap, and that Sha Wuhuan, one of the 3 heavyweights, had died at the hands of the other party, Sword Immortal by D would have even thought of taking him in as a disciple. Everything was impossible now. Sword Immortal by D had spent a great deal of effort to nurture his disciple Sha Wuhuan. Now that he had been killed, everyone would think that the Sword Immortal Gate was a pushover if they did not kill him. Initially, Sword Immortal White Emperor thought that he would be able to kill D Tian with a single move. Who would have thought that D Tian was even more terrifying than he had imagined? D Tian's attacks didn't even manage to kill him. He had already chased after D Tian for over a month, and this brat was still so lively. If he did not make use of this opportunity to kill D Tian, Sword Immortal by D would not have the chance to attack him once he became one of the top 100 experts on the Wind Cloud list. Sword Immortal by D would not allow D Tian to live. The strength of a third-step Immortal Sovereign was already comparable to a fourth-step expert. Once he became a fourth-step Immortal Sovereign, there wouldn't be many enemies in the myriad worlds that could contend against him. At that time, even he wasn't confident that he could deal with D Tian. He's here. Near the Eternal Sea. The green-robed gentleman Green Snake said indifferently as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. To D Tian, Gentleman Green Snake had to kill him. Gentleman Green Snake and a few friends went to explore a mystic realm. After all, at their level, they couldn't break through to that realm just by cultivating in seclusion. That realm was too difficult. The number of rulers in the myriad worlds could be counted on one hand, only 6. Dozens of chaos years had passed, but the number of rulers had never increased. Countless people were stuck at this step, unable to become a ruler even when they passed away. Gentleman Green Snake's true form was an ancient three-eyed green snake, a mutated species. Up until now, the final step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Exploration had become their hobby. Normally, when one became a fourth-step expert, they would go on an adventure and search for opportunities to become a ruler. Gentleman Green Snake wasn't surprised. He just didn't expect to find the Azure residents heavily damaged after this trip. The Ninth Elder and Grand Elder were all dead. How could he not be angry? That brat is so fast. 50 times the speed limit of the heavenly Tao. The few people present had powerful divine senses. They saw someone approaching. The one behind should be Sword Immortal by D. His terrifying massacre sword intent can't do anything to D Tian. This brat is indeed worthy of us attacking together. Sword Immortal by D's massacre sword intent swept through the void. People at their realm could easily sense it. They couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear. Sword Immortal by D was indeed a terrifying enemy. The Eternal Sea gradually appeared in front of them. Lin Fei didn't dare to relax. He wouldn't be safe if he didn't enter the Eternal Sea. Although those weak immortal emperors wouldn't dare to attack, they couldn't resist greed. There would still be many people waiting here trying to stop him. Some people would see that Lin Fei was heading to the Eternal Sea. Boom! A terrifying wave surged in Lin Fei's direction. Whoosh! The towering wave surged and suppressed the black wind boat in Lin Fei's hand. Someone had turned into an undying body to stop Lin Fei. There is indeed someone, and he has an undying body. This obstruction completely sealed off the area, making it impossible for Lin Fei to use the black wind boat to break through the seal. D Tian, you can't go through. A person appeared in the towering wave and stood on the wave. It was the midget dwarf from before. Lin Fei kept the boat. It seemed like he had to fight for his life here. Kill! With the 3 heads and 6 arms divine sword in hand, Heaven's Might descended and blasted at the midget dwarf. Streams of light split the wave. Lin Fei decided to end the battle quickly. There was still Sword Immortal by D behind him. If he caught up, it would definitely be troublesome. Lin Fei attacked with all his might. The 6 Heaven's Might divine swords were augmented with Heaven's Might. The sword radiance kept shattering the towering wave. The midget dwarf activated his undying body and transformed into water giants with divine staffs. They charged at Lin Fei, but they were killed and repelled when they got in front of Lin Fei. Shadow, what are you waiting for? The midget dwarf had a bad feeling. D Tian was stronger than he imagined. No wonder he could kill a peak 4th step expert. Lin Fei smashed another 2 giants. A cold wind came from behind him. 2 black shadows rushed over. The head behind him moved and 6 streams of light turned into waves that struck the black shadows. The black shadows were sent flying and flew back in the blink of an eye. I'm fine. The power just now contained ancient divine power that could shatter anything. Yet it couldn't break these two black shadows. The black shadows rushed over and Lin Fei could clearly see that they were two lifeless puppets. Their strengths were actually at the fourth step Immortal Emperor realm. Immortal Emperor puppets. Lin Fei recognized them. These were precious treasures refined with the toughest materials. They were almost unbreakable. Once he was entangled, he would be in big trouble. You can't escape. Chapter 1342. The Eternal Sea was right in front of him. This step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The two Immortal Emperor puppets kept attacking Lin Fei. They were not afraid of the ancient god power and flew back without leaving any marks on their bodies. Ditian, you can't escape today. The midget smiled sinisterly. His immortal body turned into waves and rushed forward, attacking wave after wave. The three of them really gave Lin Fei a headache. One undying body was not easy to deal with. With the addition of two Immortal Emperor puppets, the ancient god power could not destroy them in a short period of time. Lin Fei clearly felt that there were people in the dark who had not made a move yet. They were waiting for him to exhaust himself. The Immortal Emperor puppets are indeed troublesome. If I continue to be entangled, Sword Immortal White Emperor will catch up and it will be even more troublesome. Lin Fei attacked the Immortal Emperor puppets while thinking of a solution. Lin Fei really came up with a solution. Right now, the Immortal Emperor puppet was giving him a headache. It wasn't very strong, but it had an undying and indestructible body. It was indeed very troublesome, and its attacks were like dog skin plaster. Xiao xiao xiao. Lin Fei flew towards the two Immortal Emperor puppets and slashed with the Heaven's Might Treasure Sword. The two Immortal Emperor puppets flew up. An unchanging attack. The corner of Lin Fei's lips curled up into a smile. The domineering sword energy suddenly turned into several soft white lines that coiled around the Emperor puppets and tightly bound them. Return. These were long lines formed by the ancient god power. The two Immortal Emperor puppets did not have time to struggle, and were put into the heaven and earth furnace by Lin Fei. Lin Fei flew towards the Eternal Sea. Ditian, return my Immortal Emperor puppets. A roar came from the void. It was a very angry voice. A huge hand flew out of the void and slapped down with the momentum of a landslide. The two Immortal Emperor puppets were priceless. How could Lin Fei let them go? As long as he erased the consciousness inside and rearranged it, these two Immortal Emperor puppets would belong to Lin Fei. They were equivalent to two good fighters. Hee hee. Now that the item is in my hands, take it back yourself if you have the ability. Lin Fei swung his sword at the giant hand. A man in black appeared out of thin air. His face could not be seen clearly as it was completely covered. At this moment he was emitting boundless killing intent. The shadow was very angry. The two Immortal Emperor puppets that he had obtained with great difficulty were taken away just like that. How could he bear this? He had to get it back. Time was needed to eliminate the Immortal Emperor puppet, and what Ditian lacked the most right now was time. The shadow's thoughts were simple. Kill Ditian. Lin Fei had no intention of fighting with the shadow clone at all. He directly unleashed his maximum speed of 25 times the speed of the heavenly path, instantly shaking off the shadow clone and the midget dwarf. What the hell? This is 25 times the speed limit of the heavenly law. Chase. Their expressions changed drastically. Their speed was several times the speed limit of the heavenly law. When they saw that Ditian's speed was even faster than theirs, they couldn't help but curse. They had no idea how this guy cultivated to be even more monstrous than them. Shaking off the two of them, Lin Fei didn't dare to let his guard down. About 1,000,000 miles away from the Eternal Sea, a green figure walked out of thin air and stood on the path that Lin Fei had to pass through, emitting a cold and gloomy aura. Get out of the way. No matter who the person in front of him was, Lin Fei attacked immediately. 6 streams of light slashed over, containing terrifying heavenly might. To be able to break through from the child and the shadow clone, you do have the capability. The green figure stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. The terrifying force was crushed with one grab. He blew lightly as if he had done something insignificant. He broke Lin Fei's attack with one grab. The other party displayed extremely strong combat strength. You crushed my sword intent attack with one grab. The sword intent attack that Lin Fei slashed out just now had unimaginable power. However, it was crushed on the spot by the cold man in front of him. This was the first time that Lin Fei had met such a strong enemy. This enemy wasn't any weaker than Sword Celestial by D. Let me introduce myself. I am Gentleman Green Snake. The 9 elders that you killed are all my men. Gentleman Green Snake said calmly. Lin Fei knew that this person had a strong background. Now that he heard it, he did have a strong background. Qing Residence's old ancestor. Wasn't it just killing 9 elders? Was it worth it for an old ancestor to personally take action? He was too narrow-minded. Lin Fei despised him in his heart. The shadow clone and the midget dwarf were about to catch up. Kill. Lin Fei wasn't frightened by the Qing Residence's old ancestor. He charged forward with 20 times the speed limit of the heavenly law and slashed with his 6 swords. You won't be able to leave today. Green Snake Gentleman was very calm. He sent out palm strike after palm strike. Every palm strike brought with it a strong gust of wind. He remained in front of Lin Fei. His cold face filled with absolute confidence. Lin Fei's sword strikes became faster and faster. Every thrust of the sword was unpredictable, and every time it was thrust at a strange angle. He learned this from Sword Celestial by D. Gentleman Green Snake was an expert that the Sky Demon Realm Lord valued. He was indeed terrifyingly strong. No matter how Lin Fei attacked, he couldn't break through this huge mountain. 100-fold waves. Lin Fei panicked and used the strongest move of the invincible sword technique. He used 20% of his ancient divine power. Boom boom boom, the ancient divine power pressed down like an endless mountain. The green playboy's hands were covered in green scales and glowed with a dark green light. He crossed his arms and took on this terrifying sword strike. The vast power sent this powerful being flying away on the spot. He used 20% of his ancient divine power in one go. Lin Fei valued this Gentleman Green Snake very much. Without Gentleman Green Snake blocking in front of him, Lin Fei charged into the ancient sea again like a black stream of light. Ditian, you are indeed very powerful. No wonder you were able to kill Qing Mu and the others. With that attack just now, I'm afraid that weak peak experts would have been killed on the spot. Unfortunately, I'm not that person, and I won't give you another chance to attack. Gentleman Green Snake appeared in the air and blocked in front of Lin Fei again. Lin Fei's expression was solemn. This Gentleman Green Snake was more terrifying than he had imagined. Even 20% of his ancient divine power couldn't injure him. He was many times stronger than Great Elder Greenwood. Boom! Gentleman Green Snake suddenly burst forth with terrifying speed. He was even faster than Lin Fei. He held 2 curved hooks in each hand. They were the parting hooks that few people used. If others used one, he used 2. Clang clang. The 2 parting hooks hit Lin Fei. Such power. I've already reached the invincible body realm, but I still feel pain. Lin Fei was shocked. Other than Sword Celestial by D, he was the second person to feel this. Is this poison? After the intense pain, a green mist stuck to his body and tried to corrode it. Your physical body is really strong. Very few people can withstand my double hooks. Gentleman Green Snake was getting more and more satisfied with Ditian. Chapter 1343. Lang Jun is getting stronger and stronger. Isn't that obvious? He's the strongest among us. Shadow and Midget Dwarf caught up to them. They stood in front of Di Fui without making a move, staring at the 2 who were fighting. Both of them were faster than the limit of the heavenly path. They couldn't even see their moves clearly. They could only vaguely see one attacking and the other defending. This Ditian really has potential, Shadow said. If it's just us, we definitely won't be able to stop Ditian. Only Lang Jun can fight him. Yes, my immortal body was slashed by his sword, and I felt great pain. Ditian is very strong, but he won't be so lucky this time. Midget Dwarf's resentment was much smaller. Look, Lang Jun is using a secret skill. The 2 of them exchanged blows. The green playboy was bold and unrestrained, advancing bravely. Coupled with the strange green poisonous fog, no one had ever been able to compete with him. But this time he met Lin Fei. Lin Fei's body had already reached the invincible realm, and he had fused a large number of divine bodies into one. He could resist the invasion and corrosion of the poisonous fog, and Green Snake Lang Jun couldn't use his advantage for a while. Green Snake Langjun used a secret skill. With the help of the secret skill, Green Snake Langjun's speed suddenly increased a lot, and he surpassed Lin Fei, reaching the limit of the heavenly path by 30 times. He had the upper hand. The wounds on Lin Fei's body increased more and more. When one's speed reached a certain level, it would be magnified infinitely. Ditian, you are talented, but you killed an elder of my Qing mansion, which makes you our enemy. Moreover, you're a human, so you're destined to die in my hands. Now that I have the help of the secret skill, I can reach the limit of the heavenly path by 30 times. As time goes on, you won't be my match. Green Snake Langjun said arrogantly to Ditian, who had the upper hand. He had to admit that Ditian was a difficult opponent. With the help of the secret skill, Green Snake Langjun didn't have much of an advantage, but as time went on, he could still take down Ditian. It's useless to provoke me with words. Even if you use a secret skill, you don't have much of an advantage. My body is stronger than yours. It won't be easy for you to take me down. Lin Fei blocked Green Playboy's attack. Don't forget, Sword Immortal White Emperor is right behind me. I think you are no match for Sword Immortal White Emperor. Lin Fei was at a disadvantage due to Green Gentleman's secret technique, but that did not mean that Green Snake could take him down. This was Lin Fei's advantage. You have an advantage and so do I. When Green Snake heard what Lin Fei said, a flash of fear flashed across his eyes before he returned to normal. I am indeed afraid of Sword Immortal by D. However, before he arrives, I have time to take you down. Shadow Child, come over and suppress Ditian together. If not for Sword Immortal by D, Gentleman Green Snake would have had the time to deal with Ditian. Time was of the essence. Green Snake did not dare to waste any more time here. Shadow the Midget and another expert with a long staff joined in. A total of 4 people, all peak experts, surrounded Lin Fei. The 4 of them worked well together, and their battle power increased. Green Snake ordered people to attack Lin Fei. With more people joining in, Lin Fei seemed to be in a bad situation, but Lin Fei had actually found a way to leave. Among the 4, the weakest was Shadow. Without the 2 immortal Emperor puppets, his strength was greatly affected. Although he was a peak expert, he was not very strong. Lin Fei decided to use him as a breakthrough point. There was only one chance. Lin Fei could already feel Sword Immortal White Emperor's aura. He was rushing over, and it wouldn't take long for him to catch up. Ditian, you better admit defeat. Hand over the Immortal Emperor puppets, and I can leave your corpse intact. Shadow laughed as he attacked Lin Fei. With the 4 of them attacking, no matter how strong Ditian was, even if his body was in the invincible realm, they could still take care of him. 100-layered waves. Lin Fei took this opportunity to lock on to Shadow. This time he used 30% of his ancient divine power. Once he attacked, he would take his life. Boom boom boom. Shadow did not expect Ditian to use such a big move. Green Snake saw this and knew that things were not good. Shadow dodge. Terrifying ancient divine power pressed forward. Shadow took out a few treasures, but they were all ruthlessly crushed into pieces. Lin Fei's sword slashed out and sent Shadow flying. He broke out of the 4's encirclement. Black Wind was taken out, and he used 50 times the heavenly Tao limit. Not good. The midget immediately transformed into an undying body and charged forward. 50 times the heavenly Tao limit was extremely fast. He instantly distanced himself. The midget's undying body soon lost its target. Ditian, where do you think you are going? A shout came from the sky. A golden sword light swept over, heading straight for Ditian. The midget was the first to bear the brunt. The golden sword light swept over, and he immediately transformed into an undying body. The sword light split him into 2. Cough cough cough. After the midget regained his true form, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. Too strong. He was filled with fear and dread towards Sword Immortal White Emperor. Pung! The sword light struck the Black Wind. The outer layer of power was torn apart, and it swept onto Lin Fei mercilessly. Lin Fei stumbled and he almost fell. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Old man, I'm going in first. Chase after me if you can. Enduring the pain, Lin Fei controlled the Black Wind and charged into the Eternal Sea. A strange aura enveloped him, and the people outside lost track of him. Green Snake's eyes flashed with unwillingness. He was so close to succeeding, but Ditian escaped into the eternal sea. Lang Jun's shadow is dead. The midget was struck by Sword Immortal White Emperor's sword, and he was severely injured. If not for the undying body, he would have been dead. We've underestimated Ditian. The shadow clone was sent flying, and the power of 100 rays of light had killed the shadow clone. He was the weakest person present and did not specialize in close combat, so how could he block Lin Fei's killing move? The 4 of them ganged up on him, and 1 was killed. They couldn't accept this result. Hong hong hong. Not far away, Sword Immortal White Emperor caught up. Sword Immortal White Emperor didn't look at Green Snake, and directly entered the eternal sea. The midget didn't dare to act rashly. Sword Immortal White Emperor was too difficult to deal with. If he really wanted to kill him, he would be dead in less than 3 moves. The undying body wasn't safe against a strong Sword Immortal. Lang Jun, what do we do now? The expert with the long rod asked. Chase. Green Snake, Lang Jun said sternly. He just took a blow from Sword Immortal White Emperor, and he's definitely heavily injured. His combat power is affected, and this is our chance. We can't let Sword Immortal White Emperor benefit. Chapter 1344. The news of the 2 palaces' assessment attracted countless people's attention. Who would have thought that a big shot like Sword Immortal Bai would personally hunt down a junior, causing a huge commotion? The title of the top Sword Immortal wasn't out of thin air. It was real. With such a powerful Sword Immortal making a move, it was easy to imagine that Ditian would definitely be killed. No one could survive against the top Sword Immortal. Just as everyone thought that Sword Immortal by D could kill Ditian. Another shocking piece of news came out. Ditian used a flying treasure to survive, and eventually entered the Eternal Sea. This news was very shocking to them. Even Sword Immortal Bai couldn't kill Ditian. This Ditian wasn't simple. Then, there was news that Azure Mansion's Patriarch Green Snake had personally intercepted Ditian. The 2 fought but still couldn't stop Ditian. After this battle, Ditian's name was once again etched in everyone's minds. No one could guarantee that they could come out of the Eternal Sea. That was a place that even rulers didn't dare to enter casually. The space is in chaos. Lin Fei took Sword Immortal Bai's sword head-on and charged into the Eternal Sea. After entering the Eternal Sea, the vast space turned dark and chaotic. One space after another, making it hard to tell where one was. Lin Fei floated like duckweed. What a strange place. Lin Fei was secretly on guard. He controlled the black wind below him and charged forward. Boom boom boom. In the chaotic space behind him, a terrifying sword intent swept over. Sword Immortal Bai chased behind, his powerful sword intent smashing the chaotic space, locking onto Lin Fei. Ditian, do you think I can't do anything to you after entering the Eternal Sea? Sword Immortal Bai was full of fear towards the Eternal Sea. However, in order to kill Ditian, Sword Immortal Bai bit the bullet and entered. As long as he killed Ditian, he could enter the top 100 of the excellence list. This step was too important to Sword Immortal Bai. No matter what, Sword Immortal Bai wouldn't give up on killing Ditian. Even if this was the Eternal Sea. Old man, this is the Eternal Sea. If you use your sword essence in such a domineering manner, you'll attract trouble. You'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Lin Fei turned around and laughed. Damn it. Sword Immortal Bai cursed under his breath. He had no choice but to retract his sword intent, not daring to activate his domineering sword intent again. This was the Eternal Sea. Even sovereigns wouldn't dare to act recklessly in a place like the Eternal Sea. Sword Immortal White Emperor wouldn't dare to act recklessly either. He could only use his sword intent to lock onto Ditian, not letting him leave the range of his divine sense. Sword Immortal Bai believed that he would be able to deal with Ditian sooner or later. The 2 of them ran and chased for a whole month. During this month, the 2 of them didn't encounter any danger. The Eternal Sea was peaceful, and they couldn't see any danger from each other. The more it was like this, the more they couldn't calm down. Old thing, you've been chasing after him for a month, aren't you tired? With a large number of elixirs, Lin Fei's injuries had long since healed. Moreover, as he flew, he cultivated his divine body. Imperceptibly, his divine body became much stronger than before. This was the Eternal Sea. Even Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate it. He was improving his strength every minute and every second. I won't stop until I kill you, Sword Immortal by D said coldly. You'd better let me kill you first. Old thing, you're so thick-skinned. How dare you say that? Lin Fei replied to Sword Immortal by D. Sword Immortal by D snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. 3 months passed. It had been 3 months since Lin Fei left the celestial Fei Great World to the Eternal Sea. In the Eternal Sea, Lin Fei flew continuously for a month and a half, but he still couldn't shake off Sword Immortal by D. This gave Lin Fei a headache. No one wanted to have such a strong opponent behind them. Naturally, Lin Fei wasn't too willing either. For the time being, he could only keep flying forward, hoping to find a place where he could shake off Sword Immortal by D. Another half a month passed. Lin Fei kept his guard up and paid more attention to the Eternal Sea. This place always made him feel unsafe. Hua 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 at this moment. There seemed to be the sound of flowing water in the distance. Lin Fei soon saw what appeared in front of him. Many ice-blue demonic beasts appeared in the distance, emitting a cold aura. There were more than 20 to 30 of them, and they stared at Lin Fei immediately. Outsider, kill. One of the ice-blue demonic beasts suddenly let out a bone-chilling voice. Kill, kill, kill. All the ice-blue demonic beasts let out the same voice. Lin Fei's expression changed immediately. Kill. Regardless of the consequences, he had to kill them first. This was the first time he encountered demonic beasts since entering the Eternal Sea. Lin Fei couldn't let them block his way. As long as the ice-blue demonic beasts kept him busy, he believed that the old thing behind him wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Now that the old thing couldn't catch up to him, it was all because of the black flowing wind under Lin Fei's feet. With 6 Heaven's Might sword in hand, he slashed out 6 sword gleams. 1 slash of blood. The power of this slash was different from the past. It was definitely terrifying. What Lin Fei wanted was to kill the demonic beasts with 1 slash. The 6 sword gleams swept across the ice-blue demonic beasts, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. They let out a bestial roar and stared at Lin Fei with even more hatred. It's fine. Lin Fei's heart sank. This slash was enough to break through the demonic beast's defenses and severely injure them. This made Lin Fei feel uneasy. This was the first time he encountered something so terrifying. How could he continue playing? Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, the ice-blue demonic beasts opened their mouths and breathed out a large amount of cold air. This cold air was ice-blue in color and was bone-chilling. Wherever the cold air passed, the chaotic space was frozen. Damn, so awesome. As the cold air came, Lin Fei could feel the coldness. The pores on his skin were covered in frost. The ancient divine force in his body shook off the cold air. Even so, Lin Fei realized how terrifying these ice-blue demonic beasts were. His divine body was so strong that it was invincible, but he was still affected by the cold air. This was enough to prove that this cold air was extraordinary. It was not something ordinary cold air could compare to. The cold air was very fast. Sword Immortal by D was also very fast. His strong divine senses made Sword Immortal by D realize that his chance had come. Fight! Lin Fei slashed with his sword. The sword light crashed against the cold air, trying to break it. However, the cold air was strange. The sword light missed and was not affected by the sword light. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered something so strange. Again. He slashed a few more times, but the cold air ignored the sword light. If the sword light didn't work, then he would use the ancient divine force. Lin Fei kept his Heaven's Might sword and punched with his bare hands. Once he got close to the cold air, his arms were covered in dense ice-blue frost. It was as if he was going to be frozen. Pung! Lin Fei's entire body was covered in frost. He circulated his ancient god power to blast the frost away. It works. His fist smashed into the cold air, shattering it. If it wasn't for his strong divine body, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to break the cold air so easily. Chapter 1345. Detian. Let's see where you can escape to this time. The sword intent slashed through the air like a rainbow, bright and resplendent. Sword Celestial by D wouldn't let go of such a good chance. He had seen the situation in front of him and immediately used his sword intent, determined to keep Detian here. Lin Fei punched at the cold air. Although it was bone-chilling, it didn't affect him too much. The closer he got to the beast, the colder it got. The distance between the ice blue demonic beast and Lin Fei quickly shortened. Lin Fei's 3 heads and 6 arms expanded, and his arms slammed against the ice blue demonic beast's body. The power of this palm was enough to make even a 4th-step expert not dare to underestimate it. When it slammed against the ice blue demonic beast's body, it was like slamming against a 10,000-year-old iceberg. I'm fine. Lin Fei's scalp went numb. He wasn't afraid of sword intent or ancient divine power. The ice blue beast was so terrifying. The remaining ice blue beasts were even crazier, constantly spewing out cold air. The cold air turned into an ice blue color, as though he was bathing in an ice blue ocean. Lin Fei's body was covered in frost. He was like an iceman. Hong! Lin Fei relied on his invincible body to attack one of the ice blue beasts. After hundreds of punches, the beast suddenly exploded, and an ice blue wind blew over. After the ice blue demonic beast exploded, it left behind an ice blue bead. It spun around and emitted cold air. Lin Fei didn't care about anything else and directly went to collect the icy blue pearl. As soon as he grabbed it, cold chi surged into his hand, and his palm felt cold for a moment. What a terrifying pearl! Lin Fei quickly kept it and used the heaven and earth furnace to suppress it. He didn't dare to touch it anymore. If it had been a 3rd-step expert, he would have been frozen into an iceman by the blue pearl and died on the spot. Lin Fei's physical body had reached the invincible body realm, so he had barely managed to block it. Again, after killing an ice blue demonic beast with over 100 punches, Lin Fei's speed became even faster, and he continuously attacked the ice blue demonic beast. Sword Celestial by D was even faster. One could vaguely see a human figure. When his sword intent attack entered the attack range, it would be frozen by the icy blue cold air. It did not cause too much trouble to Lin Fei. After Lin Fei killed the 3 ice blue demonic beasts, Sword Immortal by D finally caught up. His massacre sword will soared into the sky and locked onto Lin Fei. Ditian Dai. The slaughter sword will transformed into a long black sword that was thousands of feet long, and it slashed down at Lin Fei. Wherever the long sword passed, the cold air turned into powder. Lin Fei didn't dodge and took the blow head-on. A white mark was left on his back, which was quickly covered with frost. Sword Immortal by D didn't expect to heavily injure Ditian with a single sword strike. With a domineering slash, his entire body shot out explosively. His sword intent tore apart the frost chi as he got closer and closer to Ditian. The moment they entered the range of the cold air caused Sword Immortal White Emperor to frown. It was extremely cold. A few of the ice blue demonic beasts launched their attacks. Sword Immortal by D was used to being domineering and didn't think much of it. When his sword landed on the ice blue demonic beasts, it was disintegrated by the cold air. His expression changed. Seeing this, Lin Fei laughed. Old thing, your sword intent is useless now. Sword Immortal by D&D didn't think much of the ice blue demonic beasts at first. His pride as the #1 Sword Immortal made him think nothing of it. It was only after the real attack that his expression changed. The ice blue demonic beasts were too difficult to deal with. Their physical bodies weren't afraid of attacks, and they could release terrifying cold air. They were as strong as a 4th-step expert. Sword Immortal by D regretted coming in. If he had known earlier, he would have waited outside for Ditian to attack the ice blue demonic beasts. All he had to do was wait outside. A few ice blue demonic beasts surrounded him. They weren't afraid of the sword intent. Sword Immortal by D was immediately troubled. If he had the chance, Sword Immortal by D wouldn't have come in. Humph, don't be too happy. I don't think you're in a good situation either. Sword Immortal by D snorted. They weren't far away, but with the ice blue demonic beasts blocking their way, he couldn't do anything to Ditian. This made Sword Immortal by D very unhappy. Lin Fei was purposely provoking Sword Immortal by D. With the ice blue demonic beasts blocking the way, Sword Immortal by D couldn't do anything to him for a while. Lin Fei attacked even harder, but he still managed to carve out a path of blood. Old thing, I'll make a move first. After killing the last ice blue demonic beast in front of him, Lin Fei escaped. He took out black flowing wind and left in a flash of light. Damn it! Sword Immortal by D's sword intent was strong, but he couldn't kill the ice blue demonic beasts in a short time. He could only watch as Ditian left, unable to stop him. Pung pung pung. The ice-blue demonic beasts shook as they were struck by the massacring sword intent. Sword Immortal by D was temporarily out of the picture. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't a good thing to have such a guy behind him. After leaving the ice-blue demonic beasts, Lin Fei was even more careful. But not long after, he met another group of ice-blue demonic beasts. There were about 40 to 50 of them. This time, Lin Fei didn't dare to fight with them, so he chose to leave in another direction. Why are there so many ice-blue demonic beasts? As he continued forward, Lin Fei frowned. There were more and more ice-blue demonic beasts. There were more than 10 of them at the beginning, but now there were more than 100. Seeing more than 100 ice-blue demonic beasts, Lin Fei's scalp went numb. He could feel the cold air from them from afar. At the beginning, Lin Fei had the attitude of avoiding them, but as the number of ice-blue demonic beasts increased, he had no choice but to fight with them. This fight lasted for half a month. Every day, Lin Fei would fight with the ice-blue demonic beasts. As he went deeper, the ice-blue demonic beasts started to grow in size, and the cold air they released became more terrifying. They could use the cold air to turn into ice and attack from a distance. After half a month, Lin Fei looked exhausted. Bang! Another ice-blue demonic beast was forced to retreat. Lin Fei took the opportunity to rush over and break through a blockade. Since 10 days ago, the number of ice-blue demonic beasts had increased, and they were getting stronger. As he rushed over, a dense group of ice-blue demonic beasts chased after him. There were more than 10,000 of them, which was equivalent to 10,000 fourth-step experts. Facing such a situation, Lin Fei could only escape. If this goes on, the situation will be really bad. Lin Fei furrowed his brows. Once he was surrounded by tens of thousands of ice-blue demonic beasts, it would not be easy to escape. The ice-blue demonic beasts weren't slow, and they kept following behind. Lin Fei could only fly forward. He didn't know how far he flew, but he was at least 2 to 3 billion miles away. Lin Fei suddenly realized that the ice-blue demonic beasts didn't chase after him. Instead, they stopped outside and were filled with anger. Why aren't they chasing after me? Lin Fei subconsciously stopped to observe. After observing for a long time, he realized that the ice-blue demonic beasts didn't chase after him. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. No matter why they didn't chase after him, at least he was safe now. Lin Fei turned and flew forward. After flying for hundreds of millions of miles, Lin Fei's body suddenly trembled. He saw a strange scene that made him feel a little incredulous. A huge corpse was lying in the void. Chapter 1346. A gigantic corpse floated in the air, faintly emitting a powerful aura. Lin Fei was shocked to see a giant corpse. The corpse was too big, like a giant star. Lin Fei had seen giant corpses before, but it was his first time seeing one that was as big as a star. Lin Fei flew toward the corpse. Before he got close, a monstrous fist intent surged through the air, as if a giant had come to life, standing proudly in the world. The terrifying aura caused Lin Fei's expression to change. What a powerful aura! Even peak experts don't have this aura. Lin Fei's hair stood on end. It was as if there was a powerful enemy in front of him, one that was stronger than Sword Immortal by D. Lin Fei did not get any closer. The aura left behind by this giant was clearly left behind before it died. Lin Fei walked around and observed it. When he did, he could not help but reveal a horrified expression. This was a two-headed giant. Lin Fei had never heard of the existence of the two-headed race in the myriad of worlds, so it was very likely that this was a foreign race expert. The twin-headed giant's biggest wound was on its chest. It had been punched through by a single punch, and it had been instantly killed. I really don't know who did it. Such a group of experts who might be infinitely close to the sovereign realm was killed by a punch through the heart. This person is too terrifying. After seeing the huge wound, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong did one have to be to do this? Lin Fei knew that he could not do this unless his primordial god force reached an extremely high level. A mysterious veil once again covered the Aeon Sea. Lin Fei did not get on the giant's corpse, but continued to fly forward. After the first two-headed giant appeared, corpses appeared in the void in front of him. They were all floating in the void for an unknown amount of time. These corpses were of all kinds. Almost all of them were foreign race experts. They were either punched through the chest or had their heads smashed. It was the most direct attack. There were no less than 100 of these corpses floating in the void. Lin Fei observed along the way. He could vaguely tell that this was the work of a supreme expert. He was proficient in close combat, always killing the opponent in the shortest amount of time. Some had their heads blown off by a single punch, while others had their hearts torn apart by a single claw. Traces of violence could be seen on their wounds, and they had not disappeared even after a long time had passed. It was not difficult for Lin Fei to see that this was a mark left behind by a close combat expert. What did Wang Guhai go through in the past? Why are there so many corpses left behind? Lin Fei still couldn't figure it out. Why would he want to do something that even the sovereign didn't understand? After Lin Fei mocked himself, he once again turned into a stream of light and flew forward. After flying for an unknown distance, Lin Fei stopped. He frowned and looked up at the giant standing between the heavens and the earth. This was a topless giant, the size of a star standing in the void. At this moment, the giant maintained a certain posture. A hand reached forward to grab. This posture was fixed in place. A sharp sword intent was left behind on the giant's chest. This giant had been slain by a sword expert. Lin Fei focused and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Near the giant's wound, the sword intent had not dissipated. A direct sword strike had slain the giant. That was an extremely fast sword strike. Faster than the speed of the giant, Lin Fei observed. It should have reached a speed of 100 times the speed of the heavenly Tao. This speed was completely capable of killing this giant. Lin Fei was extremely interested in this sword strike. He wanted nothing more than to study the transformations of the sword intent. It would be of great help to his sword arts. Lin Fei wasn't just interested in this sword intent. He was also interested in the giant's claw. For such an expert to die in this place, Lin Fei truly found it hard to digest this news. In the myriad worlds, this kind of expert was definitely a person with a resounding reputation, perhaps even a great hero of a region. But now, he died just like that in the Aeon Sea. Lin Fei decided to approach the giant and study the profundity of this claw. This would be helpful to him. When he was about 10,000 li away from the giant unexpectedly, the giant's aura transformed into a black-robed man, appearing in front of Lin Fei's vision. This black-robed man's eyes were cold as he rushed forward without a word. He was very fast, directly exceeding 50 times the speed of the heavenly Tao. Pung! The black-robed man punched Lin Fei in the chest, sending him flying. What's going on? Lin Fei was sent flying by the punch. His chest actually hurt, even more than Sword Immortal by Emperor's sword intent. The place where the punch hit even caved in. This black-robed man is actually so strong. Lin Fei really couldn't imagine that this guy's battle strength was so terrifying. If it was an immortal with a weak physical body, this punch would have destroyed his body. Lin Fei was even more curious. Why would such a change happen when he got close? After he was sent flying, the black-robed man didn't attack again and disappeared. Lin Fei vaguely guessed that this guy would only attack within a certain range. Beyond this range he wouldn't attack. Lin Fei rushed in again, and the black-clothed man appeared again. Just like before, he threw a punch at Lin Fei. This time Lin Fei was prepared. He blocked the punch with both hands, but he was still sent flying again. Too strong. Lin Fei always thought that his physical body was strong. But after meeting this black-robed man, he knew how weak he was. If not for the various divine bodies, he would have been killed in one punch, let alone survive. He was sent flying twice in a row. Lin Fei's expression didn't look good. The black-robed man was very strong. Lin Fei gave up on the idea of fighting. The gap between the two was not small. Just the opponent's speed was not something he could handle. Lin Fei also didn't want to be tortured by the black-robed man. He flew forward again. During this time, Lin Fei saw a saber expert and tried to get close. Once he got close, another person appeared and slashed with a saber, containing endless changes, and sent him flying. After encountering a few more giants, Lin Fei no longer dared to blindly go in. It was the aura left behind by these giants that transformed into people that were exceptionally strong. Lin Fei was only able to survive because of his invincible physical body. After seeing these terrifying giants, Lin Fei realized the danger of the everlasting sea. Once an ignorant person got close, they would be attacked by these giants. It was not easy to survive. Until now, Lin Fei's chest still hurt. Lin Fei decided to stay away. Not long after, Lin Fei's calm heart was affected again. An unimaginable scene appeared on a giant corpse in front of him. Chapter 1347. What a powerful stone golem! Lin Fei stabbed out 5 times in a row, all from different angles. It looked like an ordinary stab, but its destructive power was terrifying. Lin Fei was shocked to be easily blocked by the stone golem. Lin Fei had a vague guess about the outsider the stone golem mentioned. Could it be that these stone golems came from another world and were not from the myriad worlds? Other than this explanation, it was hard to explain why they said that Lin Fei was an outsider. Who are you? Lin Fei held 6 heaven's might exploding swords and faced the stone golem. Third brother, you can't do it. Why don't you let me deal with this outsider? The other 2 stone golems said with a smile. Such an interesting outsider. It's been a long time since I met one. Let me have a good time first. The stone golem laughed loudly and charged forward again. This time the attack was fiercer. The stone club smashed down, bringing with it a hurricane that blew past. Outsider. Let's see how long you can last. The stone golem waved the stone club continuously. There was no great Tao power, just pure divine power. One strike after another, it kept smashing down. Lin Fei used Heaven's Might sword to block the stone club. Every time the Heaven's Might sword met the stone club, it would feel a force pressing down on it. If it was someone else, they might not be able to hold it and would have long been sent flying. Bang 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 bang. Lin Fei blocked over 100 attacks in a row. These stone golems have not cultivated the great Tao power, but they are so strong. It's really inconceivable. Their defense is even more terrifying. They are not injured even after being stabbed by me. I really don't know where they came from. If I want to know the reason, I'll probably have to defeat these 3 stone golems. Lin Fei thought to himself. 100 layered waves. After fighting for a while, Lin Fei learned the stone golem's attack method. Pure power attack. Using strength to suppress others. If he wanted to defeat them, he had to be stronger than them. The 6 Heaven's Might swords merged into one. Lin Fei's sword brought with it a white mist and slashed at the stone golem at 20 times the speed of the heavenly Tao. Bang! Bang! 100 streaks of energy exploded on the stone man's body, crushing him wave after wave. Cracks appeared all over the stone man's body, interweaving into a black spiderweb. The stone golem was forced to retreat by the explosions. The other 2 stone golems did not attack. This outsider's strength is very strong. One attack contains 100 strands of power. It should be the outsider's secret divine ability, able to immediately display the strongest method. A stone man said. It should be a secret technique. Third bro is going to suffer. Another stone man said. It's been a long time since we've encountered such a powerful outsider. We can finally vent our anger. The 2 stone golems rubbed their palms together eagerly. Lin Fei remained vigilant. That stone man should have been injured by the 100-fold waves just now. Outsider, you make me very angry. Third brother's stone golem was now densely covered in dents. It looked completely different from before. He flew into a rage and shouted at Lin Fei. Earth-shattering sky. After the stone man shouted, he suddenly split open and turned into pieces of black stones. The black stones were infused with power and shot towards Lin Fei like a meteor. Lin Fei's sword slashed on a stone. A powerful force erupted from the stone, shaking off the sword and smashing towards Lin Fei's face. A cold wind whistled over. The stone man also knows secret technique. The sword in Lin Fei's hand was shaken off and he immediately realized that something was wrong. This stone man was harder to deal with than he imagined. Reincarnation sword. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Black whirlpools appeared and enveloped the stone. Over 100 black whirlpools surrounded the stone. This sword did not stop the stone man. The stone man reformed. Third bro back down. The stone man said. Why? I still have battle strength, I can compete with this outsider. The stone man was unconvinced. This outsider's sword technique is very powerful. You are not his match. The stone man coldly snorted. The stone man glared at him in dissatisfaction and flew back. The stone man flew up and was not in a hurry to make a move. Outsider, Your sword technique is very good. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Fei said. If you rely on this sword technique to deal with me, it won't work because we stone men have the strongest defense. Although your sword technique is strong, it is still far from being able to defeat me. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, Please advise me. The stone golem took a step forward and directly broke through the limits of the heavenly Tao. He threw a punch at Lin Fei's face. It was an ordinary punch, but it actually broke through the layers of the void until it reached the 6th layer of the void. When the Heaven's Might sword in Lin Fei's hand collided with the other party's fist, a monstrous power surged over. When the ancient divine power and this power came into contact, it exploded and the power continued all the way to the 6th layer of the void. With just this exchange, Lin Fei realized that this stone man was even more powerful than the previous one. Outsider, I didn't expect you to cultivate the ancient divine power. You know him. Lin Fei felt very uncomfortable from this punch. It was even more uncomfortable than when Sword Immortal by D's sword landed on his body. This was a powerful enemy through and through. You better deal with my attack. The stone man rushed forward again and punched with his left fist, followed by his right fist. It was a completely open and closed power, directly suppressing the Heaven's Might sword in Lin Fei's hand. The Heaven's Might sword did not have much effect on the stone man. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Lin Fei retreated. Sword of blood. The golden sword wave swept across the stone man's body. The power is not bad, but it can't do anything to me. A look of disapproval flashed across the stone man's eyes. This outsider's sword technique was not bad, but he was still far from being able to defeat him. At the end of the passage, there were 3 stone men guarding it. 2 of the stone men watched from the side, while the other stone man kept attacking. At the beginning, the attacks were all open and closed, extremely ferocious. The power of each punch was enough to destroy the body of a 4-step expert. At the beginning, Lin Fei used the Heaven's Might sword in his hand to fight head-on with the stone man. He was very confident in his invincible body, but as time passed, the ancient divine power, immortal power, and great Tao power were greatly consumed. After fighting for 10 days, Lin Fei used his soft energy to trap the stone golem. Then he used the 5th move of the sword technique to heavily injure the stone golem. He admitted it. In order to deal with this stone man, Lin Fei spent a lot of effort. Not bad. 3rd brother and 2nd brother were defeated by you. The last stone man walked out and stared at Lin Fei. As long as you defeat me, you can pass through this passage and obtain the opportunity that belongs to you. Alright. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate this last stone man. The last one to appear was always the strongest. Lin Fei immediately launched an attack. Sword silks shot out and attacked the various spots on the surface of the stone golem. This stone man's defense was even stronger. When Lin Fei's attack landed on the stone man's body, it did not even leave a mark. This made him gasp. How could this stone man's defense be so strong? 100-layered waves. This was Lin Fei's strongest offensive sword technique so far. The stone man did not dodge. It directly faced this terrifying sword. Boom! Boom! Wave after wave of the 100-layered waves surged towards the stone man. Lin Fei's heart sank. This stone man did not move at all and did not even take a step back. This was something that the previous 2 stone men did not do. Interesting, but still too weak. The stone man's body shook. The 100-layered waves of force was directly shaken into pieces. The stone man shook his head slightly. Back then there was a powerful sword expert who injured me with one sword. He was much stronger than you. Your swordsmanship is not bad, but you are not a true swordsman. It is indeed a type of power. The stone man burst out and punched Lin Fei's chest, sending Lin Fei flying. I still lack a type of power. Lin Fei was sent flying by the punch. The blood in his body churned and he almost could not suppress it. When he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he was still thinking about a question. The type of power that the stone man mentioned. One sword was able to injure this stone man. What kind of power is that sword? The stone man walked forward step by step. In your world, you are already very heaven-defying and can be compared to a pinnacle expert. However, in my eyes you are the weakest one who came in. No, I am not the weakest. Lin Fei saw the stone man's killing intent. How could he be willing to die in the other party's hands? Kill! Streams of light blasted towards the stone man. With a wave of the stone man's hand, he could dissipate Lin Fei's attack. He displayed his powerful side like an invincible giant. You outsiders are too weak. Chapter 1348. Ditian actually came back and even came back from the Eternal Sea. It's really hard to imagine. Another great battle has begun. Ditian's actions are not wise. Back then, Gentleman Green Snake was so powerful that he could not be matched. Now he still dares to come back. This time he's really in trouble. That's not necessarily true. Back then when Ditian left his name, Qing Mansion's vitality was greatly damaged. The 9 great elders died one after another. Mansion Master Qing Yoming's expression was extremely ugly. Qing Mansion has been overbearing in recent decades. Ditian came back just in time. We can just sit and watch the show. Everyone in Celestial Demon City was discussing. Even now they could not forget the scene back then. Especially the forces that had been oppressed recently. They could not wait for Ditian to start a massacre, and not let Qing Mansion continue to be complacent. When they saw a 4th-step demon, the Arch of Qing Mansion, being killed so casually, there was no need to mention how excited they were. They let out a long breath of resentment as if they were the ones who did it. Sister, he's back. Bai Xiaofeng's life had not been good for the past few decades. When there was movement outside, Bai Xiaofeng was the first to know. He hurriedly ran to a quiet courtyard. Outside the courtyard stood 2 4th-step demon thearchs, and the courtyard was filled with formations. Bai Shangyu was under house arrest. Ever since Ditian killed the 9 great elders of Qing Mansion, Gentleman Green Snake chased after him closely. Ditian entered the Eternal Sea and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. The people of Bai Mansion were afraid that Gentleman Green Snake would come looking for them, so they directly put Bai Shangyu under house arrest. This house arrest lasted for almost 50 years. If not for his father Bai Luoshan, who was one of the 9 great elders, it would not have been as simple as house arrest. This was also a show for Gentleman Green Snake. Their Bai Mansion's patriarch was not weak either. This was also to prevent Gentleman Green Snake from venting his anger on others. Back then, Ditian helped Bai Xiaofeng to expel the poison and had a good relationship with Bai Shangyu. Almost everyone knew about this, so the Bai Mansion had no choice but to be careful. Other than not being allowed to leave the courtyard, Bai Shangyu was no different from usual. Over the years, Bai Shangyu's strength had accumulated more and more, and he could now advance to 4th-step demon the Arch. When Bai Xiaofeng came in, she was watering the immortal grass in the courtyard. Who's back? Bai Shangyu was getting quieter and quieter. Bai Xiaofeng hated his family for doing this. Every time he saw his sister like this, he would feel uncomfortable. If it wasn't for him, his sister wouldn't have been imprisoned here. Ditian the Sovereign is back. He has killed his way to the Qing Mansion, and he killed one of their 4th-step demon thearchs in one move. Sister, you don't know this, but Big Brother Ditian's strength is getting more and more terrifying. He killed his opponent with a single sword chi. Bai Xiaofeng said excitedly. Ditian, he's back. Bai Shangyu, who was watering the immortal grass, trembled slightly. Why is he so stupid? Gentleman Green Snake is overseeing the Qing Mansion, so why did he come back? Bai Shangyu said worriedly. She put down the thing she was watering and said, No, I must inform Ditian. Bai Shangyu turned and walked out. Young lady Bai, you can't take half a step out of this yard. A 4-step demonic beast the Arch said. Get lost. Bai Shangyu struck out 2 palms in a row. The expressions of the 2 4-step demonic beast thearchs at the door changed drastically. Each of them took a palm strike head-on and retreated 7 or 8 steps before they stopped and revealed horrified expressions. On the Sky Demon's sacred mountain, the Sky Demon Realm Lord stood on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. His gaze fell on the Sky Demon City, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Ditian is indeed a person with great opportunities. He can come out even after entering the Eternal Sea. Rumor has it that Sword Immortal Bai Di was killed by Ditian. Seems like it's true. In just a few decades, less than 50 years, his strength has improved to such an extent. It's really unimaginable. No wonder he dares to attack the Qing Mansion. The Sky Demon Realm Lord didn't want to stop Ditian. Now, the Sky Demon Realm Lord was very curious about Ditian. He had heard about what happened last time. Green Snake Langjun had personally taken action, but he didn't gain any advantage in the end. This time Ditian had returned and his target was the Qing Mansion. The Sky Demon Realm Lord really hoped to stir up some trouble. The Qing Mansion was constantly expanding and was about to break the balance. The Sky Demon Realm Lord didn't want to see such a situation. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was looking forward to it. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 9 elders came together. They were reselected by the Qing Mansion, and every one of them was extremely powerful. It's Ditian. Why is it him? Wasn't he already dead? The 9 elders rushed out and were prepared to kill Ditian. They wanted to establish their might and let others know how powerful they, the 9 elders, were. However, when they saw the black-robed Ditian, their expressions turned extremely ugly. Why did this ferocious fellow come? They were confident that they were powerful, but they couldn't compare to the 9 elders back then. Not to mention exchanging blows with Ditian. If it was any other time, they would definitely leave. Now that the old ancestor was here, they were filled with confidence. No matter how ferocious Ditian was, in front of their old ancestor, wouldn't he be so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow? Ditian, you still dare to come to the Qing Mansion? Do you really think that the Qing Mansion can't do anything to you? Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything to them. These fellows were even weaker than the 9 elders back then. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Lin Fei flicked his finger and a great sword qi shot out. The sword qi interweaved together like an inescapable net as it enveloped the surroundings. The 9 elders were enraged. Ditian actually dared to ignore them like this. Boom, boom, boom. When the sword energy slashed over, their expressions changed. They took out their immortal armor, but they couldn't block the sword energy. Pieces of corpses fell from the sky. The 9 elders had been killed in an instant. The Grand Sword Energy secret art originated from the hands of a sovereign. Lin Fei had cultivated it to the level of mastery, and the 9 elders of the Qing Mansion couldn't block it at all. The jaws of the people of the Qing Mansion were wide open. The 9 elders had died again. Ditian was growing more and more ferocious. He was even more terrifying than he had been in the past. Those were 9 elders, but they had all been killed by the sword energy. Gentleman Green Snake, if you come out again, this emperor is going to start a massacre. Lin Fei flicked his fingers, and the sword energy clashed. Ditian, you demon! Qing Yuming flew out and stared at Ditian as if he was mourning. Once the old ancestor comes out, today will be the day of your death. The Qing Mansion had recuperated for dozens of years. When Qing Yuming had almost forgotten about Ditian, Ditian appeared again. This time he easily killed the 9 elders with one move. Qing Yuming was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In order to cultivate the 9 elders, they had spent a lot of resources, and they were killed in the blink of an eye. No one wouldn't be angry. Qing Yuming was almost furious. He suppressed his thoughts and didn't make a move. The secret art of killing 9 elders with one move. Even he was afraid of the Grand Sword Energy secret art. You have no right to say this to this emperor. Hua hua hua. The Grand Sword Energy slashed across the sky, not giving Qing Yuming any chance to speak. Just as Lin Fei said, Qing Yuming had no right to speak to him. In the entire Qing Mansion except for Gentleman Green Snake, no one else had the right. Green Hell Palm. Qing Yuming's body swelled up, and his body was covered with green scales. He reached a height of thousands of meters. The green palm slapped towards the Grand Sword Energy, and continuously slapped more than 100 palms. His whole body then retreated more than 10 steps. The building behind him turned into a pile of dust, and he barely blocked the attack of the Grand Sword Energy. Chapter 1349. Boss is really amazing, pressuring that outsider to the point where he can't even breathe. It won't be long before he gets rid of this outsider. This was the first stone golem that Lin Fei defeated. That goes without saying, that outsider is already an arrow at the end of its flight and won't be able to last for long. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated his body to the point where his defense is comparable to us stone golems, he would have been suppressed by boss long ago. The second stone golem that was defeated said, These two stone golems were very proud of themselves. Their mission here was to stop any experts from entering the end of the passage. All along, very few people were able to pass through them. Sometimes the boss didn't even need to do anything. Just one of them could destroy the outsider. This time could be considered an accident. This young outsider was stronger than they had imagined. Even under the boss's attack, he was able to struggle at death's door with the sword in his hand and wasn't suppressed right away. That person from last time is still the strongest. Yes, that person is too terrifying, an expert sword user. He shattered me with one sword. The two of them couldn't help but recall that scene. At that time they were young and competitive. When they saw an outsider appear, they directly charged forward. In the end, the outsider just raised his hand and shattered their bodies with one sword, displaying his powerful sword techniques. Compared to this outsider in front of them, that person was many times stronger. Pung pung pung. Lin Fei controlled the Six Heavens Might sword and had a hard time blocking. This stone golem was too strong. His first attack was shocking battle strength. Any attack in front of the stone golem was mercilessly shattered. If it wasn't for his invincible body, Lin Fei would have already destroyed his body, let alone lasted until now. Outsider, admit defeat. The stone golem expressionlessly attacked Lin Fei. No, I won't admit defeat, I will defeat you. Lin Fei wouldn't admit defeat. If he didn't defeat this stone golem and walk through this passage, Lin Fei wouldn't stop. Why are you doing this? The stone golem's attacks became more and more ferocious. Its body shook and it used its divine ability, directly having 3 heads and 6 arms. Its 6 arms continuously slapped down. Lin Fei immediately felt pressured. The attacks of 2 arms were already terrifying enough, but the appearance of 3 heads and 6 arms was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Every single punch was extremely strenuous to block. Lin Fei retreated step by step. Just as he had said, the gap between him and this stone man was not small. Am I really unable to defeat this stone man? Lin Fei asked himself. This was the strongest enemy Lin Fei had ever encountered. Even if Sword Immortal White Emperor was here, he would probably have the same thoughts as Lin Fei if he encountered the stone man. This was a powerful enemy. Reincarnation sword. The long sword in Lin Fei's hand trembled and a black vortex appeared, trapping the stone man within. Then he changed his sword stance and used the move 100 Layered Waves. This time he used 50% of his ancient divine power. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power crushed the stone man. He should be injured now, right? Lin Fei panted heavily. He had used 50% of his ancient divine power in one sword. This was unprecedented. He didn't believe that the stone man could block his sword. Your resistance is useless. The terrifying sword was easily repelled by the stone man. The stone man was safe and sound. Your attacks are mixed and incomplete. You have all sorts of powers. You are fated to not be able to hurt me. The stone golem shook its head and swung its arms forward. Both of its arms expanded, and one could see that they were made up of rocks that shot towards him. Pung pung pung. There were countless stones. They kept blasting towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't have time to shatter the stones and his body was hit by them. Each stone that hit his body would leave a mark. Mixed powers. Lin Fei had always been very confident in his strength, but after hearing what the stone man said, he couldn't help but doubt. Was his power really mixed? Was it really because of the mixed powers that he couldn't unleash his true power? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. At this moment, Lin Fei was facing a huge crisis. This was a threat from the stone man. Lin Fei's powerful fleshly body could already feel an intense pain spreading throughout his entire body. Cracks appeared on the surface of his body, increasing in number. It wouldn't take long for them to connect together. At that time his fleshly body would explode. Pung! The stone man launched another fierce attack. Lin Fei's physical body exploded with one punch and turned into pieces. The pieces gathered together and turned into a black cloud, forming a brand new Lin Fei. Outsider, even if you have an undying body, you will die here today. The stone man wasn't surprised and charged forward again. After his invincible body was broken, Lin Fei's injuries weren't light. He never thought that the first undying body would be used here and his physical body would be broken by a stone man. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Lin Fei kept retreating. The stone man chased after him unhurriedly. Lin Fei was in a difficult situation. This stone man won't rest until he's dead. My sword attacks are completely useless against him. I only have about 30% of the ancient divine power left in my body. Even 50% of the ancient divine power can't harm the stone man, let alone the remaining 30%. Lin Fei didn't have any treasures that could deal with this stone man. It wasn't easy to get top-grade items. Lin Fei didn't come into contact with those things from the start. Right, the icy blue pearl. That pearl was terrifyingly cold and Lin Fei hadn't forgotten about it. No matter if it was useful or not, it wouldn't be wrong to try. He took it out from the heaven and earth smelt and threw it out. The stone golem was caught off guard and punched the icy blue bead, shattering it. Hong! A wave of coldness spread out and instantly enveloped the stone man, freezing him into an ice stone man. Lin Fei didn't dare to get close to the cold. The power of the pearl was unimaginable. The stone man was so strong, but he was still frozen. Crack, crack. The stone golem shook and the ice on its body shattered. It walked out and looked at Lin Fei. I didn't expect you to have an ice soul bead from an ice soul beast king. It's a pity that it's not an ice soul beast king's bead, so it won't affect me much. If you have the ice soul beast king's pearl, you win. The icy blue beast was called the ice soul beast. Only then did Lin Fei know what an icy blue beast was, and that there were beast kings among them. Since his first attack failed, Lin Fei had to retreat again. He had wanted to use the pearl to kill the stone man, but that didn't seem possible anymore. He was disappointed. How could he deal with this stone man? Lin Fei couldn't think of anything. Miles of mountains and rivers. Lin Fei took out the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The heavenly might descended and wrapped around the stone man, trapping him in the passageway. It's useless. The stone man was trapped for the time being. Lin Fei was relieved. The miles of mountains and rivers was made of special materials and contained heavenly energy. It shouldn't be a problem for it to trap the stone man. The stone man couldn't come out for the time being. During this time, Lin Fei had to find a way to get rid of this stone man and leave this passageway. Can I start with the heterogeneous force? Lin Fei sat on the black wind and flew far away before he stopped to think about this important question. Lin Fei had always had three kinds of energy inside him. One was the deity energy. The other was the ancient divine energy. The other was the power of his true self. Lin Fei didn't feel much about the three kinds of energy inside him. But after what the stone man said, he realized that the energy inside him might be a problem. The three kinds of energy did seem to be heterogeneous. They weren't a whole. Lin Fei tried to calm himself down. It seems that Sword Immortal Emperor Bai used one kind of energy. After calming down, Lin Fei realized this problem. From fighting with some of the experts, it was clear that they all cultivated a type of energy. For example, Prince Green Snake. This fellow cultivated a type of energy. Later on, Sword Immortal White Emperor also cultivated a type of energy. Then, Sky Demon Realm Lord also cultivated a type of energy. Could it be that the three kinds of energy in my body merged into one? Become a powerful energy? Lin Fei had such a thought. Lin Fei didn't know much about this level of cultivation. Since the stone man said that, he must know something. It would be best if he could get more information from him. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions came from the depths of the tunnel. Lin Fei sensed that the miles of mountains and rivers was sent flying. With a thought, the miles of mountains and rivers flew back and landed in his hand. The stone man chased after him. I said that you are wasting time. The stone man said calmly. In his eyes, this outsider was very weak and would die in his hands sooner or later. This time Lin Fei stood on the black wind and didn't leave. Not running anymore? The stone man thought that this outsider would run. Didn't you say that I would die in your hands sooner or later? Since that is the case, then why should I run? Lin Fei said. The stone man thought about it and it was indeed the case. Before I die, I want to know why you said that the energy in my body is mixed so that I can understand why I die. Lin Fei asked. The stone man couldn't bear to kill him so quickly. Since you are waiting to die, I will tell you. The stone man didn't mind explaining. I can sense that there are a few types of energy in your body. In the first few realms they are very useful. But in the body of an expert, the more energy you have, the less you can use your true strength. That is because energy is split into stages. Lin Fei was deep in thought. How do you explain that? The cultivation of any kind of power is divided into several stages. For example, the power of the Great Path is divided into a total of 10 stages. If the power of the Great Path doesn't reach a stage, its power will increase exponentially. Your power is mixed and all of them are at the entry stage. This is also the reason why you can't break through our defense. Lin Fei was tempted. This is the difference between a peak expert and a normal stage for expert. Chapter 1350. The Stone Man wasn't afraid of him playing any tricks. These things were not secrets among the pinnacle powerhouses. Back then, this Stone Man had heard about it from outsiders. He was just repeating it. So that's the case. Lin Fei finally understood. Cultivating too much power didn't seem like a good thing. No wonder the Stone Man dared to say that. After all, fusing 3 types of power wasn't an easy task. Lin Fei barely knew the basics. So you're saying that the deeper one cultivates the power stage, the stronger one's strength will be? Lin Fei asked. The Stone Man wasn't too interested in outsiders' cultivation. It wasn't easy for him to meet an outsider, so he didn't want to kill him too quickly. Right, that sword expert from back then cultivated his power to the 7th stage. He broke through my defense with a casual strike and got past US3. The Stone Man sighed. Was he a ruler? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei could imagine how terrifying this person was after cultivating to the 7th stage. Even Sword Immortal White Emperor couldn't break through the Stone Man's defense with one strike. It wasn't that Lin Fei looked down on Sword Immortal White Emperor, but Sword Immortal White Emperor had limited potential. He had already taken this step, and didn't have the ability to reach a deeper level. He isn't a ruler, but he's already very strong. The Stone Man said. If you get past me, I believe you'll have a chance to know the answer. You don't have a chance now. Sky-raising sword. The Stone Man shouted. His entire body turned into a black sword made of stone. He slashed down from a strange angle. This sword was very strong. Lin Fei didn't dare to take it head-on. His hair stood on end. He could already feel the terrifying might of this sword. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers blocked above his head. The black wind moved and he flew backwards. The Stone Man's sword smashed onto 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Large pieces of illusions collapsed and 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers were also sent flying. They landed on Lin Fei's hand with some damage. Your struggle is useless. The Stone Man chased after him. Standing on the black wind, Lin Fei had already opened the Supreme Grade Exchange system. The most important thing now was to defeat this Stone Man. The Premium Item Exchange system became the final aid. Lin Fei used the large number of Heavenly Star Stones provided by the Heavenly Fate Pavilion to exchange for a large number of peak grade points. He also used up quite a bit of his fusion with the Divine Body, so he was still left with a large number. Ice Element. Lin Fei turned the page to the Ice Element. The Stone Golem admitted that only the Ice Soul King Beast Speed could harm him. The best system had no shortage of all kinds of best things. Lin Fei believed that there would be a way to deal with the Stone Man. Ice Element. The items exchanged here were all related to ice. 10,000-year frigid ice, 1,000 points. 10 millennia frost was a good material for refining pills. At this moment, Lin Fei was not in the mood to pay attention to it and continued searching. 1,000,000-year-old ice, 100,000 points. Billion-year-old ice, 1,000,000 points. The ice thing on this page was indeed not small. Frigid chalcedony, 2,000,000 points. There were too many things and Lin Fei was dazzled. He didn't know where to start. Sometimes having too many things wasn't a good thing. Lin Fei flipped through the introduction. The Stone Golem kept catching up and the distance between them was getting shorter. Lin Fei didn't have much time to choose. I'll take this one. After a while, Lin Fei set his eyes on an ice material. Infinite frigid ice. 500,000 points. This was a special kind of ice, produced in a place called Wuji. Its temperature was even higher than that of ordinary 10,000-year ice. Lin Fei had never heard of Wuji, but he could imagine that it must be a very cold place. Activating infinite frigid ice required a strong divine body. Otherwise, he would also be affected. Lin Fei reluctantly bought it. Separated by space, Lin Fei could feel the terrifying cold. It was even colder than the ice soul bead. If it weren't for the ancient divine power, his body would have been frozen. Sky-raising sword. The stone golem launched another terrifying attack. The stones converged to form a black stone sword, which burst forth with the speed of the heavenly path. I'll risk it. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. He couldn't care so much anymore. Whether he succeeded or not depended on his luck. Holding the infinite frigid ice in his hand, the terrifying coldness almost froze Lin Fei. He crushed it on the spot, and a wave of coldness spread out with him as the center. Lin Fei released the heaven and earth god fire, which turned into a huge furnace. He entered it. The stone golem didn't think much of him. The terrifying coldness and white frost covered the stone. Fear flashed in the stone golem's eyes. He couldn't imagine that an outsider would have such a terrifying treasure. Hua hua hua. Cold air passed through the stone golem like a flood. The stone golem didn't have time to retreat, and his body was wrapped by the white frost. At first he could still move, but then he couldn't. He stayed still in the tunnel. So cold, I'm freezing to death. Within the furnace, Lin Fei's body shivered. The heaven and earth god fire turned into fire dragons and wrapped around Lin Fei's body. Only then did he feel much better. The 500,000 points infinite frigid ice is so terrifying. If not for the heaven and earth furnace, I would have been frozen into an ice cube. This coldness couldn't be compared to the pearl in the ice soul beast's body. It was so cold that it reached the primordial spirit. Lin Fei entered the heaven and earth furnace after a short while. Even so, he was still heavily injured, and his body couldn't stop shaking. I wonder how the stone golem is doing. Separated by the furnace, Lin Fei checked the situation outside. He didn't dare to go out recklessly. In the tunnel, an ice statue of a stone golem stood there. The entire tunnel emitted an icy coldness. The coldness kept surging towards the heaven and earth god fire. Wave after wave was blocked by the heaven and earth god fire. I'm doomed now, right? Lin Fei sighed. This stone golem was too strong. It was impervious to swords and spears, and its defense was so strong that even his sword techniques couldn't break it. After observing for a long time, the stone golem didn't break free. Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. He controlled the black wind and rushed forward. With the protection of the heaven and earth god fire, the remaining coldness didn't affect Lin Fei too much. He easily reached the end of the tunnel and saw the other two stone golems. At this time they were also wrapped in white frost. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. The might of the everlasting frost was so terrifying that even the stone golem was affected by it. After flying for a while, the tunnel ahead was bright. Lin Fei knew that was the end. After flying in the tunnel for so long, Lin Fei really wanted to know what was ahead that was worth 3 stone golems guarding. Just a little bit more and he would have died inside. He was very curious about what was at the end, and now he finally had the chance. Chapter 1351. He used a precious existence like the everlasting Arctic ice. Lin Fei broke through the pursuit of the last stone golem and passed through the passage as he wished, entering a brand new place. He plunged into the light. Lin Fei thought that there was a place behind the passage, but he discovered that it wasn't after entering. A starry sky. Lin Fei was in a starry sky. He couldn't see any star land around him, and it seemed empty. Where have I come to? Lin Fei thought that there might be a treasure waiting for him at the end of the passage guarded by the 3 powerful stone golems. He didn't expect that there was a starry sky behind it. It still looked like an empty starry sky. This made Lin Fei very disappointed. Since entering this starry sky, Lin Fei had been searching with his divine sense, but he didn't find anything. Even the passage entrance had disappeared, and he was in an unknown place. I can only take it one step at a time. With 3 stone golems guarding the passage, this place shouldn't be an ordinary place. With this attitude, Lin Fei urged the black wind to fly forward, believing that there would be new discoveries. After flying for half a month, Lin Fei finally found something. A huge star appeared in front of him. This was the only star he found in the past half a month. There's an array formation sealing the star. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense and immediately discovered that there was an array formation on the star. It seemed that someone had set up something on the star. It wasn't easy to find a star, and it was the only one in the past half a month. Lin Fei wouldn't give up so easily. The way to leave this place might be on the star. Lin Fei urged the black wind to appear outside the star. He felt a powerful array formation on the star, sealing it tightly. After looking up and down, Lin Fei couldn't think of how to enter this star. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. He realized that he couldn't enter the star. What was going on? Did he have to break the array himself? The star was sealed by an array formation. Lin Fei could only see that it was a powerful array formation. As for why the other party wanted to seal it, he had no idea. Lin Fei did not dare to recklessly break the array formation. Lin Fei was anxious, but he didn't try to break the array blindly. He stayed on the outskirts of the star and observed it. This observation really allowed Lin Fei to see some clues. Every once in a while there would be a change in the formation. The people inside the star might not be able to see it, but the people outside could. They could use this change to enter the star. Lin Fei decided to transform into a star. After a period of time there was a change in the star formation. As expected, a gap appeared. Lin Fei directly turned into a stream of light and rushed in. Whether or not he could leave this place depended on this star. A scorching heat wave rolled over. Lin Fei rushed into the star, and what greeted him was a scorching heat wave that almost burned his body into nothingness. Relying on his invincible body, Lin Fei persevered. The heat wave became more and more ferocious. Lin Fei did not have it easy either. He used the heaven and earth divine fire to block in front of him, which made things much easier. After a total of 10 days, Lin Fei passed through the area of the heat wave and entered the core of the star. He was on a mountain range. Seeing the green mountain range and the surging immortal qi, Lin Fei took a deep breath and revealed an expression of enjoyment. This journey had really exhausted Lin Fei. I wonder how strong the strongest expert in this star is. Now that Lin Fei was a third-step immortal emperor, his battle strength was comparable to a pinnacle expert. He could kill ordinary pinnacle experts. As long as it wasn't someone like Sword Immortal by D or the Stone Golem, there were very few people who could injure him. Now Lin Fei was not here to play. He was here to find a way to leave this place. Lin Fei released a black stream of wind and flew in a direction. At the same time he swept with his divine sense. There is a city 100 million miles ahead. I should find something. With this sweep, Lin Fei immediately discovered something. Sky Border City. In the center of this city stood a majestic palace. Sky Border City's City Lord Mansion. Immortal Emperor Luosen was a first-step immortal emperor. He controlled this Sky Border City with 3 first-step immortal emperors following him. He was the strongest force in the nearby cities. He had an army of 1 million immortals. City Lord, the Sword God Mountain is open now. Should we arrange for some disciples to comprehend it? In the palace, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose sat on the main seat. Below him were 3 immortal emperors, all followers. The hooked-nosed middle-aged man was naturally Immortal Emperor Luo. Senator Immortal Emperor Luosen nodded and said, "Go and recruit a group of talented sword immortals and send them to the Sword God Mountain. Bring back the things that they comprehend." Boom! Immortal Emperor Luosen had just finished speaking. A terrifying aura came from above the palace. The 3 immortal emperor's followers didn't even have time to move. They were crushed by a powerful aura and couldn't move. If I were you, I would choose to stay still. A brown sword appeared in front of Immortal Emperor Luo's Senator. The rumbling heavenly might locked onto him, causing his expression to change. He didn't dare to move. "Senior, don't kill me." Immortal Emperor Luosen was a city lord and a first-step immortal emperor. He was the strongest force in the vicinity. He had seen all kinds of experts. However, when this aura crushed down, he couldn't move at all. He immediately realized that he had encountered a hidden expert. Especially when the person in front of him was a young man in a black robe and carrying a sword case. The one who came out was naturally Lin Fei. His powerful divine sense swept across the city. When he saw that the strongest person was a peak first-step immortal emperor, Lin Fei directly barged in. Soul-searching art. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. His divine sense rushed into Immortal Emperor Luosen's memory and searched through all of his memories. Immortal Emperor Luosen was so scared that his face turned pale. So this star is called the Sword Continent. Everyone here is a sword immortal. Through the memory search, Lin Fei found out that this star was called the Sword Continent. It was a continent that cultivated all kinds of sword techniques. The immortals here were all sword immortals. On this continent, the strongest were peak sword immortals. Rumor had it that they cultivated the secret techniques of the sword god mountain. The most famous ones were the 4 peak sword immortals. In other words, they were the 4 strongest experts of the sword continent. In Immortal Emperor Luosen's memory, Lin Fei was very interested in the sword god mountain. No one knew when the sword god mountain appeared. From their memories, the sword god mountain had always existed. There were hundreds of sword god mountains in the sword continent. There were all kinds of sword techniques and secret techniques on the sword god mountain. The people of the sword continent all cultivated the secret techniques and sword techniques of the sword god mountain. It could be said that the sword god mountain was their ancestor of the sword. The sword god mountain appeared out of nowhere. Could it be left behind by an expert? Lin Fei couldn't help but think of the expert who reached the 7th stage of the sword. Looks like I have to go to the sword god mountain to take a look. Chapter 1352. Sword God Mountain has more than 100 locations on the Sword Continent. There are a total of 9 famous locations. Each location has a unique sword art. Anyone who learns one of them will definitely become an expert on the Sword Continent. Sword God Mountain opens once every 100 years. Every time it opens, it will last for 100 years. On the Sword Continent, many experts will gather on Sword God Mountain. This is Sword God Mountain. In the void, a black-clothed man is standing on a white cloud. The white cloud under his feet has already condensed into a ball. He can change it with a thought. This black-clothed man is Lin Fei, who came after searching Immortal Emperor Luosen's memories. The Sword God Mountain in the distance is like a few divine swords stabbed into the ground. It is majestic and looks like many divine swords. This place is called Short Blade Sword Mountain. One of the most important divine swords has been severed at the waist, leaving behind a flat platform. It is about 300 meters in size. Anyone who wants to study Sword God Mountain's secret arts will not dare to go up to that platform. Sword God Mountain has a great influence on the Sword Continent. Lin Fei observed for a while and found that there are experts coming towards Sword God Mountain from all directions. Those with weak strength are observing the Sword God Mountain from a distance. As for those with strong strength, they directly rush towards that platform and try to study Sword God Mountain's secret arts and divine arts at a close distance. A battle is happening on that platform. Lin Fei observed for a while and found that the people fighting do not have high cultivation, but their sword intent is very strong. They can often burst out with super strong battle power. This is very rare in the myriad worlds. Could it be that there is a star continent hidden in every palace? Lin Fei thought to himself. Then who left behind such a star continent? Lin Fei once searched Immortal Emperor Luosen's memories. There is no information about the myriad worlds. It is completely blank. It is a pure native of the Sword Continent. Forget it. I'll go study Sword God Mountain's secret arts. Lin Fei walked towards the nearest Sword God Mountain. Such strong sword intent. Lin Fei searched with his powerful divine sense, and saw the Sword God Mountain's records clearly. This Sword Divine Mountain was not a secret technique, but a description of one's comprehension towards the sword. The people on the side all sat down and watched with great interest. After reading a few sentences, Lin Fei realized that the person who wrote this article was extraordinary. His understanding of the sword was far from what Lin Fei could compare with. Scan and analyze. Lin Fei opened the system and scanned and analyzed the articles on God's Sword Mountain. On the Sword Mainland, Lin Fei didn't plan to stay for too long. He directly threw his understanding of swords to the leveling system for full analysis. The system quickly came up with a result. This is an essay on power. This was the first sentence that came out of the system's analysis. Lin Fei slowly read through the analyzed materials. The articles with profound meanings were presented in front of Lin Fei through specific analysis. They were no longer as difficult to understand as before. This should be a deeper mastery of power. Lin Fei read through the entire article and verified the stone man's words. The cultivation of power had to gradually go from shallow to deep before one could truly comprehend and grasp one's own power. In that case, my power is only at the first stage and there is still a distance from the second stage? After analyzing this result, Lin Fei couldn't accept it. The stone man's words appeared in his mind again. Maybe, my power is indeed at the outer layer. After Lin Fei thought it through, his heart started to calm down. Since my power is at the first stage, I'll just take it as it comes and study this power properly. Lin Fei's daily mission was to observe the Sword God Mountain's records. Through the system's analysis, his understanding of the sword became deeper and deeper. 10 days. Lin Fei thoroughly analyzed everything on the Sword God outside the platform. His original accumulation of the sword became deeper, and his understanding of the sword was no longer as shallow as it seemed on the surface. This was a type of accumulation. Lin Fei's improvement in power was too fast. Now, he finally had time to accumulate knowledge. Now, I can go to the platform to observe. In 10 days, he digested everything on the Sword God Mountain. Lin Fei's speed was the fastest and no one could match up to him. There were dozens of people on the platform that was 300 meters wide. Those without strength basically didn't dare to go on the platform, as they might be chased off if they made a mistake. Come down. Lin Fei's arm expanded and grabbed a middle-aged man on the platform. Courting death. Although the middle-aged man was observing, he had been paying attention to the people around him. When he saw a young man attacking him, his eyes flashed with cold light. He clasped his fingers together and sword intent slashed through the air. He wanted to teach this guy a lesson. When the sword landed on Lin Fei's arm, it was repelled by Lin Fei's arm. Lin Fei's enlarged arm grabbed the middle-aged man's neck, and a terrifying power suppressed the middle-aged man, making it impossible for him to move. Lin Fei then sat down at his original position and looked at the records. This small action caused many sword immortals to be shocked. That young expert that appeared out of nowhere. He took down a position so easily. He was a first-step immortal emperor and was quite famous in the Sword Continent. Kid, get out here. The middle-aged man felt embarrassed after being thrown out in front of everyone and flew back. Scram. Lin Fei slapped with a palm. The speed was so fast that the middle-aged man couldn't catch it. The slap sent the middle-aged man flying and he smashed into a tall mountain, leaving behind a cold sound. If there's a next time, I will definitely kill you. His murderous voice caused everyone's heart to tremble. After getting rid of the troublesome guy, Lin Fei used the system to scan and analyze everything on the Sword God Mountain. It's time to move to another place. 5 days later, Lin Fei stood up and turned into a stream of light as he left for the next Sword God Mountain. He had benefited a lot from these few days. Every time he arrived at a Sword God Mountain, Lin Fei would start observing from the periphery before moving to the core. When no one gave up their position, he would immediately attack. Gradually, Lin Fei gained some fame in the Sword Continent. Everyone knew that there was a black-robed young man. Every time he attacked, he would end the battle with extreme speed, and he had never revealed his sword art. Many people were amazed that he could solve problems with his physical body alone. Sword immortals didn't just cultivate sword arts. They also cultivated protective divine arts. They couldn't figure out what protective divine art this black-robed young man cultivated. 1 Sword God Mountain. 2 Sword God Mountains. Lin Fei relied on the system to read all the records of the Sword Continent in less than a year. He also digested them and made full use of them. All the secret sword arts recorded on the Sword God Mountain were recorded. Now only the last 3 Sword God Mountains are left. Lin Fei left from another Sword God Mountain and headed for the next one. The last 3 Sword God Mountains were the 3 most important places on the Sword Continent. The next one seems to be the North County Sword God Mountain. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and flew over. Boom! Boom! In the virtual space, Lin Fei's clone was fighting with a large group of ferocious beasts. It was a direct attack, but it only erupted with the strongest power when it hit the opponent. After reading and digesting countless secret arts, Lin Fei's sword art was improving every day. For example, the first move of the invincible sword art Bloodstorm. In the past it was very straightforward. But now it had undergone an earth-shattering change. Boom! The ferocious beasts were killed in one move. The bottleneck that he had been stuck in was suddenly broken. Lin Fei already knew that his strength had advanced from the first stage to the second stage. It was slightly earlier than expected. Swish! He casually slashed with his sword. Lin Fei could feel the change in this sword. It was completely incomparable to before. His power had increased by a lot. North County Sword God Mountain. Not long later, Lin Fei saw a Sword God Mountain standing between heaven and earth. It emitted an unparalleled sword intent that covered millions of miles. The moment Lin Fei stepped into the range, the sword intent pressed down. His body sank slightly, and Lin Fei's expression changed. This sword intent was not inferior to heaven's might? How was that possible? After fusing with a large number of divine bodies, ordinary sword intent pressure was unable to do anything to him. But in this place just a sword god mountain could cause such a huge pressure. This was the first time Lin Fei encountered something like this. Lin Fei scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered that the area within 1,000,000 kilometers was divided into several stages. The one closest to Sword God Mountain was still around 50,000 kilometers, followed by 100,000 kilometers, then 1,000,000 kilometers. There were people at every stage. I can go in again. At a place 200,000 miles away, a middle-aged sword immortal tried to go forward with a pale face. After advancing for about 5,000 miles, a wave of sword intent swept over. His entire body was torn into pieces and he fell from the sky. Lin Fei directly rushed in. Boom! 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 The sword intent pressure swept over and struck Lin Fei. 1,800,000 miles. 1,500,000 years. 1,300,000 miles. 1,500,000 miles. Lin Fei's speed did not decrease. Relying on his invincible body, he rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to 1,000,000 miles, and the sword intent pressure increased again. The subtle sword intent could already tear open bloody holes in his body. This was within 1,000,000 miles. Interesting. Lin Fei rushed forward again. Who is that guy? Does he want to die? He's too fast. He seemed to be 1,000,000 miles away just now. Doesn't he know that he needs to adapt after rushing to 1,000,000 miles? 800,000 miles. Lin Fei rushed from 1,000,000 miles to 800,000 miles, and then to 600,000 miles. Soon he reached 500,000 miles. At this time, some sword immortal experts in front turned around and saw such a dark horse. They looked at each other but did not recognize this person. He's reached 300,000 kilometers, 200,000 miles, 150,000 miles. The people who were overtaken were dumbfounded. Who was this black-robed young man? How could he be so arrogant? Prince Duanmu, your challenger is here. 80,000 miles away, an arrogant young man said indifferently. Chapter 1353. Prince Duanmu was currently the closest to Sword God Mountain. Prince Duanmu used 3 months to cross from 1,000,000 miles to 50,000 miles. He had always been first and no one could surpass him. He was already an outstanding talent among the younger generation. Prince Duanmu didn't believe that anyone could surpass him. Those experts from the older generation had all gone to the other Sword God Mountains and wouldn't come here. Prince Duanmu had always been very arrogant. He was the strongest here and the one who had the most confidence in ascending Sword God Mountain. At this moment, as an outsider barged in, Prince Duanmu felt that his position was being challenged. The benefits of being the first to ascend Sword God Mountain were huge. 150,000 miles to 50,000 miles isn't that easy to cross. No matter how strong his protective technique is, he can forget about entering this place in a short period of time. Prince Duanmu was still very confident in this. 50,000 miles to 150,000 miles. Even though there was a difference of 100,000 miles, Prince Duanmu relied on the treasures on him to make it this far. He couldn't enter the remaining 50,000 miles in a short period of time. Lin Fei slowly felt the sword intent pressure increasing. There were more and more sword holes on his body. If it wasn't for his strong body, his body would have been shattered by the sword intent. Just like those people from before, they were directly killed by the sword intent. 100,000 miles. Lin Fei's body sank, and the pressure from his sword intent increased. Lin Fei could see Sword God Mountain clearly. However, the mountain was covered in a layer of fog. Even his divine sense couldn't pass through, and he couldn't see what was recorded on it. The sword intent suppression test was of great help in honing one's sword intent. When he reached 100,000 miles, Lin Fei felt that the sword intent in front of him was like a city. There was a huge resistance and it wasn't easy for him to charge over. He needed time to accumulate the remaining distance. At the 100,000 miles mark, Lin Fei stopped for 3 days and started to charge again. His body adapted to the sword intent pressure. Rumble. Lin Fei charged to 50,000 miles in one go, and was on the same level as Prince Duanmu. This time Prince Duanmu was truly frightened. He had crossed from 100,000 to 50,000 miles, but it was not as easy as the other party. They were completely incomparable. Where did this guy come from? Prince Duanmu secretly observed. He did not know the background of this black-robed man. Lin Fei didn't know how much pressure his actions brought to them. Another 3 days passed. Lin Fei charged through the last distance and successfully ascended the Sword God Mountain. As soon as he reached the top of the mountain, the fog began to recede, and Lin Fei saw the records. How can it be so fast? Prince Duanmu broke through from 50,000 miles to 30,000 miles, and was caught off guard by someone. He was extremely displeased, especially since he was from the royal family. How could he allow an outsider to beat him to it? He could not help but bear a grudge against the other party. It was rumored that every time the Sword God Mountain opened, the first person to ascend would have an unexpected harvest. Prince Duanmu could only watch helplessly. There are so many secret techniques and divine abilities that can be directly cultivated to an extremely high level. Lin Fei's eyes landed on the nearest stone tablet. On it was a powerful secret technique that could be cultivated all the way to the second step of the Immortal Emperor stage. After mastering it, one would gain great power. On the other stone tablet there was also a secret technique recorded. Lin Fei impolitely recorded it down. Those elite sects might not necessarily have such powerful secret techniques. This Sword God Mountain was very high, and there were secret techniques recorded all the way up. Triple Solar 7 Talent Sword can be cultivated all the way to the second step of the Immortal Emperor stage. Boundless Yin Yang Sword Qi can be cultivated all the way to the third step of the Immortal Emperor stage. As one continued to climb, the power of the secret techniques would increase exponentially, but the difficulty of cultivation would also increase exponentially. One would need to spend a long time to successfully cultivate it. Soon Lin Fei reached the peak. There was a huge stone tablet here, and the entire stone tablet was black. There were many names carved on it. Why is there such a stone tablet on this peak? Lin Fei was not very interested in these secret techniques. The cultivation time was too long, and it was not suitable for him. If he was really interested in a secret technique, it would only be a top-notch secret technique. Lin Fei was not interested in ordinary secret techniques. Do I have to leave my name before there will be a reaction? After Lin Fei observed for a while, he realized that the stone tablet was different. The names at the top were deeper, and even now there was still remnant sword intent. The names at the bottom were lighter, and it seemed like they were not as strong as the previous names. He counted a total of 18 names. Lin Fei was interested in this stone tablet. He used his finger as a sword to carve words on the stone tablet. When Lin Fei's finger landed on the stone tablet produced a powerful rebounding force, preventing Lin Fei from carving words on it. Interesting. Lin Fei increased his strength and pressed against that rebounding force. His overall strength reached the second stage, and with this pressure, he broke through that layer of rebounding force and left 2 words on the stone tablet. Ditian. When the 2 words were left on it, the stone tablet produced ripples. All the names on it disappeared, and in their place was a set of words. I am the son of the sword. I have pursued the peak of the sword Tao all my life. In 1,000 chaos years I became a ruler. From then on, I wandered the boundless starry sky and learned everything from all sections. Lin Fei read it and took a deep breath. It really was a ruler. Lin Fei didn't believe that an ordinary expert could leave behind these things on Divine Sword Mountain. The only thing he didn't expect was a ruler. In that case, the Sword Continent's inheritance came from a ruler. For now, Lin Fei didn't know how powerful a ruler was, but he knew that there were very few rulers in the universe. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to become a ruler. Lin Fei continued reading. What the stone tablet said was that a ruler had passed by this planet by chance and spread his sword arts, from the lowest level to the highest level, matching each realm. It also said that a ruler had left behind a powerful sword art on the Sword Continent, called the Extreme Sword. This sword art was hidden somewhere on the Sword Continent. In order to find this sword art, one needed to fuse the 4 great divine swords into one. 4 great divine swords? Lin Fei's eyes flashed. These 4 great divine swords can't be the 4 swords in the hands of the 4 great experts, right? Rumor has it that these 4 swords have always existed, but no one knows where they came from. They have always changed owners, and no one has been able to completely master them. Could it be that they were left behind by a ruler? The 4 great divine swords could find the extreme sword. It would be a lie if Lin Fei said that he wasn't tempted. This was a sword art left behind by a ruler. There was no doubt that it was powerful. I'll give it a try if I have the chance. After reading it, the words on the stone tablet disappeared, and it returned to its original appearance. With a rumble, the stone tablet disappeared in front of Lin Fei. It was as if the peak had never existed. Looks like this is the benefit of being the first to reach Divine Sword Mountain, and leaving your name behind. Lin Fei thought, I can go to the next place. I'm only left with the last 2 places. Lin Fei walked down Divine Sword Mountain. Chapter 1354. Prince Duanmu didn't expect someone to be faster than him. He appeared on Sword God Mountain again. Prince Duanmu had his eyes on this place and wanted to be the first to ascend Sword God Mountain and reap the benefits. But just as he was filled with confidence, an outsider appeared and surpassed him, ascended Sword God Mountain and took away the so-called benefits. Prince Duanmu was greatly agitated. Ever since the black-robed man went up, Prince Duanmu kept trying to ascend Sword God Mountain. He spent a lot of time and energy and went straight for the peak. Unfortunately, he was 1 step too late. The black-robed man went down the mountain. Prince Duanmu blocked the black-robed man in a rage. He wanted the black-robed man to hand over the benefits he obtained from Sword God Mountain no matter what. Move aside. Lin Fei didn't have any impression of this arrogant young man. In Sword Continent, Lin Fei didn't care about anyone. The only people he cared about were the 4 experts. Perhaps they were the ones that made Lin Fei feel apprehensive. As for the others, he ignored them. Prince Duanmu was used to being arrogant. In Sword Continent, no one dared to not give him face. Moreover, Northern Region was his territory. He couldn't take it lying down that an outsider had taken the benefits. If you don't hand it over, I will do it myself. Let's see if you will. Prince Duanmu didn't think that the black-robed man had a powerful background. The black-robed man was also a first-step immortal emperor. What was there to be afraid of? Swish! Prince Duanmu's sword slashed towards the black-robed man's throat. He wasn't worried that the black-robed man could dodge at such a close distance. Scram! Lin Fei did not want to waste time on this sort of thing. She flicked her finger at Prince Duanmu's sword, causing a buzzing sound to ring out as the sword was deflected away. She then slapped down with her other hand. Bang! Prince Duanmu was quite confident in his sword. Who knew that when his sword slashed over, it met with a powerful force. He almost couldn't hold his sword properly. The black-robed man's palm flew over and landed on his arrogant face, sending him flying. Lin Fei sent the black-robed man flying and didn't stop. He continued to fly down. That black-robed man came out. Such speed. He grasped it so quickly. Those who were still struggling could not help but widen their eyes. To be able to comprehend everything on Sword God Mountain so quickly, no matter how they looked at it, it did not seem very reliable. Many people revealed looks of envy and jealousy. Brat, stop right there. Just as Lin Fei was under the pressure of the sword intent, a frightening sword light slashed over. This sword contained dozens of changes, instantly sealing off all of Lin Fei's escape routes. Isn't this Prince Duanmu? Did something happen between the 2 of them up there? Countless people were shocked. Prince Duanmu was from the sovereign clan, and his strength in the Sword Mainland was extremely powerful. Most people would not give him any face. There were even people who saw the black-robed man die in Prince Duanmu's hands. The one who caught up was Prince Duanmu. Being sent flying with a slap was a humiliation. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. This was a huge blow to Prince Duanmu. Lin Fei's face darkened. He had already shown mercy just now, yet he still dared to make a move against him. He was simply courting death. Could it be that all talented people were the same? The sword light slashed over. Lin Fei punched out, creating a wave and shattering the sword intent. Don't be so shameless. If you anger this emperor, I will crush you in seconds. Lin Fei broke the attack with a punch and threw out a ruthless sentence. He then rushed out of the range of the sword. Intense pressure. Damn it, how dare you ignore this prince's words? Prince Duanmu was furious. What was the background of this guy? He didn't take my words seriously. In the northern region, a single sentence from this prince can decide your life or death. Lin Fei flew towards the next place. Knowing that this was a sword art left behind by a ruler, Lin Fei paid more attention to it. In the 10,000 worlds it was rare to see a ruler. They were all existences that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Right now Lin Fei didn't want to miss any opportunity. The ruler's sword art was still very helpful to him. Hua hua hua. Suddenly, a black team appeared in front of him. They were emitting a desolate killing aura. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them were wearing the same equipment. It's him, the one that the prince ordered to capture. One of the leaders said expressionlessly. Capture him. The 100 of them launched a joint attack, turning into a long black whip. It lashed at Lin Fei, tearing the void apart. The power of this whip had reached the level of a second-step immortal emperor. World projection. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. He was already being merciful by letting that person go. Now they were sending people to capture him. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. Since you're unhappy, then kill me. Even though this was the Sword Mainland, Lin Fei wasn't afraid at all. There were people who wanted to die, but Lin Fei wouldn't be polite. He would kill as many as they came. One after another, illusory mountains came crashing down. Using world projection to deal with them was overkill. Every time an illusory mountain came crashing down, everyone's face turned pale, and they fell from the sky. The joint attack formation was immediately broken. Not good, this is world projection. It was too late. Hua hua hua. Hundreds of people fell from the sky, no longer breathing. They're all dead. Prince Duanmu was still waiting for good news, but it was bad news. His guards were all dead. Prince Duanmu suspected that he had heard wrongly. His guards were all equipped with the same equipment, cultivated a joint attack formation, and their strength could instantly reach the level of a second-step immortal emperor. However, such a team of guards had been completely wiped out. All died from world projection. This time, Prince Duanmu's expression changed. How is this possible? World projection is the hardest to cultivate. Who is that guy? How can he cultivate world projection? Prince Duanmu's expression changed. But I'm not willing to let him go just like that. I'll get my master to deal with him. It would be even better if I can obtain the world projection technique. Prince Duanmu's eyes turned, and he immediately thought of an idea. After killing them, Lin Fei rushed to the next location. During this period, no one else attacked him. He easily arrived at another Godsword Mountain and observed the records on it. This Godsword Mountain still had all sorts of secret techniques. These secret techniques were very powerful. They could be cultivated to the level of a third-step immortal emperor. There weren't many people here, and not many could withstand the sword intent pressure emitted from them. On this Godsword Mountain, Lin Fei sat for 10 days and recorded most of the secret techniques. He prepared to head to the last location, which was said to be prepared for fourth-step immortal emperors. Lin Fei was even more interested in this place. A third-step immortal emperor secret technique was very powerful, but Lin Fei didn't care much about it. He was rather looking forward to the secret technique of the last Godsword Mountain. There's news. Prince Duanmu had been trying to persuade his master, Sword Immortal Desolate Wood. Sword Immortal Desolate Wood was actually a member of the royal family. His seniority was higher, and all his disciples were royal disciples. Outsiders would at most be in-name disciples. Now he was already a third-step immortal emperor. On Sword Continent, he liked to be called third-step Sword Immortal. After spending a long time, Prince Duanmu finally managed to convince his master. Went to a sacred mountain? While Prince Duanmu was persuading his master, he had already arranged for people to search for the black-robed man. If he didn't deal with the black-robed man, Prince Duanmu wouldn't be able to calm down. He was young and had outstanding talent, but he encountered a nameless fella that was stronger than him. Our people discovered that he went to a sacred mountain. It seems like he's researching a fourth-step immortal emperor secret technique. His subordinate reported. As for his accomplices, we haven't found anything yet. Prince Duanmu harumphed coldly. Humph, is the sacred mountain a place where you can go? That place is controlled by the descendants of the four great experts. Other than their people, no outsiders can enter. Perhaps, even without my master making a move, the descendants of the four great experts would kill him on the spot. Does he really think that he's invincible? If the black-robed man wanted to go somewhere else, Prince Duanmu might have a way. But he went to a sacred mountain, the most mysterious place in Sword Continent. Even the royal family wouldn't dare to cross the line. The sacred mountain recorded the sword techniques of fourth-step immortal emperors. Anyone who cultivates it would have their strength increased by several folds. As time passed, the difference in strength between the descendants of the four great experts and them grew bigger and bigger. This thoroughly established the influence of the four great clans. This prince also wants to see that fellow's miserable state. Even if I can't kill him personally, I can still pay a price to get him from the hands of the four great clans. Prince Duanmu was still thinking about the sacred sword mountain. The last place should be the sacred mountain. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. His entire body moved like a stream of light. After searching through immortal Emperor Luosen's memories, Lin Fei knew that the last place was called the sacred mountain. When a divine sword appeared in the sky, Lin Fei knew that he had come to the right place. This was the most famous sword in the Sword Continent. Almost everyone knew about it. Every time this sacred sword mountain appeared, there would be records of powerful secret techniques and sacred arts. Apart from that, there would also be records of insights left behind by rulers. This was much more precious than any of the secret techniques and divine abilities. Halt! The four great clans' forbidden area is in front. Outsiders are forbidden to enter. Violators will be killed without mercy. Just as they were about to reach the forbidden area of the four great clans, the void rippled. 8 people in black armor appeared in the sky. Their sharp eyes swept over. Boom! 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 Those people's eyes turned into 10,000 layers of illusions. A huge kill word flew out. It contained a terrifying slaughter sword intent and stopped in the sky. This was a show of strength. A show of strength to those who tried to enter. Normally, after receiving a warning from the four great clans, everyone would tactfully leave and not enter this place. There was once a reckless person who tried to break through the outer layer. However, he encountered the experts inside and was killed inside. As time passed, no one dared to do this anymore. The four great clans' influence in Sword Continent was too great. Chapter 1355. The four great clans controlled everything on the sacred mountain. Because they were backed by the four great experts, the strongest expert of each clan qualified to share everything on the sacred mountain. All of this was built on strength. Every time the divine mountain appeared, the four great clans would guard it. At the same time, they would arrange for their top experts to stand guard along the way, ensuring that no outsiders would enter during this period of time. When they saw a first-step immortal sovereign trying to break in, they issued a warning. Such incidents happened a few times a month. After all, there would always be some young experts who were not afraid of the tiger and tried to challenge the authority of the four great clans. The consequences were obvious. Most of them would be killed by them. Unfortunately, this time they were facing Lin Fei. He for great clans, what arrogance! Lin Fei searched through his memories. There was not much information about the sacred mountain. Immortal Emperor Luosen was only a first-step immortal emperor, a city lord with limited knowledge. As for the four great clans, Lin Fei did not put them in his eyes. He just flew forward, ignoring their words. The 8 black-armored men all laughed coldly. Old 8, go kill that brat. Old 8 was a first-step sword immortal. Other than the four great clans, no one else in the Sword Continent could use 8 first-step sword immortals to guard the outer perimeter. Every immortal emperor sword immortal was extremely precious. Spatial cleaving linear sword. The armored man waved his hand and a thin willow leaf sword appeared. He gleefully executed his best sword art, preparing to end his opponent in one move. Die! Lin Fei activated his world projection. The 10,000 layers of sword mountains enveloped their hearts. Boom boom boom. The 8 armored men fell from the sky. All of them were dead. Using world projection to deal with them was too easy. Not good, someone intruded. There were experts guarding the sacred mountain both inside and outside. When the 8 black armored people died, the experts inside were the first to know, and expressions of anger appeared on their faces. Daring to act against people from the 4 great clans was simply courting death. Kill the intruder. The 4 great clans of the sacred mountain moved. Intruders were challenging their authority. In such a situation they must be killed to let everyone know. Here. Kill. Lin Fei strolled forward leisurely. The world projection opened up a path. Everywhere it passed, no one was able to last for a breath of time. All of them were instantly killed. Not good, this fellow has cultivated a world projection. We aren't a match for him. Retreat. The members of the 4 great clans, who usually swaggered around, all revealed expressions of fear today. A black-clothed young man with a sword sheath on his back. He didn't look old. However, with the heart world projection in his hands, he was able to kill them as easily as killing chickens or dogs. In just a short period of time it was unknown how many people had died. Quick, go and find an expert. Some people had already rushed to the Divine Mountains to invite experts. Lin Fei did as he pleased, pushing his heart world projection forward. He didn't mind killing anyone who dared to barge in. On Divine Mountain, some of the experts from the 4 clans were studying the secret arts and techniques on it. Sirs, it's not good. There's a powerful expert outside. He's only at the first step Immortal Sovereign Realm, but he can already cast world projection. Many of our clansmen have died in his hands. Hua hua hua. The sword immortal experts who were observing turned back and revealed expressions of anger. Who is so daring to kill people from our 4 great clans? A tall and sturdy man stood up. He was from the Stone Race and his name was Sword Immortal Splitter. The moment this person opened his mouth, his killing intent soared to the sky. He cultivated the massacre sword intent. Brother Splitter, he's just an outsider. There's no need to get angry. Why don't you and I go meet him and let him know the power of the 4 great clans? Another handsome young man stood up. This person was from the Sword Race, and his name was Sword 33. All right, Sword Immortal Splitter said. If we don't kill a few people, everyone will forget the power of our 4 great clans. It was as if Lin Fei had entered an uninhabited realm. With his heart world projection, no one was willing to block him. The people from the 4 great clans weren't fools. Even if they knew that they were going to die, no one would be so stupid. Moreover, they could tell that as long as they didn't attack him, he wouldn't expand his heart world projection. This was perfect. They were now waiting for the experts above to come down. The sacred mountain was getting closer and closer to Lin Fei. Arrays started to appear around the sacred mountain. The people from the 4 great clans were very thoughtful. Not only did they arrange for experts to stand guard, but they also set up a huge array. No one could barge in under the 2 arrays. Sword Immortal Splitter is here. Sword 33 is here. When the 2 appeared, the people from the 4 great clans heaved a sigh of relief. The 2 of them were second-step sword immortals who cultivated powerful secret arts. Their combat power was unfathomable, and their Tao hearts were firm. They could block the attacks of the heart world projection. With the 2 of them, the other party was just a puny first-step immortal emperor. They could deal with him however they wanted. Sir, you're quite daring. You even dare to come to the forbidden grounds of the 4 great clans. Sword Immortal Splitter said sternly. Lin Fei didn't say a word and kept his heart world projection. Scram and you can live. Sword Immortal Splitter and Sword 33 laughed loudly. Such arrogance. You want to kill us? Who knows who will be the one to kill you? The 2 of them felt that the other party was too arrogant. The experts of the 4 great clans were here, and he still dared to act so lawlessly. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. These days no one would believe the truth. Hua! Lin Fei shot out at 20 times the speed of the Heaven Tao. He pointed 2 fingers at the foreheads of the 2, and a terrifying ancient divine power crushed over. So strong. The 2 of them widened their eyes and fell from the sky. The 2 of them were strong, but in Lin Fei's eyes they were nothing. Their speed was inferior to his, and their attack was inferior to his. Weren't they dead? Run! When the 2 experts died, the people from the 4 great clans were scared out of their wits. This person was too terrifying. He killed 2 experts with a light tap. This person was too sick. Sword Immortal Splitter and Sword 33 are both dead. When the news spread, the second-step sword immortals who were still observing jumped up. They were all shocked. How could they be dead in such a short time? That guy's speed is too fast. He seems to have broken through the speed limit of the Heaven Dao. We can't even see his movements clearly. The expressions of these sword immortals changed. When one's speed reached the limit, it was also an advantage. Everyone, let's go. We can't let him get to the God Mountain. One of the gray-robed elders stood up. He was from the Lan clan, one of the 4 great clans. Among this group of sword immortals, he had the most authority. The 2 sword immortals were killed in the blink of an eye. The people from the Lan clan also realized that an expert had come. Hua hua hua. A total of 20 sword immortals appeared. All of them were brimming with killing intent. They wanted to see who was so bold to kill people from their 4 great clans. Didn't they know that a word from the 4 great clans could kill them? They saw a young man in black. He didn't have a strong aura, and they couldn't associate him with what had happened earlier. Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. He had already come to fight, and he still didn't know what he wanted? As expected, he was stupid enough. I am Ditian. I am very interested in your God Mountain and want to go up and observe. If you don't want people to die, it's best that you don't attack. This is my advice to you. Lin Fei said calmly. Ditian? Why haven't we heard of this name before? He dares to put Tian behind him? This Ditian is so arrogant. Everyone was talking at the same time. The last sentence had provoked them greatly. Such arrogance. In the Sword Continent, no one except our 4 great clans dares to say such words. It seems like you are going to challenge our authority. The gray-robed elder with the surname Lan said coldly. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him quickly. Kill. A strange sword intent slashed out from the void. A second-step immortal sovereign entered the void and stabbed at Lin Fei's chest with extreme speed. Can't stab in. Lin Fei blinked. The second-step sword immortal sensed that something was amiss and immediately entered the void. A fist came smashing at his chest. Power surged, and he exploded into a mist of blood. Too weak. After fusing with a large number of divine bodies, Lin Fei's body was terrifyingly strong. Come at me. Lin Fei's arm expanded and he charged towards the 2 sword immortals. He slapped each of them and 2 clouds of blood mist appeared in the sky. The sword intent blasted over, and Lin Fei smashed them into pieces with a single slap. The immortal's sword stabbed into his body, but it did not move at all. With a backhand slap, his opponent's body exploded. Aren't you guys going to kill me? Come and die. After being chased by Sword Immortal by D for so long, Lin Fei was already filled with anger. Now that the 4 great clans had appeared and acted so superior, Lin Fei did not mind teaching them a lesson. The Sword Immortals of the 4 great clans had never thought that this would be the result. Dignified second-step Sword Immortals were slapped to death with a single slap, and exploded with a single punch. Their scalps went numb. His methods were so cruel that it made their hair stand on end. They were Sword Immortals. In the blink of an eye, half of the 20-plus Sword Immortals had died in Lin Fei's hands. The rest were saved from death because of their faster reactions. When did such an expert appear in the Sword Mainland? They all sucked in a breath of cold air. When Lin Fei took a step forward, they would take a step back. None of them dared to attack again. Why are you guys not fighting anymore? Lin Fei instantly felt bored. The remaining Sword Immortals all rolled their eyes. You are already so awesome, why are we still fighting? They didn't want to do something like throwing their lives away. They did not stop him. At this moment, no one could stop this guy. They had never seen such a ferocious guy who could reach such a level of strength with his bare hands. Their attacks were so weak in front of him that they could not even withstand a single blow. In such a situation, they could only let Ditian and the Sacred Mountain do as they wished. At the same time, they transmitted their voices to the top Sword Immortals. Other than them, it would be very difficult to take down Lin Fei. Lin Fei ascended the Sacred Mountain. Chapter 1356. P.S. Today is National Day. I wish everyone a happy National Day and have fun. I'm begging for a few monthly votes. The members of the 4 great clans watched helplessly as the other party ascended the Sacred Mountain. This was the first time they felt so helpless. Every single one of the 4 great clans was extremely powerful. Not to mention that even if they worked together, they still couldn't stop an outsider. If they knew him, it would be fine. However, they didn't know the person who ascended the sacred mountain. They only knew that his name was Tion. To those who had always viewed the 4 great clans as authoritative figures, Tion's intrusion was undoubtedly a slap to their faces. Each clan suffered heavy losses and lost many experts. The only fortunate thing was that this was the forbidden ground of the 4 great clans. Outsiders wouldn't know that they had lost subordinates, and they wouldn't spread the news either. Otherwise, the 4 great clans would definitely become a joke. Let's let him be proud for now. We are only at the 3rd level of the 4 great clans. There are still 2 levels above us. The 4 clan heads are also on the sacred mountain. As long as they make a move, no matter how strong Tion is, he will still fall at the hands of the 4 great clans. The 4 clan heads have all reached a very deep level. With them making a move, we don't have to worry so much. Immediately arrange for people to guard the outside again. As for what happened today, don't spread it out. Violators will be killed. Soon, the 4 great clans guarded the sacred mountain again. If it wasn't for the lingering smell of blood in the air, no one would suspect that a battle had occurred here. The area below the sacred mountain was already cleared. With such a perverse existence like Tion, the 4 great clans wisely chose to temporarily retreat. They didn't want to lose more people here. If they didn't lose a single person, they couldn't bear such a loss. They left quickly. Lin Fei wasn't someone who would start a massacre. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to make a move against the 4 great clans. After all, his goal was to observe the things left behind by the sovereign. The sacred mountain was about the same as the other sword god mountains. The only difference was that the things on the sacred mountain were much more profound. It was far from what the other sword god mountains could compare to. The things left behind here on the sword continent should be the essence of the sovereign. The 4 great clans are quite scheming. They know how to join forces and make this the forbidden ground of the 4 great clans. Lin Fei observed it unhurriedly. Once he started to observe, he was completely engrossed. This was something left behind by the closest person to the sovereign. At the bottom of the divine mountain there was no secret technique. Instead, it was a detailed explanation of cultivation knowledge. It was a kind of accumulation of knowledge. 10 levels of power division. Lin Fei took a look and recorded it down. Not long after, Lin Fei discovered something that he had always wanted to know. The division of power. Lin Fei didn't know much about the 10 stages of strength. Ever since he came to the Sword Mainland, he didn't know much about them. One of the reasons he studied the Sword God Mountains was because of this. At this moment, Lin Fei finally got what he wanted. The division of the 10 realms recorded on the stone wall was not very long, but it was easy to tell at a glance. This was a power that every immortal needed to comprehend. It was a completely new definition of power. One could only comprehend it after reaching the peak of the 4th step Immortal Emperor realm. It was very easy for peak powerhouses to enter the 2nd stage. The 3rd and 4th stages required a long period of time. Generally, those with talent could enter this stage, but from the 5th stage onwards it was not so easy. Lin Fei read with great interest. It was not long, but after reading it, Lin Fei felt like he understood something. It turned out that strength could go so far. According to what is written, when one's strength reaches the 5th stage, one will have the battle strength of a half-step sovereign. At the 7th stage, one will have the battle strength of a sovereign. Lin Fei fell into deep thought. He was still too far away from the sovereign level, far beyond his reach. After recording it down, Lin Fei walked to the next stone wall. This time there was another passage on the stone wall. It was about the unification of strength. In this world, strength could take many forms, and the power of the Great Tao was one of them. It was also divided into 10 stages. Any sovereign strength that reached the 7th stage could become a sovereign. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen this kind of understanding. In the past, this was too far away. If he hadn't coincidentally entered the Aeon Sea, Lin Fei wouldn't have known about its mysteries in such a short time. My strength is currently at the 2nd stage. If I want to enter the next stage, it won't be so easy. It seems that I really need to combine strength, Lin Fei said as he read. The sovereign had left behind a detailed explanation of how to combine strength. And combining strength was not an easy task. The more strength one had, the more difficult it would be to combine. I cultivate primordial divine power, immortal power, and great Tao energy. Immortal power is fine at most, it can be used as a support. But primordial divine power and great Tao energy are not ordinary energies. Combining them will be even more difficult. Primordial divine power was extremely frightening. It was the most direct type of energy. Great Tao energy was also not ordinary energy. It was the power of true self, the meaning of supremacy. Lin Fei was confident that this energy would not be willing to be combined. Once these three energies were combined, Lin Fei was confident that a major battle would erupt. In the end, the unlucky one would be Lin Fei. He understood this better than anyone else. Lin Fei had never considered this matter properly. Now that he had read the sovereign's words, he knew how important it was to combine strength. He couldn't afford the slightest bit of carelessness. Although Lin Fei hadn't thought it through, with the supreme grade exchange system, perhaps there would be tools to help. He was confident that his chances of success would be high. At the top of the Divine Mountain, this was a platform no more than 3,000 meters wide. A dense fog covered the top. This fog was very unusual and could block divine sense. Unless one was on the platform, no one could see what was going on. The most eye-catching things on the platform were the 9 stone steels. Each time the Divine Mountain descended, it would leave behind 9 stone steels. Each steel recorded secret arts and divine abilities, which had always been in the control of the 4 great clans. For a long time, the 4 great clans' strength had been unsurpassable. They had mastered powerful secret arts and divine abilities. At this time, 4 people sat cross-legged on the platform. These 4 were the current patriarchs of the 4 great clans. Aside from the strongest experts in their clans, they were the strongest. The secret arts and divine abilities this time are even more powerful than last time. It's a pity that cultivating them is too difficult. The Stone King sighed, staring at the stone steel in front of him. For example, this secret art is a protective technique for sword immortals. It's called the 3000 Indestructible Divine Art. One needs to cultivate 3000 clones, then fuse them into one. Only then can one cultivate this protective technique. Each clone needs to be at the 4th step of the Immortal Emperor realm, and it'll take dozens of chaos years to cultivate. The Stone King was the patriarch of the Stone Clan. He coveted this protective technique greatly, but it was too difficult to cultivate. Using dozens of chaos years to cultivate it was truly too time-consuming. The Stone King is right. The secret arts and divine abilities this time are indeed different from last time. Each secret art takes a very long time to cultivate. There's no shortcut. A nearby middle-aged man spoke up. This was the Sword King of the Sword Clan. In the eyes of outsiders, the 4 patriarchs were the 4 minor kings. Each generation's patriarch had the surname King in addition to their surname. This was unique. The 4 patriarchs had been here for a long time. The secret arts and divine abilities this time were more difficult than expected. The power would increase by more than 100 times. Anyone who cultivated one of them would become a top-notch expert after dozens of chaos years. They hadn't thought about it yet, but it didn't mean that their clansmen couldn't cultivate it. Suddenly, the Stone King's expression changed. Then the Sword King's expression also changed. The 4 patriarchs' expressions all changed. Someone charged into the Divine Mountain. His strength is tyrannical and his body is even more tyrannical. A second-step sword immortal was killed with his bare hands. The Stone King took advantage of the situation. This person is called Tian. Does anyone know him? No, it's a very unfamiliar name. Could it be an expert in seclusion? The Sword King said. According to the news from below, this person's strength is extremely tyrannical. He doesn't put our 4 great clans in his eyes at all. I believe that he will come here soon. No matter what this Tian's background is, since he killed our 4 great clans people, he is our enemy. Now that he actually went to the Divine Mountain, we have to kill him. We can't let him leave. The Blue King said coldly. The last patriarch was the mysterious king. He nodded and said, after so many years, our 4 great clans have guarded the Divine Mountain. No one can go up. Although this Tian's origin is unknown, as long as he goes up the Divine Mountain, he is our enemy. The 9 great secret arts on the platform can't be spread out. Let's go and experience it together. The four patriarchs weren't wishy-washy people. After killing their people, he still dared to go up the divine mountain. That was slapping their faces. Slapping their four great clans' faces. If news of this spread out, they would probably become a huge joke. This kind of enemy had to be dealt with. They couldn't let him leave. If they didn't deal with this Dtion today, who knew if there would be people who didn't treat their four great clans seriously and continued to charge into the divine mountain. As time passed, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Everyone, there's no need to look for me. I'll come myself. Without waiting for them to take the initiative to look for Dtion, he came knocking on their door. Pung pung. Two figures fell in from outside. Lin Fei walked out unhurriedly. Lin Fei quickly recorded down the things on the divine mountain. He also knew that on the divine mountain's platform, the 9 great secret arts would appear every time. Any one of them was extremely powerful. Lin Fei was very interested. He directly went to the highest level of the divine mountain. You killed our 4 great clans, Dtion. The Stone King's gaze was sharp as he swept a glance at this black-robed young man. He was simply too young. That's right. Your people were killed by me. Lin Fei said indifferently. The divine mountain isn't yours. I can come and go as I please. It's just that some stupid people are stubborn, so I had to use some motivational methods. The 4 patriarchs had never seen anyone who dared to speak like this in front of them. Dtion was the first one. At this moment, Lin Fei's gaze landed on the 9 stone tablets. He was secretly shocked. The secret arts left behind by the sovereign were indeed powerful. Those who saw them had never seen them, and those who heard them had never heard of them. Such a boastful person. The 4 patriarchs secretly sized this fellow up. However, no matter how they looked at him, they couldn't see anything special about him. He seemed very ordinary. Dtion, no matter where you came from, you dared to kill our 4 great clans people and even dared to barge in here. You must pay the price. The Sword King took a step forward, and a terrifying sword intent locked onto the other party. You just want to teach me a lesson? Then come at me. Don't just stand there and talk nonsense. After I'm done, I still need to study the secret arts on the stone tablets. I don't have time to waste with you guys here. Lin Fei said indifferently. When these words landed in the ears of the 4 patriarchs, they were especially ear-piercing. Good fellow, do you really think you're invincible? How dare you look down on us 4 patriarchs? What a boastful tone. Try my power. The Sword King was the first to make a move. A terrifying sword appeared in the void. It split into thousands of parts and shot towards Lin Fei. This move wasn't a real move but a mental attack. Lin Fei had a world projection. The moment he opened it, the sword mountain smashed down, and the illusory sword was shattered. He easily neutralized the other party's attack. This is useless against me. The 4 patriarchs didn't dare to underestimate Dtion, who could easily use a world projection. This person did have the qualifications to be arrogant. You do have some ability. The Sword King took it seriously. A pair of gloves appeared in his hands. After putting it on, 10 small black swords appeared. They emitted a luster, and he burst out with the speed of the heavenly Tao. Hua 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 hua. The Sword King grabbed forward. Together with the power of the sword sheath, threads of sword intent flooded towards Lin Fei like an ocean. This was the close-range attack that the Sword King was best at. Every single one of these sword threads contained a terrifying amount of power. Good. Let me see how powerful the 4 patriarchs are. Lin Fei rushed forward, and threads of sword intent swept across. Hua hua hua, the sword threads slashed across Lin Fei's body, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. He blocked it. How is this possible? What kind of protective divine art did he cultivate? Could it be the protective divine art left behind by the sword ancestor? Lin Fei easily blocked the sword threads. The 3 patriarchs' expressions changed. Even their protective divine art might not be able to block the Sword King's sword threads. Let's wait and see. They calmed themselves down. Doppelganger escaping shadow. The Sword King shouted and used a secret technique. Over 100 doppelgangers appeared, and they were almost real. They held the same sword sheath and attacked Lin Fei from all directions. Pung pung pung. Lin Fei's body was still attacked by the small black swords. The Sword King's attack still left sounds of metal clashing on Lin Fei's body. The power had increased by a lot, but it didn't affect Lin Fei much. How is this possible? The Sword King's doppelganger was also a powerful secret technique. During battle, he could create over 100 doppelgangers, and each of them had 50% of the original strength. It was already terrifying enough. But the guy in front of him was like a freak, not affected at all. The Sword King couldn't think of what kind of protective divine art the other party had cultivated to be so powerful. You can't do it. Now it's this emperor's turn. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He opened his mouth and formed a terrifying whirlpool, which instantly enveloped over 100 doppelgangers. They were all energy bodies and they were good stuff. This mouth could swallow heaven and earth.